Chapter 1255. Yang Feng glanced at the rebels, sneered, and said frigidly, "If you want to surrender, then kill the powerhouses of the Blue Flame Heavenly Leopards, the Ghost-Faced Demon Imperial Family, the Crimson Star Race, and the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Race. Only by killing them and using their heads and souls can you obtain the qualifications to surrender. Otherwise, I'll wipe you out. Kill them. I'll borrow your head." "Sir, I'm sorry, but I'll borrow your head." The rebel alliance fell apart in an instant. The saints and great saints of the rebel army frantically attacked the four major clans. They desperately fought for a chance to survive. The heaven-holy Yang Feng's reputation shook the world, and he never discounted his words. At the time when the True Ruins divine race collapsed, except for the races that killed the True Ruins divine race's holy powerhouses, the other races were massacred by Yang Feng. Now that the blue mirror of fate is in Yang Feng's hands, even if these races have the protection of the Great Holy, they can't escape Yang Feng's pursuit even if they escape to the edge of the universe. The only way to survive is to kill the four race powerhouses in exchange for a chance to surrender and live. "You bastards! How dare you betray us? You lowly things, stop! Kill, you traitors!" Eyes shot with blood, the four race powerhouses fought with their former vassal races. Countless lives withered in the void. Yang Feng's subordinates cooperated with the huge mechanical legion to besiege the four races and their vassal races one by one. The situation has changed dramatically. Everyone can see that the defeat of the four races is set in stone. "Stop, Heaven Holy, you can kill me. I will also give you all the wealth of our Starry Moon Heavenly Snake Clan. Please let our Starry Moon Heavenly Snake Clan live. I know the address of the Eternal Laboratory. As long as you give us a way out, I'll tell you the address. I'm the only one who knows the address." Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Saint roared as he frantically rammed the seal boundary formed by the mechanical stars. Yang Feng glanced at the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy and said coldly, "Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy, I gave you a chance. Since you gave up that chance and refused my kindness, you have to pay the price. You have to pay the price. Your Starry Moon Heavenly Snake Clan will definitely be exterminated because of your stupidity, and you'll become a stepping stone for my advancement." The birth of any emperor was achieved by stepping on the corpses of countless experts, because the amount of resources an emperor required was truly too huge. Without sufficient resources, no matter how heaven-defying a genius's natural talent was, it was impossible to advance into the emperor realm. "Heavenly Saint, can you give me face and let the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Saint go this time? I can guarantee that from now on, he will no longer be your enemy. The great calamity of the universe is imminent. Any half-emperor level powerhouse in our universe is an important combat power. We shouldn't waste them in a civil war." Ripples flashed in the void. The green thunder great saint sighed and flew out of the void. The great void-eyed tiger sage also stepped out from the void and said slowly, "That's right. Heavenly Saint, I also ask you to let go of the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Sage and the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Clan. Of course, you can take 4/5 of their territory." In the void, there was a flash of light, and a sea of light great holy with long green hair and a body made of light emerged from the void. The sea of light great holy, covered in quasi-empyrean tail fangs, said slowly, "Heavenly Saint, please give us face. Spare the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Sage this time, and we will compensate you tenfold. We will also make the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Sage take a Styx oath that he and the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Clan will never be your enemy again. The death of a quasi-empyrean is a great loss to our universe's high-level combat power. In the central starfield of the Eternal Path, there are less than 20 known quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses. Each of these less than 20 quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses possesses terrifying power. Even in a universe war, they are at the top of the pyramid. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, Yang Feng looked expressionlessly at the three quasi-Empyreans. If I don't give you face, are you going to start a war with me? A chill surged behind the void-eyed tiger sage, and he said decisively, No, if you want to annihilate the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Clan, then we are willing to lend you a hand. The speed at which Yang Feng's strength improves is too heaven-defying. Not long ago, he was not the opponent of a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. But now even the Scarlet Star Great Holy, a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse, died at his hands, filling the void-eyed tiger sage with fear. Every Empyrean has climbed to the top by stepping on the corpses of countless powerhouses. The void-eyed tiger sage doesn't want to become a stepping stone for Yang Feng. The void-eyed tiger sage has a grudge against Yang Feng to begin with. If Yang Feng finds an excuse to start a war with them, it will be a nightmare for the void-eyed tiger sage. The Green Thunder Great Holy sighed slightly. Heavenly Holy, the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Sage offended you. You have the right to deal with him. I just hope that you can reconsider and leave a bit more vigor for our universe. The Light Sea Great Sage smiled and said, Heavenly Saint, it's your business how to deal with the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Sage. If you insist on exterminating the Starry Moon Heavenly Snake Clan, our Light Sea Clan is willing to help you. Exterminating them as soon as possible will allow our universe to preserve a bit more vitality. Within the boundary of the mechanical star seal, Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Great Sage's eyes revealed a trace of despair. The Great Void-Eyed Tiger Clan and the Light Sea Clan were both Eternal Emperor clans. Once these two great Eternal Emperor clans joined the encirclement against the Star-Moon Heavenly Serpent Clan, the Star-Moon Heavenly Serpent Clan would truly be exterminated from this universe. Not a single bloodline would be left. Yang Feng said lightly, Star-Moon Heavenly Snake Holy, for the sake of the three holy sages, I'll give you a chance. As long as you swear to become my slave and open your soul, I'll place a restriction on your soul. I will give you a way out, and give the entire Star-Moon Heavenly Snake Clan the right to surrender. I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't agree, then you can perish together with the Star-Moon Heavenly Snake Clan. I promise you. Heaven Holy! Within the boundary of the mechanical star seal, the Star-Moon Heavenly Snake Holy sighed slowly. Countless starlight shone, and he regained his human form, looking like he aged by hundreds of thousands of years. Quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses are the protagonists of an era, peerless geniuses, and the protectors of a race. Very few quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses are willing to bow their heads to others. However, the Star-Moon Heavenly Snake Holy clearly has deep feelings for the Star-Moon Heavenly Snake Clan, which is why he submitted to Yang Feng for the sake of the clan. Countless runes emerged between Star and Moon Heavenly Serpent's eyebrows and condensed into an illusory Star and Moon Heavenly Serpent made of countless stars. Countless mysterious mechanical tentacles extended from the armor of dawn, pierced into the Star-Moon Serpent projection formed by the Star-Moon Serpent Sage, formed mysterious runes, and eroded the soul of the Star-Moon Serpent Sage. So this is a heaven-holy secret treasure. So strong. To be able to control a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse, what a fearsome secret treasure! When the many powerhouses present saw this scene, their hearts shook slightly. Once a powerhouse advances to the Holy Realm, they will possess an immortal body. At the same time, their soul will possess a trace of immortal characteristic. Any method of spell domination would be difficult to work in their bodies. Only when they open their soul can it be possible to tamper with their soul. For Yang Feng to be able to set up a restriction on the soul of a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse, even if the Star-Moon Heavenly Snake Holy has opened his soul, it is already extremely terrifying. Yang Feng said lightly, The Star-Moon Heavenly Snake Holy can surrender. Go destroy my enemies, Star-Moon Heavenly Snake Holy. Yes, my lord. I will destroy your enemies for you. The star moon heavenly snake wholly saluted Yang Feng, then countless runes shone on him, and he revealed his star-like true body and rushed towards the battlefield. Boom! 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 A series of earth-shattering explosions rang out in the void. Wherever the star moon heavenly snake wholly passed, starlight swept out and blasted the powerhouses of the major races into pieces. It is difficult for any holy to block his attack. The huge mechanical legion followed behind the star moon heavenly snake wholly and slayed the enemies along the way. After the star moon heavenly snake wholly joined the battle, the coalition army collapsed. Some of the coalition army's powerhouses fled, while others stayed to fight Yang Feng's army to the death. The fierce battle lasted for a day and a night. 2/3 of the elite forces of the coalition army were annihilated, and most of the holy and great holy of the coalition army were killed by Yang Feng and his subordinate. The blue flame leopard emperor, the ghost-faced demon emperor, and the scarlet star wholly died. The demonic spider wholly fled in defeat, the star moon heavenly snake wholly submitted to the heaven holy, and the blue ogre coalition army was annihilated by 2/3. Before the war was over, a piece of news appeared on the Sage discussion forum, causing it to explode. The Heaven Holy is back. How can this be? Even if the Heaven Holy returns, it is impossible to kill the Scarlet Star Holy. The Scarlet Star Holy is a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse. Even among quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses, the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy is a mighty existence. How could he submit to Yang Feng? That's 3 quasi-Empyreans, 2 great holy reincarnated Empyrean steppe powerhouses, and so many holy and great holy followers. How could they be defeated by the Heaven Holy? Impossible, this news must be fake. There's a conspiracy. The Heaven Holy can't be that powerful. In the Holy Forum, countless holy rank experts discussed, filled with incredulity. No one believes that Yang Feng can slay a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse while besieged by so many powerhouses. Chapter 1256. It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. The Heaven Holy defeated the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor and the Ghost-Faced Demon Emperor, and slayed the 2 reincarnated emperors. The Red Star Great Holy was also slain by him. The Heaven Holy's strength has surpassed mine. The Green Thunder Great Holy, that's the Green Thunder Great Holy. The Green Thunder Great Holy is a person of virtue and prestige, he shouldn't lie. So, it's true? The Heaven Holy really defeated 3 quasi-Empyreans and 2 great holy reincarnated emperors? As soon as the Green Thunder Great Holy appeared on the Holy Forum, it caused a sensation. The Green Thunder Great Holy is the oldest quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse in the central starfield of the Eternal Path. As soon as he spoke, many saints began to believe that fact. The Heaven Holy is very strong. In the Eternal Path, there are few people who can be his opponent. His strength is already far above mine. A piece of news appeared on the Holy Forum. That's the Great Void-Eye Tiger Great Holy. He also showed up. It seems that this is true. I was there at the time. The Heaven Holy did defeat the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor and the Ghost-Faced Demon Emperor. I was there too. The Red Star Great Holy was indeed slayed by the Heaven Holy. The Blue Ghost Coalition and the elites of the Red Star race suffered heavy casualties. All the holy and great holy powerhouses were slayed by the Heaven Holy. The Heaven Holy wielded the Blue Mirror of Fate and killed the fleeing holy and great holy powerhouses one by one. How dreadful! One after another, saints appeared and narrated what happened on the battlefield. All of the saints were trembling in fear. The Heaven Holy is comparable to a quasi-Empyrean in battle prowess. How dreadful! How could he be so fast? It has been less than 50 years since he advanced to the Great Holy Realm. How could he advance so quickly? Advanced Great Holy Realm, even if he is proficient in the essence of Devour, it is impossible for him to advance so quickly. He is not a reincarnated emperor. The saints speculated as to why Yang Feng became so strong in such a short period of time. He slayed a quasi-empyrean. How could this be? How could he be so terrifying? In a huge Qilin blood pool in the Eternal Road, the golden Qilin prince's eyes flashed with shock, and he emitted traces of great holy step power fluctuations. The golden Qilin Emperor Prince was a pure-blooded Emperor Prince, possessing a pure bloodline comparable to the true spirit realm. His talent was tyrannical beyond compare. After entering the Eternal Road, he found many treasures, purified his bloodline, and advanced all the way to the great sage realm. Advancing from a saint to a great saint in less than 500 years was definitely a heaven-defying matter. One had to know that many saints had been stuck at the initial stage of the saint realm for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It was extremely difficult for them to take another step forward. Even in the era of eternal sovereigns, the golden Qilin Emperor's advancement speed was already considered heaven-defying. But in front of Yang Feng's advancement speed, it was not worth mentioning. The eyes of the gold Qilin Emperor flickered with ripples, and he sighed faintly. The 9th Warlock Emperor? Are the humans really going to give birth to a 9th Warlock Emperor? At this time, Yang Feng can already slay quasi-empyrean step powerhouses. Among powerhouses of the same rank, no one can compete with him. No matter how unwilling the gold Qilin Emperor Prince was, he already knew that he was no longer Yang Feng's opponent. On the edge of the central starfield of the Eternal Road, there is a mysterious dragon tomb. In the dragon tomb, there are piles of countless dragon skeletons. Many of the dragon skeletons are decayed and mottled, full of traces of time. But there are still traces of holy might. The owners of these dragon skeletons were Holy Spirit rank existences when they were alive. In the center of the dragon tomb, there is a lifelike 100,000-kilometer-long azure dragon hovering. Wisps of immortal empyrean might diffuse from the huge azure dragon. Unlike the other dragon skeletons, there was not a trace of time on the azure dragon. If that huge azure dragon did not have a trace of soul fluctuation, no one would be able to tell that this true dragon was already a corpse. Below the azure dragon, there is a 100-meter-tall azure altar engraved with countless mysterious runes. There is a person sitting in the center of the altar. It is the Azure Dragon Emperor. The Azure Dragon Emperor guided the dragon force of the entire secret realm and gathered it inside the Azure Dragon Emperor. From the huge Azure Dragon corpse, traces of pure dragon force were also drawn out, entering the Azure Dragon Prince's body. A terrifying Great Sage intermediate stage energy fluctuation spread out from the Azure Dragon Prince's body. Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, Ghost-Face Demon Emperor, Red Star Great Holy. The Heaven Holy has become so frightening that even quasi-empyrean step powerhouses fell at his hands. The Azure Dragon Emperor opened his eyes, dragon chi surged around him, a complicated look in his eyes, and he sighed faintly. The Azure Dragon Emperor opened one treasure trove after another that his father hid in the Eternal Road. In a short period of time, he has promoted to an intermediate great holy rank existence, even surpassing the gold Qilin Emperor. However, his strength is still far from that of those quasi-empyrean step old monsters. Now that Yang Feng can even slay quasi-empyrean step old monsters, the Azure Dragon Emperor realized that the gap between him and Yang Feng is getting bigger and bigger, to the point where it is almost impossible to catch up. The Eternal Road inside a secret realm. On a 10,000-kilometer tall divine parasol tree burning with phoenix flames, there is a huge phoenix nest. That phoenix nest was made up of countless phoenix feathers, and it was filled with the power of the phoenix. The huge phoenix nest is a small world, and inside this small world, there is a beautiful and luxurious palace. The first phoenix born in the world naturally doesn't know how to build beautiful palaces. However, some phoenixes born later like to build palaces in their nests and enjoy themselves. A person sat in the center of the palace. She was peerlessly beautiful and elegant. It was the Phoenix Princess. The beautiful eyes of the Phoenix Princess shimmered with a complicated light, and she sighed faintly. The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, Ghost-Face Demon Emperor, and Red Star Great Holy have all fallen at the hands of the Heaven Holy. No one in the Eternal Road is his opponent. If those old monsters sleeping in the river of time hadn't come into being, he would have been invincible. The Phoenix Princess is a peerless genius of an era, an invincible existence in the same realm. But compared to Yang Feng, she pales in comparison. Even though the Phoenix Princess obtained many treasures hidden by the Phoenix race in the Eternal Road, but she is still far from being a match for a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse. Even veteran Great Holy like the Cloud Dragon Great Holy and the Silver Glory Great Holy, she can barely contend against them at most. The Heaven Holy is really scary. It seems that the human race is going to give birth to a 9th Warlock Emperor. He is invincible in the Eternal Road. What a fast speed! Although the 8 human Warlock Emperors were all invincible in the Eternal Road. However, none of them advanced as fast as him. The Heaven Holy is probably the most overbearing Great Holy in the history of the human race. Voices of discussion came from all over the central starfield of the Eternal Road. In the Imperial Murder Forum, a forum where countless top assassins of the Eternal Road gathered. The Hand of Death gave up the mission to assassinate the Heaven Holy. The assassination success rate is 100%. Once you accept the mission, the Hand of Death, who has never failed, gave up the mission. It can't be helped. After all, that person is the Heaven Holy. Even the Red Star Great Holy, a quasi-Empyrean powerhouse, died at his hands. Even though the Hand of Death has assassinated Great Holy before, but he is still not his opponent. The twin spies also gave up. That's normal. A rational person wouldn't accept this kind of assassination mission. That's the Heaven Holy we're talking about. If you anger him, you will bring your entire race into the abyss of destruction. The Eye of Illusion. The Eye of Illusion, who is ranked first, hasn't given up the mission yet. The Eye of Illusion, maybe he can succeed in assassinating the Heaven Holy. If the Eye of Illusion can succeed in assassinating the Heaven Holy, then the whole world will pay attention to us assassins. There were many discussions on the Monarch Murder Forum. Almost all the assassins who have taken on the mission to assassinate Yang Feng decisively gave up the mission. Unless they have the protection of the other 2 Empyrean-grade secret treasures of fate, once anyone leaves a trace in the universe and is illuminated by the blue mirror of fate, they will not be able to escape Yang Feng's pursuit. On the Imperial Murder Forum, all the assassins put their hopes on the Eye of Illusion, who is ranked first on the assassin list, expecting him to create a miracle and assassinate Yang Feng. After Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion annihilated the main force of the Blue Ogres, it swept through the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Race, the Blue Flame Heavenly Leopard Race, and other defeated allied forces. Wherever the mechanical army passed, they easily took control of all the stars. Originally, the collapse of such a huge force like the Blue Flame Heavenly Leopard Race was bound to attract countless giant crocodiles to take a bite out of this fat piece of meat. However, when the restless forces heard that Yang Feng saw the territories of the Blue Flame Heavenly Leopard Race and other powerful races, they became well-behaved and didn't dare to make a move, for fear that Yang Feng would find an excuse to wipe them out and annex their territories. Yang Feng deliberately exposed some flaws in order to lure the forces into a trap. Not daring to act rashly, the forces even cooperated with Yang Feng's subordinates and took over one force after another. The 3 quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses, the Great Void Eye Tiger Great Holy, the Light Sea Great Holy, and the Green Thunder Great Holy, joined forces to warn the forces that want to make an enemy of Yang Feng, keeping the restless forces clear-headed. The Heaven Holy Yang Feng has already suppressed countless forces in the Eternal Road. Now that the 3 eternal Empyrean race powerhouses have joined forces, there is no way to survive. Although the demonic Spider Great Holy escaped this calamity, but he was forced to cede 1/3 of his forces to Yang Feng. After Yang Feng annexed those powerful forces, his sphere of influence expanded wildly, and he became the #1 force in the Eternal Road. Chapter 1257. Within the True Ruins Divine Country, inside a huge mechanical stronghold covering an area of 1,000,000 kilometers. I can finally begin. Unfortunately, I'm still missing the main material, Secret Origin Stone. If I can find Secret Origin Stone, I can refine a level 7 stronghold that surpasses Shizu technology. Standing quietly in a square, Yang Feng looked at a spherical machine with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers on a platform, and regret flashed in his eyes. That ball-shaped machine was the prototype of the Shizu's level 7 base. It was engraved with countless mysterious runes. Traces of incomparably mysterious light revolved around it, and an incomparably huge amount of energy continuously surged from all directions, entering the ball-shaped mechanical body. Secret Origin Stone is a very rare and precious ore. As long as a little is mixed in, it can increase the strength of various alloys. At this time, once a semi-finished level 7 stronghold is mixed with Secret Origin Stone, its defense will increase by 1,000 times. By then, even a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse will find it difficult to break the defenses of the level 7 stronghold. Yang Feng looked at the prototype of the level 7 stronghold with anticipation in his eyes. After adding Kunmo Dusk Stone, the might of the level 7 stronghold will be even more terrifying. I'm really looking forward to the day it is completed. Once the level 7 stronghold is successfully built, Yang Feng is confident that he can quell even a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. After all, the level 7 stronghold is not just made of Shizu technology, but also a fusion of the Warlock civilization, Blasteel race, Shido civilization, and some high-energy laws of the universe. Yang Feng's path has 2 cores, one is the essence of Devour, and the other is machinery. This level 7 stronghold carries Yang Feng's other path of machinery. Yang Feng mused. Now I can travel the many eternal relic sites on the eternal path. With a slight flash of light, Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Countless runes flickered on the prototype of the level 7 stronghold, and it became more powerful. Ripples flickered, and Pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank battle robots appeared in front of the prototype of the level 7 stronghold. Many mechanical tentacles extended out from the base and pierced into the bodies of the Ruler Series battle robot. Mechanical eggs engraved with countless mysterious runes suddenly appeared and wrapped around the Ruler Series main battle robot. Inside the mechanical egg, the Dominator Series battle robots were constantly evolving and becoming more powerful. Traces of immortal might slowly permeated the mechanical egg. The most terrifying ability of the level 7 stronghold of the Shizu is the Ruler Evolution, which enables Warlock Monarch rank ruler robots to evolve to the Holy Step. In theory, if there are 10,000 holy experts besieging a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, they can even kill a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to produce a saint. Even the Eternal Emperor clan and the various vassal clans only had 100 or 200 saints. Moreover, these holy ones are not puppets. They have their own beliefs and thoughts. As such, it is impossible for them to besiege a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Because of this, the evolution ability of the Shizu's 7th level battle base was so terrifying. If there were enough Saint-class battle robots, they could even fight against an Emperor. Eternal Relic Site, the 7-color Eternal Canyon is filled with colorful light. There was a river formed from 7 colored rays of light in the Eternal Canyon, and numerous saints sat quietly near the 7-colored river as they gazed at it. From time to time, 7-color beasts will appear in the colorful river. Every time a 7-color beast is slain, the Holy Ones will be able to absorb the laws and power contained in the 7-color beast. Suddenly, the Rainbow River roiled, and then numerous rainbow beasts that emanated a rainbow glow surged out from within the river. They howled as they pounced towards the saints. With flashes of powerful energy, the Holy Ones pounced on the seven-color beast. A great sun-golden crow shone brightly, and its entire body was enveloped in sun-divine flames as it battled with a seven-colored flame horse. Sun god fire and seven-color light intertwined and fought. In the end, the seven-color flame horse was torn to shreds by the great sun-golden crow, and seven-color light entered the great sun-golden crow. With a flash of light, the great sun-golden crow turned into a handsome young man with a gloomy look on his face. A beautiful girl in yellow, who looks to be 18 or 19 years old and has a golden horn on her head, stepped forward and said with a look of admiration on her face, "Big Brother E, you're amazing. The seven-color flame horse is comparable to an intermediate holy step powerhouse in terms of battle prowess, yet you killed it so easily. Amazing." Yuanyang sighed faintly. What's the big deal about killing a seven-color flame horse? Compared to that person, I'm still far behind. If it's him, then even the seven-color Eternal Canyon's king beast is not his match. A disapproving look on her face, the girl in yellow said with a smile, "How is that possible? The seven-color Eternal Canyon's king beast is comparable to a quasi-empyrean rank existence. In the entire Eternal Scar Road, there are few people who are its match. Big Brother E, is the person you're trying to chase a quasi-empyrean rank monster?" Yuanyang said unhurriedly. "He's not a quasi-empyrean yet, not yet." The seven-colored river suddenly churned, and countless seven-colored beasts let out waves of earth-shaking roars as they flew towards the deepest part of the canyon. With a flash of seven-colored light, a seven-color cloud beast with a dragon's head, a lion's head, a leopard's head, a human's body, 4 arms, and a long scorpion tail emerged from the seven-colored river. King Beast. A seven-color cloud beast. King Beast, why is it here? Run. When the many saints next to the seven-colored river saw the king beast, their faces changed dramatically, and they cast secret methods to flee in different directions. The king beast is the most terrifying overlord in the seven-color canyon. It lives in the deepest part of the canyon and rarely appears. Once it appears, many saints will die. When Yuanyang saw the king beast, his face changed dramatically, and he pulled the girl in yellow and turned into a stream of fire and fled into the distance. A quasi-empyrean rank existence can easily kill a saint. What's going on? The king beast didn't attack. It seems to be guarding against something. All of a sudden, Yuanyang's heart stirred, and he looked towards the void. Ripples appeared in the void, and a figure walked out of the ripples, revealing himself. A complicated look in his eyes, Yuanyang uttered, "It's him, the Heaven Holy! The Heaven Holy! That's the Heaven Holy!" This king beast should have appeared because of the Heaven Holy. The saints who were running for their lives stopped in their tracks and started to discuss among themselves. The seven-color Eternal Canyon's king beast stared at Yang Feng with a vigilant expression. Countless runes shone on Yang Feng's body, and he took a step forward, appeared in front of the king beast in an instant, and sent a fist barreling towards the seven-color cloud beast. The seven-color cloud beast radiated with seven-colored light, and its 3 heads sprayed black deathly light, white divine light of purification, and gray light of destruction. The 3 rays of light swept towards the sky, and the star directly crumbled and shattered. Boom! Boom! The rainbow light continued to shine, causing the entire void to tremble. Terrifying energy shockwaves spread out in all directions. The girl in yellow asked with an intelligent look, "Big Brother E, is that the person you have been chasing?" Yuanyang's eyes shimmered with a complicated ray, and he sighed faintly. "Yes, that is the person I have been chasing. The Heaven Holy Yang Feng." When Yuanyang went to the Battle Demon sect to challenge Yang Feng, he was in high spirit. Since his defeat at Yang Feng's hands, he buried all his pride in his heart and desperately climbed upwards. In the end, He surpassed many geniuses and promoted to a Holy Spirit Warlock. No matter when, a Holy Spirit Warlock is a pinnacle existence in the universe. Even in the age of eternal sovereigns, Holy Spirit Warlocks were pinnacle powerhouses and the protectors of superior races. But when Yuanyang saw that the target he has been chasing can already fight a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse and gain the upper hand, he naturally felt very complicated. The girl in yellow smiled sweetly and held Yuanyang's hand. Big brother E, don't give up. One day you will catch up to him. Even if you can't catch up to him, you can still see many beautiful sceneries on the way. Yuanyang was silent for a while, then looked at the girl who has accompanied him for many years after he entered the eternal path, and a gentle look flashed in his eyes. That's right. Even if I can never catch up to him, I can still see many beautiful sceneries on the way. Jaeyun, let's get married after we leave here. Jaeyun's beautiful eyes burst out with a brilliant look, and she smiled like a flower. Okay! A cyan halberd radiance pierced through the Beast King's body and decapitated it. A black hole suddenly appeared and swallowed the Beast King. Countless runes flickered, and the seven-colored King Beast only persisted for a while before it collapsed and turned into a tremendous force that entered Yang Feng's body. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. After Yang Feng devoured the seven-colored King Beast, he glanced at Yuanyang and revealed a look of surprise. Then, he withdrew his gaze, and his figure fluttered and disappeared. The seven-color Eternal Canyon, the brilliant divine domain, the eternal star, Yang Feng traveled through these eternal relic sites in search of the mysteries of eternity. Every time he leaves an eternal relic site, Yang Feng's strength increases greatly. Chapter 1258. Eternal relic sites are secret realms established by Eternals at the time. When these eternal relic sites were in their heyday, they could even suppress Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. However, after they were destroyed and turned into relic sites, few of them can threaten Empyrean rank powerhouses. Except for a few mysterious and intact eternal relic sites, the rest only have the power to threaten quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. Even most eternal relic sites can't threaten the life of quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. At this time, Yang Feng's strength has far surpassed that of ordinary quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. As such, he can naturally crush ordinary eternal relic site. In the Whale Continent, Yang Feng obtained a fruit that surpassed the eternal divine fruit and changed his potential completely, causing his aptitude to undergo earth-shaking changes. When he transmigrated to the Zhangji Plain, Yang Feng was just an ordinary earthling with low soul aptitude. But after various evolutions, Yang Feng's aptitude has surpassed that of countless powerhouses in this universe, and he has become a peerless supreme genius. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yang Feng has traveled to one eternal relic site after another. In the central starfield of the Eternal Path, even the eternal relic sites controlled by eternal Empyrean races are open to Yang Feng for him to explore. Of course, in exchange, the elites and geniuses of eternal Empyrean races must be allowed to explore the eternal relic sites controlled by Yang Feng. The True Ruins Divine Country in a secret room. Yang Feng opened his eyes, countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and pinnacle great holy rank breath spread from him and soared into the sky. After spending 100 years, Yang Feng finally broke through to the pinnacle Great Holy Realm from the advanced Great Holy Realm. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he sighed faintly. It's really difficult. It will take 100 years to break through to the quasi-Empyrean realm. I don't know how much time it will take to practice cultivation alone. Normally, breaking through to the pinnacle Great Holy Realm from the advanced Great Holy Realm in 100 years is already amazing. After Yang Feng's life form was changed by the fruit that surpassed the eternal divine fruit, it will only take 1,000 years for him to break through and become a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. However, the Gamana universe has already invaded this universe. If he is a step late, he won't be able to advance to the eternal realm before the Gamana universe's eternal sovereigns enter this universe. If that happens, everyone in the world of warlocks will become the Gamana universe's food. A blue radiance flashed slightly and Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Within a palace, Yunlong Saintis sat on a throne and was handling various matters in an orderly manner. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared behind the Cloud Dragon Holy Maiden. Looking at her beautiful back, he showed a satisfied smile. Among the women on the Eternal Road, Mykelia and Shuryu were the strongest. However, none of them had much interest in managing a huge force. The Cloud Dragon Holy Maiden and the Silver Snake Kongyin had the highest political power. They were in charge of the Central Galaxy and the Taiyuan Galaxy respectively. Yunlong Saintis was a saint, and her status was much higher than Silver Snake Kongyin's. She was in charge of managing the Central Starfield. Your Majesty! Startled, the Cloud Dragon Holy Maiden got up and saluted Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled and helped the Cloud Dragon Holy Daughter up. You and I are husband and wife, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. By the way, do you have any leads on the matter I asked you to investigate? The Cloud Dragon Saintess said, the last owner of the Net of Fate of the 3 treasures of fate was the Devil Blade Lord. After he died, the Net of Fate never appeared again. The Unveil of Fate isn't on the Eternal Road. Reportedly, it's in the Origin World. The 3 treasures of fate, the Blue Mirror of Fate, the Veil of Fate, and the Net of Fate, contain the essence of fate. The essence of fate is an essence that must be mastered in order to advance to an eternal sovereign. Of course, in a universe with a higher energy level, there may be existences who can advance to the eternal sovereign realm without mastering the essence of fate. But in the world of warlocks, there is only one way to advance to the eternal sovereign realm. Along the way, Yang Feng obtained a lot of information about civilizations, as well as the technology of the Shido civilization, which gave birth to the eternal sovereign civilization. All sorts of information indicated that only by grasping the profound and unfathomable profundities of destiny would one have a chance of advancing into the eternal realm. Yang Feng, who has already advanced to a pinnacle great holy, is only a step away from advancing to a quasi-empyrean step powerhouse and truly stepping into the realm of immortals. Now, he has begun to prepare for the advancement to the eternal sovereign realm. Only by advancing to an eternal sovereign can Yang Feng have the confidence to contend against the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns. Otherwise, even if it is an invincible overlord rank powerhouse like the human 7 warlock emperors, in front of an eternal sovereign, only death will await them. Yang Feng uttered flatly. Have the masters of the lightless sea, the golden leaf abode, and the flying sea bridge come see me. I want to enter the eternal wall. The eternal wall is the most important eternal relic on the eternal road, located in the center of the central starfield. The eternal wall is guarded by 3 eternal emperor race powerhouses, namely the lightless sea, the golden leaf abode, and the flying sea bridge. Only by obtaining the approval of these 3 eternal emperor race powerhouses will they join forces to open a path leading to the eternal wall. In addition to the 3 eternal emperor race powerhouses who open the path leading to the wall of eternity, a warlock emperor rank powerhouse can also freely tear the void and create a path leading to the wall of eternity out of thin air. With Yang Feng's current strength, he still cannot create a path leading to the eternal wall. The Cloud Dragon Holy Maiden responded with a sweet smile. Yes, Your Majesty, I think they will be happy to open a path leading to the eternal wall for you. At this time, the force under Yang Feng's control has become the #1 force on the Eternal Road. Unless all the Eternal Emperor race powerhouses join forces, they may be able to defeat Yang Feng. But that is almost impossible. There is a huge conflict between the Eternal Emperor race powerhouses, and many of them are mortal enemies. Unless Yang Feng does something outrageous and forces them to join forces, they won't dare to be enemies with Yang Feng. Even a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse cannot make the three eternal Emperor race powerhouses join forces to open a path leading to the Eternal Wall. But the three eternal Emperor race powerhouses don't dare to disobey Yang Feng's orders. This act of obstructing Yang Feng from stepping on the Warlock Emperor path is enough to support him in launching a war of extermination. Any peerless genius who wants to advance to the Warlock Emperor realm cannot tolerate an existence that obstructs their path forward. Without any suspense, as soon as Yang Feng's words spread, the three eternal Emperor race powerhouses quickly replied that they are willing to join forces to open a path leading to the Eternal Wall for Yang Feng. The central starfield of the Eternal Road in an empty space. One after another, light flashed, and one after another wholly flew over from afar and landed in this empty space. In a mysterious space, there was a flash of light, and the void-eyed tiger wholly slowly appeared. In the mysterious space, the green thunder wholly said with a smile, "Void-eyed tiger wholly, you came as well." The void-eyed tiger wholly sighed faintly. "That's right. The path to the Eternal Wall was finally going to be opened again. Naturally, I have to take a look. The Eternal Wall has been opened 8 times in modern times. Each time, it was a human warlock who entered. Each time, the human warlock who came out of the Eternal Wall stepped into the Empyrean realm and became a human warlock emperor. If nothing unexpected happens, the Heaven Holy should be the 9th warlock emperor." On the other side, the Light Sea Great Holy sighed in disappointment. "The 9th warlock emperor? The universe really favors the human race. Since the end of the Eternal Sovereign Era, Empyrean rank powerhouses have been the strongest existences in the universe. An Empyrean rank powerhouse can make a race rise and dominate an era. Except for true spirits such as true dragons, phoenixes, and kunpengs, it is already amazing for other races to give birth to an Empyrean rank powerhouse. Although eternal emperors are called Empyrean races, but in fact, most of them have only given birth to quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. The human race, a former slave race and toy race, has given birth to 8 warlock emperor rank powerhouses. This aroused the jealousy of many races on the Eternal Road, and they suppressed and discriminated against the human race. Now that Yang Feng has risen, there is no large-scale discrimination against the human race on the Eternal Road. The major races are afraid that they will give Yang Feng an excuse to exterminate them and plunder all their wealth and territory. The eyes of the other quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses in the mysterious space shimmered with a complicated shade. Ripples flickered in the void, and a 3,000-kilometer-long silver-white warship flew out. There is a person sitting on the top of the warship. It is Yang Feng. Heaven Holy! The Heaven Holy is here. Sure enough, today is the day. He is about to enter the Eternal Wall. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the human race gives birth to the 9th Warlock Emperor. He should be the future 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race. The holy rank powerhouses in the void looked at Yang Feng standing on the top of the warship with a scorching shade in their eyes. The green thunder great holy took a deep look at Yang Feng, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. He has become stronger again. The void eyes tiger great holy said with a bitter smile, advancing by leaps and bounds. How fearsome! Even reincarnated Empyrean powerhouses aren't as fearsome as him. The Light Sea Great Holy nodded. After being strengthened by the eternal fruit, Yang Feng has surpassed the peerless geniuses of reincarnated Empyrean powerhouses in many aspects. Greetings, Heaven Holy! The Lightless Great Holy, the Gold Leaf Great Holy, and the Flying Sea Great Holy flew to in front of Yang Feng and bowed to him. Among the 3 powerhouses, the Lightless Great Holy is a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse, while the other 2 are just Pinnacle Great Holy. Chapter 1259. Let's begin. Yang Feng got up, walked to in front of the three powerhouses, and nodded. The lightless wholly silently recited an incantation and spread the fingers of a hand, and an Empyrean-grade secret treasure lightless sea shrouded in mysterious light suddenly flew out. The lightless sea flew into the sky, and countless runes flickered. A strange substance that was as black as ink and could devour all light gushed out of the lightless sea, forming a strange and unfathomable sea that could devour all light. The strange sea churned, twisted, and sank into the void, as if it was linked to the nether void. The strange sea extended for a day and a night, and then a huge stone wall projection exuding the breath of eternity appeared at the end of the lightless sea. This incomparably huge stone wall was the most mysterious and unfathomable eternal ruin on the eternal road, the eternal wall. After the eternal era, almost all emperors had entered the eternal wall at one time or another. After the age of eternals ended, only less than 5 powerhouses have advanced to the Empyrean realm without entering the eternal wall. The human 8 warlock emperors have all entered the eternal wall. The gold leaf wholly silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and an Empyrean-grade secret treasure gold leaf flower shrouded in mysterious light flew out. The golden leaf flower shone brightly as countless runes flew out and condensed into golden leaves. The golden leaves condensed in the lightless sea and formed a golden boat. The lightless sea's seawater can even easily corrode a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse. Only by standing on the gold leaf boat formed from the gold leaf flower can one resist the erosion of the lightless sea. The flying sea wholly waved his hand, and an Empyrean-grade secret treasure 7-color bridge engraved with countless mysterious runes and emitting 7-colored light appeared. Rays of 7-colored light shot out from the rainbow bridge and turned into a rainbow bridge that shuttled through the lightless sea until it reached the end of the lightless sea. The lightless sea opens a path to the eternal wall, the gold leaf flower boat can sail in the lightless sea, and the 7-color rainbow bridge is a shortcut to cross the nearly boundless lightless sea. None of the 3 eternal emperor clans could be missing. If any one of them were missing, the path would not be complete, and they would not be able to reach the eternal wall. Yang Feng took a step and boarded the golden leaf ship. Countless runes shone on the gold leaf flower ship, and it grew a pair of golden wings and flew into the 7-rainbow bridge. The rainbow bridge flickered and swept the golden leaf flower ship towards the depths of the lightless sea. In merely over 10 breaths of time, the rainbow bridge swept the golden leaf flower vessel across space and appeared on an island in the deepest depths of the lightless ocean. Although it was called an island, it was actually a huge continent with a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers. At the center of the huge continent was a black stone wall that was millions of miles tall. The black stone wall was engraved with countless mysterious runes, giving off a trace of eternal aura. This is the Wall of Eternity, a stone wall that records the paths of all Eternals in this universe, as well as the mysteries of the Eternals. Yang Feng looked at the black stone wall with enigmatic light in his eyes, and he strode towards the Wall of Eternity. In front of the Wall of Eternity, all the laws are distorted. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng can only walk towards it step by step, losing the ability to cross 10,000 kilometers in a single step. After walking for 100 kilometers, Yang Feng felt a terrifying force appear out of thin air and press down on him, making him feel like he is carrying a huge star on his back. Yang Feng smiled faintly and continued to move forward. With his current strength, even if he carries a star on his back, he won't feel any pressure. As Yang Feng continued to move forward, the pressure also continued to increase. When Yang Feng reached the edge of the Wall of Eternity 10,000 kilometers away, the weight on his back has already reached 100 stars. This is the Wall of Eternity. Damn it, I can't even touch the Wall of Eternity. Curses! A 3-meter-tall ogre powerhouse projection with a horn on his head and a ferocious face appeared, issued an unwilling roar, turned into distorted light and disappeared. This is a trace of history. Yang Feng glanced at the projection and realized in a flash that it is a trace left by an ogre powerhouse. The Wall of Eternity records the paths of many eternal sovereigns. Once you touch it, you will get great benefits. However, according to legend, no powerhouse has been able to touch the Wall of Eternity before advancing to the Emperor realm. Damn it! Why is this happening? Am I really that weak? Yang Feng walked forward for about 10 kilometers, when a powerhouse with a dragon head and a leopard body appeared again, roared, and then disappeared with an unwilling expression on his face. Along the way, Yang Feng's projections appeared and then disappeared. In the central starfield of the Eternal Path, a light screen projected Yang Feng's experiences in the void. The laws of the Wall of Eternity do not prohibit projections. The Void Eyes Tiger Holy suddenly asked, "Do you think he can step into the Emperor realm?" Virtually all powerhouses who have advanced to the Emperor realm have stepped within 1,000 kilometers of the Wall of Eternity before advancing to the Emperor realm. The 1,000 kilometers is called the Emperor realm. The Green Thunder Holy said lightly, "There's no suspense." The Light Sea Great Holy nodded silently. The other quasi-emperor rank powerhouses looked at Yang Feng and nodded slowly. The Void Eyes Tiger Holy uttered with a faint smile, "Then do you think he can touch the Wall of Eternity?" This time, everyone in this mysterious space fell silent. According to legend, only powerhouses with the potential to advance to an eternal sovereign can touch the Wall of Eternity before advancing to the Emperor realm. In the long history of the universe, there is no record of anyone who can touch the Wall of Eternity before advancing to the Emperor realm. The Green Thunder Holy hesitated for a while before saying, "It should be possible." The Light Sea Great Holy was silent for a while and then shook his head. "Almost. It's not that easy to promote to an eternal. Eternal sovereigns are pinnacle existences no matter which universe they are in. As long as a universe is not destroyed, an eternal is immortal. Unless a universe is destroyed, an eternal won't die due to the decay of their soul due to their lifespan. Eternal sovereigns are the most difficult existences to promote to. From the end of the eternal era to the modern era, more than 1 billion years have passed. During this long period of time, countless geniuses have been born, and who knows how many invincible overlord-rank geniuses have emerged. But no one has advanced to the eternal sovereign realm. The Lizard Dragon Holy was silent for a while, and then said, "Yes, even if it's a heaven holy, it's still not enough." The Lizard Dragon Holy is the leader of the Sacred Starry Sky Lizard Dragons. The Sacred Starry Sky Lizard Dragons are a race created by eternal sovereigns. They are extraordinary life forms with the true spirit Sacred Starry Sky Lizard Mother and true dragon bloodline. Adult Sacred Starry Sky Lizard Dragons possess Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. As a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse, the Lizard Dragon Holy is no weaker than the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy. The other quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses nodded in agreement. They all admit that Yang Feng is very powerful. But it's not that simple to advance to the eternal sovereign realm. Under the gazes of many powerhouses, Yang Feng arrived within 1,000 kilometers of the Wall of Eternity and easily stepped into the Empyrean domain that countless powerhouses can't set foot in. Unfortunately, this is as far as I can go. A peerlessly handsome man with eyes that seemed to contain the mysteries of the stars appeared beside Yang Feng and sighed. Yang Feng glanced at the handsome man, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. This is the Star Lord. Before he advanced to a Warlock Emperor, he was really the weakest. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, although the Star Lord is an invincible overlord. But before he advanced to a Warlock Emperor, he wasn't invincible. Did I only surpass the Star Lord? What a pity, but that's nothing. If the Star Lord can become an invincible overlord, then I can also become an invincible overlord in the future, and even surpass him. Yang Feng advanced for dozens of kilometers, and then a domineering man with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared and smiled proudly, full of confidence. This is the Dawn Lord, who was also in high spirits at the time. Yang Feng took a look at the Dawn Lord and continued forward. I didn't expect that apart from the Star Lord, I didn't surpass anyone else. Damn it. In the future, I will surpass you and advance to the eternal sovereign realm. A handsome man with gray hair, a burly figure, and a somewhat paralyzed face roared full of unwillingness. This is the Golem Lord. Perhaps it's this unwillingness that made him go crazy later on. Yang Feng took a look at the Golem Lord, sighed slightly, and continued forward. I surpassed the Golem Lord and the Star Lord. It seems that I'm quite strong. We humans have the strongest secret treasures. I will use secret treasures to change the human race. In the future, I will also forge an eternal treasure and advance to the eternal sovereign realm. A beautiful young man with red lips, white teeth, sparkling skin, and a charming smile, wearing all kinds of strange secret treasures appeared and looked at the wall of eternity. According to legend, the Magic Note Lord was a beautiful young man with a cheerful personality. The legend is true. In his later years, the Magic Note Lord was indeed forging an eternal treasure, but I wonder if he succeeded. Yang Feng took a look at the beautiful young man, smiled knowingly, and continued forward. After advancing for dozens of kilometers, a tall man shrouded in an aura of stillness, with an ice-cold expression and eyes without a trace of life appeared. Yang Feng looked at the man with enigmatic light in his eyes. The Death Lord, the only one among the 8 warlock emperors who is sentimental. Chapter 1260. At first, the Death Lord was just an ordinary genius warlock. At that time, his soul aptitude was only superior level 5, which was only better than that of the Taboo Lord, who had the worst aptitude. He had a childhood sweetheart, and the first half of his life was very happy. When the Death Lord advanced to the Starry Sky warlock rank, in order to protect him, his wife was killed by a powerful enemy, and her soul was torn apart by a vicious spell. In order to resurrect his wife, the Death Lord embarked on the strongest warlock path. After experiencing countless battles, he finally reached the pinnacle and promoted to a warlock emperor. However, even though the Death Lord became a warlock emperor, he still couldn't resurrect his wife, because her soul was shattered, and part of it fell into the Styx and was washed away. If the Death Lord's wife had possessed Warlock Emperor rank power on the day she died, or even just needed to possess Infinity Warlock rank power to resurrect his wife. But with the passage of time, it became more and more difficult to resurrect his wife. After the soul of an intelligent life form was baptized by the Styx, it would be washed away, and all its memories would be washed away. To resurrect an intelligent life form baptized by the Styx, only by advancing to the eternal rank and becoming an eternal of the universe can you reverse time and laws and resurrect an intelligent life form baptized by the Styx. After the Death Lord advanced to a warlock emperor, he still tried his best to resurrect his wife. He never married a second woman. Standing quietly in place, the Death Lord gazed at the wall of eternity with concentration in his eyes. Yang Feng took a deep look at the Death Lord and continued to move forward. Time Lord, Taboo Lord, I will definitely surpass you. I will. I am the #1 powerhouse of the universe. Everyone must submit to me. You will be no exception. A tall and sturdy man, with a small seal hanging on his neck, a handsome face, long black hair falling to his waist, an unruly and overbearing expression, roared with a fierce ray in his eyes. Transcendent Lord. According to legend, he wants to surpass the Time Lord and the Taboo Lord. It seems to be true. Yang Feng glanced at the Transcendent Lord and continued to move forward. 100 kilometers away from the Wall of Eternity, a powerhouse wearing a black armor and a mask suddenly appeared and gazed into the distance. Taboo Lord, the most mysterious warlock emperor. His enemies back then were almost all dead. His name and existence were taboo. Most of it was erased by him. Now, apart from his subordinates who were still alive, Not many people know about his origins. Yang Feng glanced at the taboo lord in black armor and continued to move forward. After passing the taboo lord, several powerful projections of other race powerhouses emerged, and Yang Feng arrived in front of the eternal wall step by step against the tremendous pressure. He walked to the eternal wall. Someone actually managed to reach the eternal wall? Ever since the eternal wall was built, this is the first person who isn't at the Emperor realm to reach the eternal wall. A wisp of astonishment flashed through the eyes of the saints and great saints in the space above the eternal path. They have already guessed that Yang Feng will be able to set foot in the Empyrean domain, but they didn't expect him to be able to come to the eternal wall. This is my limit. The difference of one step was like a heavenly moat. The energy level of this universe is too low to support the birth of an eternal sovereign. A faint sigh sounded. A valiant man with white hair, eyes filled with vicissitudes of life, but full of determination stood in front of the eternal wall only 2 meters away. Yang Feng looked at the valiant man with respect in his eyes. Time Lord. The first Warlock Emperor. The Time Lord was also the first Warlock Emperor. After going through countless battles with his companions, he integrated the human race and promoted the inferior slave race, which was despised by countless people, to the overlord race of the universe step by step. The cultivation system of human warlocks was created by the Time Lord. By relying on the orthodox warlock cultivation system created by the Time Lord, humans were able to practice cultivation and eventually stand at the top of the universe. Although the Taboo Lord created the bloodline warlock path, but he also absorbed the nutrients of the orthodox warlock cultivation system. Without the support of the orthodox warlock cultivation system, it would be impossible for him to establish the bloodline warlock path. Yang Feng bowed slightly and saluted the Time Lord. In this universe, if it wasn't for the emergence of the Time Lord, the human race wouldn't have been able to get rid of the enslavement of the archgods. Of course, in order to get rid of the enslavement of the archgods, the Time Lord also paid a painful price. At the time, there were countless human heroes who followed the Time Lord. But in the end, only 12 great holies survived. The rest died in the war against the archgods. At the time, the Time Lord almost died in battle several times, but it was his brothers who dragged him out of the most dangerous battlefield. Many of his closest brothers, companions, and comrades fell on the battlefield. He is one of the heroes that Yang Feng admires and respects the most. You're here. The projection of the Time Lord sighed slightly and turned to look at Yang Feng. What's going on? Yang Feng was startled, and he scanned the projection of the Time Lord with soul force. No matter how he scanned, it showed that it was just a projection of history. The Time Lord uttered with a smile, "Don't be surprised. After all, I am someone who has mastered the essence of time. I have also dabbled in prophecy. I cross time and use the power of the Wheel of Time to see you. I am a candidate for the future strongest powerhouse of the human race." Yang Feng responded, "Hello, mighty Time Lord, I am the Heaven Holy Yang Feng." The Time Lord took a deep look at Yang Feng and smiled. "The Heaven Holy Yang Feng? Not Feng Xuanzhen? Emojiang? Interesting, you seem to be someone outside of fate. It's a pity that peeking into the future is too much of a burden for me. I will leave the web of fate and the wheel of time to you. I hope you can set foot in the eternal world and shelter the human race. If possible, help me take care of my old friends. Even if they are your enemies, I hope you can give them a way out." A river of time strangely appeared in the void, and a round wheel of time with 9 sharp horns suddenly appeared, turned into a stream of light, and fell into Yang Feng's hand. The 9 horns are engraved with 9 runes containing the mysteries of time. As soon as Yang Feng saw the 9 runes, he felt that his comprehension of the essence of time has strengthened a notch. With a flash of light, a small silver net appeared in Yang Feng's hand, and wisps of the breath of fate spread from the web of fate. Yang Feng held the two Empyrean-grade secret treasures with a complicated look in his eyes. The Time Lord is really generous. It seems that he really died. Each Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse is fearsome and possesses all kinds of incredible power. Although they will die due to the decay of their soul. But as long as they are willing to pay the price, seal themselves and sleep, they can even live for more than 100 million years. The Primal Chaos Spider Mother is an old monster who has lived since the birth of the universe. Of course, as the price, she must sleep in a special place, not daring to show herself. The Time Lord gave Yang Feng his most powerful invincible secret treasure, the Wheel of Time, and the 3 Empyrean-grade secret treasures, the Web of Fate containing the mysteries of fate. There is only one possibility, that is, he has died. Yang Feng put away the 2 Empyrean-grade secret treasures and took a step forward. As soon as he moved, a peerlessly terrifying power containing eternal ripples ruthlessly pressed down on his body. As if he was hit by a human immobilization spell, Yang Feng stood still. Sure enough, he can't touch the wall of eternity. A legend is indeed a legend. No one in the great holy realm can touch the wall of eternity. Unfortunately, in this era, no one can touch the wall of eternity before advancing to the Empyrean realm. The many holy and great holy experts watching this scene rejoiced and regretted, their hearts filled with complicated feelings. The Great Tribulation is imminent, and Eternals of another universe are eyeing covetously. This universe must give birth to an eternal sovereign to have a glimmer of hope to contend with the Gamana universe. As Yang Feng is too overbearing, many people don't want to see him advance to the eternal sovereign realm. The last step is really difficult to take. Second form. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then the Dawn God armor shone, and he entered the second form. After entering the second form, Yang Feng's power increased sharply, and countless runes shone, causing him to move slightly. No, third form. A fearsome black hole emerged, and the blurry projection inside the black hole shone with countless runes, contending against the fearsome power. It still won't work, fourth form. A cold glint flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he merged with the blurry projection. He erupted with a terrifying power and took a step forward. Crack, crack. As if carrying hundreds of millions of stars on his back, Yang Feng took that step, and the sound of bones cracking echoed. The holy immortal bone cracked inch by inch. No, even the fourth form won't be able to support it. I'm still half a step away. Damn it, what should I do? Am I going to give up? Yang Feng felt intense pain all over, and his soul trembled. Even though he extracted the power of the Kunmo stone, he still barely managed to take the last half step. Only now did he understand why, for hundreds of millions of years, no one except the Empyrean sovereigns has touched the wall of eternity. Chapter 1261. Seeing this scene, the void-eyed Tiger Holy heaved a sigh of relief. Half a step, just half a step, what a pity! There was a flash of regret in the Green Thunder Holy's eyes. Since ancient times, this is the first time someone has taken this step. It's a pity that he is just half a step away from touching the wall of eternity. This should be his limit. A pity. In the mysterious space, the quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses on the eternal path looked at Yang Feng with both joy and regret. In front of the wall of eternity, Yang Feng retracted his footsteps, and the force that seemed to want to crush him disappeared. Do I have to promote to a quasi-Empyrean before I can touch the wall of eternity? But if I don't touch the wall of eternity, how can I promote to a quasi-Empyrean quickly? Yang Feng frowned slightly, looked at the wall of eternity, and fell into contemplation. At this time, Yang Feng is already a pinnacle great holy, only one step away from advancing to a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. However, because of his deep underlying strength, it is far more difficult for him to advance to a quasi-Empyrean step than other existences. Yang Feng has already visited all kinds of eternal relic sites on the eternal path, which allowed him to break through and advance to a pinnacle great holy. However, according to Yang Feng's calculations, at his current speed, it will take him more than 1,000 years to advance to a quasi-empyrean. In ordinary times, 1,000 years is nothing for Yang Feng. However, by the time the two universes devour each other, the Gamana universe's Eternals might have already fought their way here. There were still some mysterious, unfathomable, and intact eternal ruins hidden within the Eternal Road. However, these eternal relic sites are too secretive. Generally, they only appear at specific times. They are existences that can only be encountered by chance. Countless runes shone, and a river of time suddenly appeared beside Yang Feng. As soon as the river of time appeared, it resonated with the wall of eternity, and the tremendous pressure enveloping Yang Feng was reduced by a fraction. Sure enough, in the river of time, a huge spatial portal, a fearsome devouring black hole, and a star capable of destroying everything emerged. The blue mirror of fate and the net of fate, the two Empyrean-grade secret treasures, shone brightly, flew into the river of time, and released wisps of fate aura. Yang Feng took another step and walked towards the wall of eternity. As if countless stars were crushing down on Yang Feng, a frightening force appeared at once and fiercely pressed down on him. Ordinary half-step emperors would be crushed to the ground by the terrifying pressure. Under the crushing force, Yang Feng still took a firm step forward, arrived in front of the eternal wall, and pressed his hand on the eternal wall. In an instant, countless runes shone on the eternal wall, and mysterious aura seeped out of the eternal wall and entered Yang Feng. He did it! He touched the eternal walls. He's just a great saint. He actually touched the eternal walls. That's the eternal wall that only emperors can touch. How is this possible? The heavenly saint has actually touched the eternal wall. In other words, he will become an eternal of our universe. When the holy step emperors saw Yang Feng touch the eternal wall, their countenance changed dramatically, and they commented spiritedly. Ever since the eternal path was separated from the origin world, there has been a legend that if anyone touches the eternal wall before advancing to an Empyrean, they may advance to the next eternal sovereign. The eternal wall, indeed, contains the mystery of eternity. Even if you just look at it from afar, you can get great benefits from the eternal wall. However, in the long years, no one has ever been able to touch the eternal wall in the quasi-Empyrean realm. Only Yang Feng touched the eternal wall in the pinnacle great saint realm. The void-eyed tiger holy's eyes shimmered with a complicated shade, and he sighed slowly. He did it. The light sea great holy uttered flatly. It's really beyond my expectations. It seems that he is really favored by the universe. The quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses looked at Yang Feng in front of the eternal wall with complicated emotions in their eyes. A tremendous amount of power poured into Yang Feng from the eternal wall, nearly causing him to explode. The god armor of dawn flashed slightly, and the Kunmo stone shone brightly and absorbed the energy coming from the eternal wall. A vast, almost endless world appeared in front of Yang Feng. In this world, there are true dragons, golden rocks, and fearsome true spirits running amok in this world and sprinkling their power. In a pool of magma, a red ray shone, and a red rock burst open, and a flame ogre with long crimson hair, a horn on the head, mysterious runes engraved on the head, and flames burning all over his body emerged from the rock. From today on, my name is Flame. The flame ogre faced upwards and issued a long roar, and Holy Spirit Warlock rank breath diffused from him. Flame 1 is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank existence at birth. In this era, he is definitely a top powerhouse with few opponents. But in this era where true spirits run amok and Holy Spirit Warlocks are like dogs, he is nothing. Since his birth, Flame has encountered one danger after another. After suffering several blows, His friends died one after another. In grief, he began to embark on the path of revenge. In the midst of fighting, Flame became stronger and stronger. After experiencing countless fortuitous encounters, he finally set foot on the eternal Flame. After Flame reached the eternal world, the world collapsed, a new world emerged, and the growth of another eternal sovereign appeared in front of Yang Feng. One after another, the growth path of eternal sovereigns appeared in front of Yang Feng. Watching the growth path of these eternal sovereigns, Yang Feng gained tremendous benefit. In the eternal wall, the growth path of 6 eternal sovereigns is recorded. When the 6th eternal sovereign's growth path disappeared, a terrifying will entered Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. In Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, countless rays of light shone, and a speck of light attracted the tremendous soul force in his sea of knowledge and condensed into a white-haired, peerlessly handsome man. The handsome man said with a smile, "Hello, heaven holy Yang Feng, I am the eternal spirit. I am an eternal sovereign who has died in the river of time. Now you must accept the last trial by fire. If you kill me, you can get a trace of the mysteries of eternity as well as the legacy I left behind. If I kill you, then I will carry out an incomplete rebirth on your body." The sea of knowledge churned and condensed into Yang Feng's body. Yang Feng frowned and asked, "Eternal spirit, what do you mean by an incomplete rebirth?" The eternal spirit replied flatly, "My true body has already died. Now I am just an existence formed from a wisp of my true body's remnant soul and power. Even if I kill you, I won't be able to undergo a complete rebirth. In that case, go to hell." Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared and swept towards the eternal spirit. The essence of devour, not bad. As expected of a peerless genius who touched the wall of eternity in the quasi-empyrean realm, a future eternal seed. Unfortunately, a devour black hole of this level can't hurt me. The eternal spirit smiled and pointed with a finger, and a sword formed from soul force appeared, evolved into a 10,000-kilometer-long sword, and slashed at the devour black hole. The devour black hole was slashed apart and shattered in an instant. Your skills in the application of the soul are too weak. However, your soul is very powerful. Your soul aptitude has already surpassed that of many Empyrean sovereigns. How amazing! Runes filled with the mysteries of the soul appeared in the eyes of the eternal spirit, and it looked at Yang Feng and praised. "Thank you for the compliment." With the green sun halberd in hand, Yang Feng unleashed various offensive secret methods recorded in the eternal soul text and rushed towards the eternal spirit. The eternal spirit smiled slightly, then countless runes shone on his hands, and soul swords appeared, and he took the initiative to meet Yang Feng head-on and fight him. The eternal spirit's remnant soul's fighting technique is exquisite. The soul swords in its hands slashed at Yang Feng continuously. The armor of dawn shone and forcibly blocked 90% of the might of the eternal spirit's soul swords. The remaining 10% still left wounds on Yang Feng. In the soul sea, soul force churned and poured into Yang Feng's body, allowing him to recover. The eternal spirit also used secret methods to extract the soul sea's power to repair itself. During the fierce fighting, Yang Feng mastered more and more soul battle techniques, and his strength became stronger and stronger. On the 10th day of the fierce fighting, Yang Feng slashed at the eternal spirit with his halberd and cut it in two. Yang Feng looked at the eternal spirit that was cut in two and sighed slowly. "You came to help me master the mysteries of soul battle. If you were a good-for-nothing, I would have replaced you. This is my mission. Come. Receive the legacy I left behind and guard our universe. It is also a universe that belongs to you." The eternal spirit's remnant soul smiled, then its body collapsed and turned into the purest eternal soul force that surged towards Yang Feng. A devour black hole suddenly appeared and devoured the eternal spirit's remnant soul. Chapter 1262. When the spirit of eternity was devoured, the mysterious runes containing the mysteries of eternity were absorbed by Yang Feng. A formidable and pure power poured into Yang Feng's body in a steady stream, strengthening and transforming it. The wall of eternity contains the eternal force sealed by the spirit of eternity, which is the highest level of eternal force in the universe, and is constantly strengthening and transforming Yang Feng's body. Yang Feng trembled slightly, and the immortal body-time devour body suddenly appeared. Every cell inside him changed and became an existence with the runes of the time devour body as the core. Countless mysterious runes revolved around Yang Feng and exuded fearsome fluctuations of power. The eternal wall shone brightly and frantically extracted the power of the entire eternal path. He's extracting the power of the entire eternal path to strengthen the heaven holy. So this is the power of the eternal wall. How extravagant! So this is an eternal one. How fearsome! In the eternal path, the holy and great holy can see at a glance that the eternal wall is extracting the power of the entire eternal path and gathering it here to strengthen Yang Feng's body. The void-eyed tiger holy sighed faintly. So that's how it is. The greatest reason for the existence of the eternal road was for this day. This is a gathering of the essence of the universe to give birth to an eternal sovereign. The light sea great holy said flatly, "How can it be so easy to give birth to an eternal sovereign? Even if the heaven holy is strengthened by the power of the entire eternal path, it is impossible for him to become an eternal sovereign in one step." The green thunder holy said slowly, "However, with the power of the entire eternal path, he has already laid the foundation of eternity." The void-eyed tiger holy uttered, "If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the new Empyrean of this era. Heaven holy Yang Feng, the 9th warlock emperor of the human race." The other quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses were silent for a while, and then nodded slightly. The eternal wall is extracting the power of the entire eternal path to strengthen Yang Feng. As long as Yang Feng can fully digest this terrifying power, he will be strengthened to a heaven-defying degree. Crack! The saints and great sages all clearly heard a strange crisp sound, as though something had suddenly split open. The entire eternal path trembled slightly, and then calmed down. Countless runes flashed in the eyes of the green thunder holy. He looked towards the void and said slowly, "The plane barrier has broken." The eternal road had begun to fuse with the origin world. Soon, the eternal road will become a part of the origin world. The great void-eyed tiger sage sighed faintly and said, "The eternal road is a special world formed by the eternals by intercepting the essence of the universe. Fusing with the origin world was a matter of course. I just didn't expect this day to come so soon." The eternal path is a special area formed by an eternal intercepting a part of the universe essence of the world of Warlock. The cosmic energy in the eternal road was far greater than that of the origin world. It was precisely because of this that the eternal road could give birth to quasi-emperors. Once the eternal road fused with the primary world, the primary world's missing parts would be filled up, and the recovery would become even faster. The Tsangji Plain, in a mysterious and extremely dangerous canyon. A bronze coffin slowly opened, and a withered claw covered in black hair stretched out from the coffin. A sinister, hoarse voice rang out, "Soon? At that time, the time for me to fully awaken will soon arrive." Rumbling sounds echoed in the canyon, and a dense swarm of black coffins extended from the ground of the canyon, numbering as many as 1,000,000. The lid of a black coffin opened. Inside the coffin was a strange yellow amber. In the center of the amber was a monster with a ghost horn on its head, black hair all over its body, and an extremely ferocious appearance. Crack! Following a crisp sound, the strange yellow amber shattered, and the black-furred, ghost-horned freak crawled out of the coffin. Wisps of quasi-Empyrean rank might diffused from it. "My lord!" The black-furred, ghost-horned freak knelt in front of the bronze coffin and said respectfully. An ice-cold and cruel voice came from the bronze coffin. Babadarok, lay a foundation in the Tsangji plain and wait for my recovery. Babadarok responded respectfully, Yes, my lord. The Tsangji plain, in a sea of magma shrouded in endless flames, a magma giant covered in raging flames walked out of the sea of magma, exuding quasi-empyrean rank fluctuations of power. When the Eternal rode, a corner of the universe that was cut off by an Eternal using peerless magic power, returned, the universe became complete at once, and the speed of recovery accelerated by many times. One terrifying existence after another awakened from the river of time and descended to this world. The central starfield. The brilliant Great Holy opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Tsangji plain. Countless runes flickered in his eyes, and there was a flash of worry in the abyss of his eyes. He sighed slowly. With the recovery of the universe, they should come out. Since the day the universe was born, countless powerhouses have wanted to pursue eternity. Due to the energy level of the universe, the world of warlocks can only produce one eternal sovereign in each era. Terrifying existences like the primal chaos spider mother have fallen into eternal slumber in order to awaken in this era and get the opportunity to advance to the eternal sovereign rank. Countless powerhouses have awakened from the river of time to compete for the opportunity to advance to the eternal sovereign rank. For the world of warlocks, it is unknown whether this is good or bad. After all, none of these powerhouses will give up the opportunity to advance to the eternal sovereign rank, and only one person can advance to the eternal sovereign rank. Fearsome energy vortexes emerged in the Tsangji plain, and fearsome energy storms swept across the Tsangji plain. This is the awakening of quasi-emperor rank powerhouses. These are quasi-emperor rank fluctuations of power. A powerhouse of this rank has awakened. Quasi-emperor rank powerhouses, how can this be? Have they finally awakened? It seems that the situation in the Tsangji plain is going to change greatly. In the Tsangji plain, when the holy experts sense the energy vortexes, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Quasi-emperor rank powerhouses are only a step away from the Empyrean realm. They are far stronger than ordinary great holy rank powerhouses. It has been tens of thousands of years since the birth of a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse. Now that so many quasi-emperor rank powerhouses have awakened, it is unknown whether this is a blessing or a curse for the Tsangji plain's major forces. Central Starfield. A tall and sturdy man with 2 dragon horns on his head, one of which was broken, and his face was covered in scars, walked towards the headquarters of the human race step by step. He was wrapped in black chains and had 2 dragon horns on his head, one of which was broken. Where is the brilliant Great Holy? When the man with 2 dragon horns arrived outside the human race's headquarters, his hoarse voice reverberated in the void, and pinnacle Great Holy fluctuations of power pervaded the area. With a flash of light, countless mysterious runes shone, and the brilliant Great Holy flew out of the human race's headquarters and stood in midair. 3 rays of light flashed, and 3 Holy Spirit warlocks appeared behind the brilliant Great Holy. The 3 Holy Spirit warlocks are the Green Leaf Holy, the Flying Leopard Holy, and the Heavenly Horse Holy. These 3 Holy Spirit warlocks are friends that the brilliant Great Holy made recently. They are the strongest fighting force in the human race's headquarters. The brilliant Great Holy looked at the man with 2 dragon horns with a dignified shade in his eyes and said unhurriedly, I am the brilliant Great Holy. Friend, who are you? The broken horn Holy showed a ferocious smile. I am the black-horned dragon Holy. I heard that you are the protector of the number 1 genius of the human race, Yang Feng. My lord wants to meet Yang Feng. The brilliant Great Holy's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, The black-horned dragon Holy! You are one of the 4 divine generals subordinated to the heaven-devouring dragon. The Green Leaf Holy's face changed dramatically, and he uttered, The heaven-devouring dragon, the heaven-devouring dragon that once seriously injured an Empyrean. He has resurrected. The heaven-devouring dragon is a ferocious demonic dragon that has mastered the essence of devour in the eternal sovereign era. He had the power of a quasi-emperor and had once devoured a heavily injured emperor. According to legend, if he hadn't been seriously injured by that Empyrean's desperate counterattack when he devoured that Empyrean, he would have been able to advance to an Empyrean. In the eternal sovereign era, the heaven-devouring dragon was a ferocious existence. Who knows how many powerhouses of different races have been devoured by him? For him to be able to live a good life despite having countless enemies in that era, his strength is simply heaven-defying. The heaven-devouring dragon has 4 divine generals subordinated to him, and the first divine general is the black-horned dragon Holy. The black-horned dragon Holy said with a cold smile, "You're quite knowledgeable to know my lord's name. Brilliant great Holy, since you know my lord's name, then come with me. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You want me to go with you? Let's see what you can do." A cold glint flashed in the brilliant great sage's eyes. Countless brilliant divine lights shone and condensed to form a set of brilliant armor on his body. A huge brilliant dragon spear also appeared on his body. "Stubborn idiot! I'll let you see the difference between us." The black-horned dragon Holy snorted coldly, then countless dragon scales appeared all over his body, and true dragon chi revolved around him, and formed black true dragon projections that roared around him. The black-horned dragon Holy's figure fluttered, and he rushed towards the brilliant great Holy like a humanoid black true dragon. Boom! Boom! The light of countless spells flickered. The black-horned demonic dragon Great Sage was extremely ferocious. The true dragon chi protecting his body formed a true dragon phantom that blocked the spells. He was like a terrifying true dragon that crazily attacked the brilliant Great Sage. The fierce battle lasted for a quarter of an hour. Then 3 streams of light shone, and the green leaf Holy and the other 2 holy ones fled in another direction. The brilliant great Holy is covered in shackles, and the black-horned dragon Holy grabbed him. Chapter 1263. On the branch floating continent where the battle demon sect's headquarters was located, Yu Wuxian received the news from a communicator, and her expression immediately changed. "What brilliant great sage has been captured alive?" Yu Wuxian very decisively ordered, "Pass down my order, immediately withdraw our forces." All the higher-ups immediately returned to headquarters. The communicators flashed faintly, transmitting Yu Wuxian's orders to every corner of the universe. The foundation of the fighting demonic sect in the origin world was much shallower than that of the other 6 great warlock dynasties. With the passage of time, one after another, the holy and great sages of the 6 warlock dynasties awakened in the river of time. The 6 great empires were also becoming more and more powerful. After Yang Feng entered the eternal path, the battle demon sect only has Yu Wuxian and the brilliant great holy, 2 warlocks above the holy spirit rank, guarding it. If not for the fact that the battle demon sect was a member of the human race Supreme Council and had the support of the Taboo dynasty, the Star dynasty, and the brilliant great saint, the battle demon sect would not have existed. They had long been chased out of the floating continent of the divine root of heaven and earth by the upper-class races. Now that the brilliant great sage was suppressed by the black-horned dragon demon great sage and the battle demon sect suffered heavy losses, it was unknown how many powerhouses wanted to take a big bite out of the battle demon sect. Yu Yen said, "Lord, should we ask the human Supreme Council for help?" Yu Wuxian pondered for a while, then gritted her teeth and said, "Immediately ask the human race Supreme Council for help. Yu Yen, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip and ask for help from those saints." At this time, Yu Yen has already promoted to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. For her to come forward and ask for help, It can be regarded as a sign of respect for the Holy Spirit warlocks and great holy rank powerhouses. Yu Wuxian should have gone to the Holy Ones in person to ask for help. But as the only Holy Spirit warlock in the Battle Demon sect, she must guard the headquarters. Yu Yen nodded lightly and transformed into a ray of light that flew towards the distance. The brilliant sage has been captured alive. He was the guardian of the Battle Demon sect, one of the 12 great sages who had once followed the Time Lord, yet he was captured alive. Who did this? Great Sage Blackhorn Demonic Dragon, the leader of the 4 great divine generals under the Eternal Era's heaven-devouring devil dragon. The heaven-devouring demonic dragon is that heaven-devouring demonic dragon that once devoured a venerable emperor. It actually revived? That's right. Not long ago, the laws of the universe changed. Those half-emperors slumbering in the river of time have all crawled out of their graves. Those monsters have crawled out of their graves. The humans are in trouble. The former slave race has actually become the overlord race that rules over this world. How could they be willing to accept that? The human race has occupied the heaven-earth divine root, so it's only natural that they would be hated and envied. That place was the center of the universe. He had the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. How could they watch the humans occupy that place and do nothing? In the Tsangji Plains Weave, the powerhouses of the major races were discussing and gloating over others' misfortune. All eyes were focused on the Battle Demon sect. If they didn't respond appropriately, the entire Battle Demon sect would be swept into pieces by this storm. The Human Supreme Council quickly responded. The Taboo Imperial Dynasty and the Star Imperial Dynasty each sent 2 saints to the Battle Demon sect's headquarters to help protect the sect. The higher-ups of the Battle Demon sect also returned from various places and retreated into the branch floating continent. The higher-ups of the Battle Demon sect were summoned back from various places, which caused a huge loss to the Battle Demon sect's influence. However, in this way, everyone's strength was gathered to protect the Battle Demon sect, preventing it from being breached so easily. Yu Wuxian was very smart. She knew that as long as Yang Feng returned, all the enemies would be crushed by him. A battleship flew over from afar, entered the branch floating continent where the Battle Demon sect's headquarters was located, and stopped in a spaceport. Hundreds of human warlocks walked out of the warship and went to the examination area. In the examination area, hundreds of fan-shaped scanners appeared and scanned the human warlocks, emitting various rays of light. Pupil detection passed. Gene test passed. Fingerprint test passed. Soul inspection passed. Abnormal. Enemy invasion. High energy level. A great sage. A dangerous great sage. Warning. A dangerous great saint-level character has invaded. Shortly after a moonlight warlock from the Battle Demon sect entered the test area, loud alarms sounded. Light of teleportation shone and teleported away the warlocks who have passed the inspection. The Heaven Holy Yang Feng is really something. The 100 Illusions Great Holy, have never been discovered when I ran amok in the world. I didn't expect that I would be discovered so easily, as expected of a peerless human supreme genius of this era. The warlock smiled slightly, then his body twisted, and he changed into a beautiful being with long black hair and a peerlessly handsome appearance. The warlock looked like a man and a woman, and was attractive to both men and women. The 100 Illusions Great Holy was one of the 4 heavenly lords subordinated to the heaven-devouring demonic dragon. He was proficient in the art of transformation. When he ran amok in the world, few people could see through his art of transformation. Fine, since I've been seen through. Let me destroy the Battle Demon sect. I'll make a great contribution to my lord. The 100 Illusions Great Holy smiled and pointed with a finger, and countless runes shone and green rays barreled towards the spaceport. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking explosion, The spaceport, covering an area of tens of thousands of kilometers, was blown apart, and all the machinery in the spaceport was engulfed by the explosion and blown to pieces. Great Holy! A Great Holy has infiltrated here. Advanced Great Holy! That's an advanced Great Holy powerhouse. On the branch floating continent, the countenance of the 4 Holy Spirit warlocks supporting the 2 warlock imperial courts flickered, and they turned into 4 streams of light and gathered beside Yu Wuxian. None of the 4 Holy Spirit warlocks is a match for an advanced Great Holy powerhouse. If the 4 of them join forces, coupled with the arrangements made by the Battle Demon sect in their base, they might be able to fight against an advanced Great Holy powerhouse. Activate the ultimate defense. In a reception hall, Yu Wuxian pressed a button with an expressionless face. On the Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent, mechanical towers suddenly appeared and shone with countless runes. The mechanical towers emitted resonant ripples and absorbed the energy of the entire branch floating continent. In an instant, the area 10,000 kilometers in radius around the 100 Illusions Great Holy changed into a magic band domain and extracted all the energy of heaven and earth. Magic band domain. It won't be that easy to defeat me with a magic band domain alone. I'm not that kind of elemental life form. The 100 Illusions Great Holy smiled faintly, then emitted black light, floated in the air, and flew towards the center of the branch floating continent. Along with flashes of light, a large number of battle robots formed a huge mechanical flood and rushed towards the 100 Illusions Great Holy. Amazing! So this is the Battle Demon sect's mechanical legion. So many, so this is the underlying strength of the Battle Demon sect. When the 4 Holy Spirit warlocks saw the dense mechanical legion, their eyes shimmered with shock and their scalp turned numb. Even if it is a Holy Spirit warlock, once they are surrounded by an almost endless mechanical legion, they will eventually fight to the death. The Battle Demon sect's mechanical legion. Interesting, but it's just that there are a lot of them. They can't block my way at all. The 100 Illusions Great Sage smiled proudly. Rays of cyan radiance formed cyan blades that slashed towards the mechanical army. Wherever the green blade passed, the primary battle robots were shredded into pieces and shattered into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the 100 Illusions Great Sage had crossed the distance of 100 miles. Strange rune chains emerged from the void and swept towards the 100 Illusions Great Holy. This is... The 100 Illusions Great Holy was about to cast a spell to avoid the chains, when his face suddenly flickered. He sensed that the surrounding space has been completely sealed. Rays of blue light burst out of the 100 Illusions Great Sage's body and slashed at the rune chains. Slashed by the green light, the rune chains collapsed one after another. Those rune chains were practically endless, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, surging out from various regions. Suddenly, a chain emerged from the void, stabbed the 100 Illusions Great Holy, wound around him, and sealed him. Target locked. Entering annihilation sequence. Saint Slaughter artilleries emerged from the branch floating continent, shone brightly, and turned into a beam of destruction barreling towards the 100 Illusions Great Holy. Stop! The 100 Illusions Great Holy's face fell, and he roared. In the next moment, the 100 Illusions Great Holy was engulfed by a beam of light. With a flash of green light, the 100 Illusions Great Holy, who only has half of his body left, desperately fled into the distance. So strong. So this is the underlying strength of the Battle Demon sect. How fearsome! As expected of the base of a heaven holy, this is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. The 4 Holy Ones inhaled a breath of cold air. If they were hit by that beam of light, they would be annihilated, and even their souls would be extinguished. Rune chains emerged, stabbed the 100 Illusions Great Holy's broken body, and ran through it. My lord, save me! The 100 Illusions Great Holy let out a shrill roar. The void split open, and a black dragon claw that was tens of thousands of kilometers long and covered in dragon scales emerged from the void, piercing into the battle demon sect's branch floating continent. It reached out and grabbed the 100 Illusions' great sage. With a forceful tug, the countless rune chains were shattered, and the 100 Illusions' great sage entered the huge rift. 1 month from now, I will slay the brilliant Great Holy on the god-murdering mountain. A cold and ruthless voice full of killing intent came from the rift and suppressed the surroundings. Chapter 1264. Heaven-devouring demonic dragon. It's him. He really woke up. When the 4 holy ones who came to help sensed the terrifying aura coming from the spatial rift, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. When Yu Wuxian heard that voice, her face became gloomy. The brilliant Great Holy is an important member of the Battle Demon sect. It was thanks to the protection of the brilliant Great Holy that Yang Feng was able to occupy a branch floating continent and develop rapidly. If it wasn't for the protection of the brilliant Great Holy, Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to occupy a branch floating continent, and his development wouldn't have been so smooth. Yu Wuxian's gaze fell on Holy Feng Ku. Among the 4 holy ones, Yu Wuxian has the best relationship with Holy Feng Ku from the Taboo Imperial Court. Holy Feng Ku is also one of Yu Wuxian's pursuers. Holy Feng Ku smiled bitterly and shook his head. Holy Yu Wuxian, I can't make a decision on this matter. According to our analysis, the heaven-devouring demonic dragon is a monster closest to the Empyrean realm in this universe. Unless the Holy Council makes a decision to mobilize all the powerhouses of the 6 warlock imperial courts, there's no way to fight it. The other 3 holy ones nodded, a dignified shade in their eyes. When the heaven-devouring demonic dragon wreaked havoc in the universe, who knows how many holy ones and great holy ones were devoured by it and turned into its evolution resources. If it hadn't courted death by devouring a seriously injured Empyrean, it would have been able to advance to the Empyrean realm at the time. Only when all the holy ones and great holy ones of the 6 warlock imperial courts join forces may they be able to contend against such a terrifying existence. Yu Wuxian gritted her teeth and uttered, "Okay, I'll go to the Holy Council to ask for help." The Myriad Flowers Palace is located in the center of the core world. The Holy Council, which decides the fate of the Human Supreme Council, is located in the Myriad Flowers Palace. The Human Supreme Council, established by many warlock monarchs, only decides the mundane affairs of the Human Supreme Council. Matters involving the fate of the Human Supreme Council, as well as powerhouses above the Holy Spirit Warlock rank, will be handed over to the Holy Council for handling. In the seat of honor of the Holy Council sits a burly golden dragon Great Holy with 2 golden dragon horns on his head. He was an expert who had revived in the Time Dynasty 20 years ago. He possessed a terrifying cultivation at the peak of the Great Sage realm and was currently the chairman of the Saint Assembly. The Great Void Golden Dragon Sage said slowly, "The brilliant Great Sage was captured alive by the heaven-devouring demon dragon and executed on the god-murdering mountain a month later. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Many of the saints and great saints below frowned and remained silent. Yu Wuxian gritted her teeth and said, "I propose that we gather the power of the Human Supreme Council to seal and suppress the sky-devouring demonic dragon. Save the brilliant Great Sage." A Holy Spirit Warlock of the Transcendent Imperial Court uttered coldly, "The heaven-devouring demonic dragon is a peerless fierce beast of the eternal era. At that time, he was the strongest person under the Empyrean realm. He had devoured countless saints and great sages. He had even devoured 5 half-step emperors. Other than the first time, the heaven-devouring demonic dragon had 4 great divine generals, all of whom were great sages. Moreover, the black-horned demonic dragon Great Sage's strength was even more terrifying. Even the brilliant Great Sage had been captured alive by him. Moonless Saint, it's not that we don't want to save the brilliant sage, it's just that we don't have enough power. The rest of the saints and great sages in the meeting fell silent. The heaven-devouring demonic dragon is a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse, an invincible existence under the Empyrean realm. Unless the 6 warlock imperial courts bring out all their underlying strength, they have a chance of suppressing it. But there is also the possibility of failure. The heaven-devouring demonic dragon is ferocious. At the time, even an Empyrean could only seriously injure him, but not kill him. If the 6 warlock imperial courts bring out all their underlying strength, it won't be difficult to defeat him. But it will be extremely difficult to kill, suppress, and seal him. Yu Wuxian uttered coldly, "A great holy was captured and killed. But the human Supreme Council didn't react. Wouldn't we become a joke in the world? If word of this spreads out, those non-humankind beings will probably pounce on us and bite us. Who knows how many races the human race has offended by dominating the universe? Those races remain silent because they fear the strength of the human race. Once the human race shows signs of decline, it will attract countless powerful races to pounce on them and tear them to pieces." The transcendent imperial court's Holy Spirit warlock smiled proudly and said, "Our human race also has powerful enough powerhouses that are awakening. Once they wake up, even the heaven-devouring demonic dragon won't be a threat." Yu Wuxian's heart sank, and she looked at the rest of the saints and great sages. The rest of the saints and great sages of the Holy Council are silent. Clearly, they agree with the words of the transcendent imperial court's Holy Spirit warlock. The human 8 warlock imperial courts were originally filled with powerhouses. As such, they naturally have quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses keeping watch. This is the underlying strength of the 8 warlock imperial courts. But it will take some time for those quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses to fully awaken. Yu Wuxian argued strongly in the Holy Council, but to no avail. Even the saints of the Battle Demon Sect's ally, the Taboo Imperial Court, remained silent. The heaven-devouring demonic dragon is a peerless fierce beast from the eternal era that has devoured quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. Before the quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses of the 6 warlock imperial courts fully awaken, becoming enemies with it is tantamount to courting death. After the Holy Council ended, the saints dispersed from the Wanhua Palace. Saint Feng Ku chased after Yu Wuxian and said with a bitter smile, "Saint Yu Wuxian, I'm sorry." Yu Wuxian sighed faintly. "No need to apologize. The heaven-devouring demonic dragon is a peerless fierce beast from the eternal era, a terrifying existence that escaped from an Empyrean. Unless it is the era of the 8 warlock imperial courts, who would dare to provoke it? A peerless fierce beast that can devour quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses is virtually unstoppable. Only in the era of the 8 warlock imperial courts, where the human 8 warlock emperors suppressed countless planes, maintained order and strict laws, and even quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses didn't dare to act presumptuously. Saint Feng Ku said unhurriedly, "Even if it was a heaven holy, it wouldn't do. After all, the heaven-devouring demonic dragon is a peerless fierce beast from the eternal era. Even a heaven holy is not its opponent." Yu Wuxian was silent and then sighed faintly. The God-murdering mountain is a majestic mountain that has been eroded by god blood and is 10,000 kilometers tall. The last Empyrean of the Arch-God era, Di Chen, sank into the god-murdering mountain and fought fiercely with the Time Lord. Di Chen was beheaded and his limbs severed by the Time Lord, and his terrifying Empyrean blood dyed the god-murdering mountain red. Most of Di Chen's power was taken away by the Time Lord, and the remaining Empyrean blood merged with the mountain range. After countless years, it finally evolved into a majestic mountain that has been eroded by god blood. The god-murdering mountain originally sunk into the ground of the Zhangji Plain, but due to the constant earthquakes, it gradually extended out of the ground. After 20 years of changes, It has become one of the 10 largest demonic mountains of the Tsangji Plain. In a white cloud outside of the god-murdering mountain, traces of light flickered, and an emerald green leaf directly appeared. A golden-haired, blue-eyed, sexy beauty of the elf clan, wearing a green leaf armor and carrying a huge battle bow on her back, stood quietly on the emerald green leaf, looking at the peak of the god-murdering mountain. A ray of light flashed, and a peerless beauty with waist-length black hair and 9 snow-white fox tails appeared beside the peerless beauty of the elf clan with a smile on her face. She exuded a stunning charm from all over her body, and no matter if it was a man or a woman, they would be deeply attracted by her. The beautiful woman with 9 snow-white fox tails said with a sweet smile, "Mofasaraja, instead of being the primary god of the elven divine system on the Fesua Plain, why did you come to the god-murdering mountain to watch the show?" Mofasaraja uttered faintly, "White Narcissus, this is a battle related to the situation on the Tsangji Plain. I'm curious about how the humans will respond." That was a great holy. If the human Supreme Council allows the brilliant Great Holy to be killed, it will be a huge blow to the prestige of the human race. But a ferocious existence like the heaven-devouring demonic dragon is not easy to deal with. If it becomes an enemy, the humans will suffer heavy casualties, and may even be unable to recover from this setback. White Narcissus said with a sweet smile, "If the humans are unable to recover from this setback, and then break the seal left by the Time Lord, then the elves can spread their faith in the Tsangji Plain. You may be able to take advantage of this great tribulation to promote to the sole god of the Tsangji Plain and advance to the eternal realm. Am I right? In the god system, the strength of a supreme god is comparable to that of a Holy Spirit warlock to that of a warlock emperor in their divine country. The sole god is a god who has the faith of all intelligent life forms in the center of the universe. The sole god is a terrifying existence comparable to an eternal sovereign. It is for this reason that the Time Lord left a restriction to prohibit anyone from ascending to godhood on the Tsangji Plain. Mofasaraja's pupils constricted slightly, and she said, "That's right. With my aptitude, this is the only way I can advance to the eternal realm." Using the god system to advance to the eternal realm is far clearer than using other method. If Mofasaraja uses the traditional method to advance to the eternal realm, she won't succeed. Just the essence of time alone is enough to leave her at a loss. Only through the god system can she have a glimmer of hope of advancing to the eternal realm. Of course, once Mofasaraja becomes the sole god of the universe, she can only fight an eternal sovereign in her divine country. In other places, she is far weaker than a true eternal sovereign in terms of combat power. It is impossible for her to leave this universe and enter the great universe. However, after she becomes a sole god, as long as the universe hasn't ended, her soul won't decay and turn into a pile of bones due to her lifespan. White Knight uttered with a smile, "In addition to the first time, you should have another purpose, which is to see if the Heaven Holy has returned or not. Am I right? The most important purpose of the guys gathered here is to see if the Heaven Holy has returned or not. This is also the reason why the heaven-devouring demonic dragon attacked the brilliant Great Holy." Chapter 1265. The 100 Illusions Great Holy has just been seriously injured and is a little weak. However, the black-horned dragon demon Great Holy is the #1 powerhouse subordinated to the heaven-devouring dragon. He suppressed the brilliant Great Holy by himself. His strength is tyrannical, and he forcibly blocked the 6 Great Holy. Ripples flickered in the void. Behind the Time Imperial Court's quasi-emperor powerhouse, there are 6 Great Holy, each of which exudes fearsome auras. Startled by the heaven-devouring dragon's voice, countless birds and beasts within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers flew away in panic. The God Great Holy, one of the 4 strongest quasi-emperor rank powerhouses of the time imperial court. It's actually him. White Shuaxian uttered with a sweet smile. He's attacking the prestige of the human race. As expected of the human Supreme Council, the most fearsome force of this era, a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse has recovered. That's the Heaven Holy. He's back. Covered in wounds, the brilliant Great Holy is carried by the black-horned dragon demon Great Holy like a chicken. There are 2 people standing below the heaven-devouring dragon. One is his first divine general, the black-horned dragon demon Great Holy, and the other is the 100 Illusions Great Holy. White Shuaxian uttered with a smile. The human Supreme Council has gathered the power of the 6 warlock dynasties. It's indeed very strong. However, if no one from the human Supreme Council shows up this time, I'm afraid that the hungry wolves will gather and attack the humans. To think that the heaven-devouring dragon would use such a trick, it's really cunning. This is much more effective than killing the brilliant Great Holy on the spot. He gave the human Supreme Council a month to muster its strength. At noon, the heaven-devouring dragon showed a ferocious smile. What a cunning little thing! The god Great Holy was one of the 4 invincible quasi-emperors of the time imperial court. For the heaven-devouring dragon to defeat him so easily is simply incredible. Since the main course is over, then I'll enjoy the dessert. Brilliant Great Holy, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for sheltering that fool Yang Feng. He deserves to die for blocking my way. As his protector, you deserve to die even more. One was the number 1 expert below the Emperor realm during the Eternal Era, while the other was one of the 4 strongest quasi-emperors of the Time Dynasty. I'm really looking forward to the clash between these 2 experts. Numerous gazes flashed past the black-horned dragon devil Great Sage and the 100 Illusion Great Sage, and then numerous saint intents were communicating with each other. The brilliant Great Sage is finished. Heaven-devouring demon dragon, how dare you touch my people? Are you courting death? The hidden Holy and Great Holy have come here for an important purpose, that is, to see if the Heaven Holy Yang Feng has returned. The saints and great saints who were watching from the sidelines gasped when they saw this scene. Numerous gazes fell on the divine Great Sage, filled with fear and solemnity. A voice reverberated in the void, and the voice of the sky-devouring demon dragon echoed within 1,000,000 kilometers. As soon as the 6 great sages beside divine Great Sage moved, Black-horned demonic dragon Great Sage and 100 Illusions Great Sage took the initiative to fly over and block the 6 human race Great Sages. Retreat. Mofasaraja looked around and mysterious runes appeared. At a glance, she saw Holy and Great Holy hiding in the surroundings. Defeated. The divine Great Sage was defeated. A divine light condensed into a divine sword and slashed out from the devouring demon light. The sword slashed the devouring demon light apart and slashed at the sky-devouring demon dragon, splitting its scales and leaving a horrifying bone-deep wound on its body. The Holy and Great Holy have guessed why the heaven-devouring demon dragon attacked Yang Feng, who had no grievances with him. It's because both the heaven-devouring demon dragon and Yang Feng walk the path of devour. No matter who devours the other, the one who survives will get great benefit. The gigantic body of the sky-devouring demon dragon was also blasted 100 miles away by that terrifying blow. Mofasaraja uttered flatly. The human Supreme Council is composed of human warlocks from the 6 warlock imperial courts. Once the powerhouses of the 6 warlock imperial courts awaken, no one will be able to stop them. For now, we have to take advantage of the fact that the powerhouses of the 6 warlock imperial courts haven't fully awakened to defeat them. Only then will the rest have a chance to occupy the heaven and earth spirit root and compete for the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. His death is unclear to begin with, and there are many doubtful points. It seems that he asked the Time Lord to seal himself in the modern era. The divine I Great Sage uttered unhurriedly. Heaven-devouring demon dragon, I am the divine I Great Sage of the human Supreme Council. Please give me some face and let the brilliant Great Sage go. The human Supreme Council finally couldn't help but take action. To send a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. How terrifying! 6 specks of light flashed in the demonic diagram, and the 6 great holy fighting with the black-horned dragon demon Great Sage disappeared into the demonic diagram along with the divine I Great Sage. The eyes of the mountain-like heaven-devouring demon dragon flashed fiercely, and it suddenly turned into a 10,000-kilometer-long demonic dragon covered in devour runes. That lowly human Yang Feng who claims to be the heaven holy still hasn't shown up? What an ungrateful thing. I heard that it was thanks to the protection of the brilliant Great Sage that Yang Feng was lucky enough to advance to a Holy Spirit warlock. I didn't expect that his benefactor is about to be executed, yet he is still hiding. How heartless! Unless the quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses who have awakened from different eras join forces, they may not be able to quell the heaven-devouring demon dragon. All eyes were focused on the terrifying expert who was like a mountain of flesh. The eyes of those saints and great saints flashed with solemnity and fear. When the divine I Great Sage was hit by the blow, fearsome demonic dragon chi slashed him, and his body exploded inch by inch, and blood scattered everywhere. That's the black-horned dragon demon Great Sage and the 100 Illusions Great Sage. Don't the heaven-devouring demon dragon have 4 divine generals as subordinates? You want me to let him go? You'd better obediently become my bait. The heaven-holy Yang Feng is the most fearsome genius of this era. In less than 1,000 years, he has already advanced from an ordinary person to a Holy Spirit warlock and defeated countless supreme geniuses. Whether it is in the Feisua Plain, the Endless Abyss, or other places, he has many avatars. The 4 divine generals were in the Eternal Sovereign era. After so many years, it's already pretty good that there are 2 left. The 10,000-kilometer-long heaven-devouring demon dragon opened its maw, and black devour light tore through the sky and devoured everything in its wake. Mofasaraja nodded slightly, and her gaze fell on the god-murdering mountain. The divine I Great Sage spewed out a large mouthful of blood, then countless runes flashed, and a demonic diagram appeared in his hand. Legend has it that he once devoured an Empyrean. The expressions of all the saints changed drastically when they saw the figure that seemed like an invincible fiend god. The void cracked and a figure walked out of it. Facing the terrifying dragon claw that was as large as a star, he punched out. The divine I Great Sage flew out of the devour light, and his breath weakened a lot. The Heaven Holy's teacher is done for. The devouring heaven demon dragon smiled ferociously, and his voice shook the world. The dragon claw tore the sky and directly suppressed the void. It contained a terrifying power of ultimacy and blasted the body of the divine I Great Sage. Looks of pity, indifference, and schadenfreude focused on the brilliant Great Sage. A burly powerhouse with a vertical eye on the forehead and dressed in a warlock robe of the time imperial court stepped out of the void, and wisps of quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power diffused from him. At the peak of the god-murdering mountain, rays of black light descended, and within the black light, a large black carriage suddenly appeared. On the black carriage, a terrifying expert whose entire body was covered in black dragon scales, with 4 arms, dragon horns on his head, a belly as fat as a bucket, and a face as sinister as a ghost appeared. He was 100 meters tall, like a mountain of flesh. Heaven-devouring demon dragon, as expected of the number 1 powerhouse under the Empyrean realm, he's so powerful. He is the heaven-devouring demon dragon known to be invincible under the Empyrean realm. In the clouds, the heaven-devouring demon dragon smiled ferociously and extended a huge dragon claw towards the brilliant Great Sage. To be able to injure me, divine I Great Sage, among quasi-Empyreans, you have some skill. However, you're destined to die here." The two sides only exchanged blows for a moment. After the divine great sage judged that he was not a match for the heaven-devouring demon dragon, he retreated decisively. This rendered the heaven-devouring demon dragon unable to display any of its method. He originally wanted to consume the divine great sage's power, and then devour him in one fell swoop. But the void was silent. The saints and great sages hidden in the void were silent. In an instant, the shadow of a star suddenly appeared, as if it was the embodiment of the ultimacy of power. It slammed into the terrifying dragon claw, and the claw of the sky-devouring demon dragon was smashed into smithereens. The heaven-devouring demon dragon sneered. The battle demon sect is said to be one of the 7 pillars of the human Supreme Council. I heard that the human Supreme Council is the most powerful force of this era. I captured the brilliant great sage of the battle demon sect, yet the human Supreme Council didn't even dare to fart. What a bunch of trash. The heaven-devouring demon dragon looked into the void, his eyes shimmered fiercely, and he sneered and uttered frigidly, "Heaven-devouring demon dragon! Heaven holy!" In an instant, the divine great sage was drawn into the devouring light. The heaven-devouring demon dragon is an overlord of an era. He even dares to devour warlock emperor rank Empyreans. He is ferocious to the extreme. Few people dare to provoke him. Your opponents are us. He was the #1 powerhouse of this plane at the time. Unfortunately, he awakened too early and his potential is insufficient. Chapter 1266. Heaven Holy! The Heaven Holy is back. So strong. He was able to repel the heaven-devouring demonic dragon. He has become so strong. Holy and great holy gazes filled with shock focused on Yang Feng. Mofasarage's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. So strong. Heaven Holy Yang Feng has grown to this point, that's really scary. The heaven-devouring demonic dragon is a fierce beast known for its strength, yet it was repelled by a punch from him. That's really scary. Staring at Yang Feng with unwillingness in her beautiful eyes, White Knight sighed faintly. The Eternal Path is also known as the Empyrean Path. For the Heaven Holy to come out of the Eternal Path, I'm afraid that he has already become an invincible existence on the Eternal Path like the human 8 warlock emperors. How terrifying! Virtually every one of the human 8 warlock emperors spent thousands of years to become invincible on the Eternal Path. It has been less than 500 years since he entered the Eternal Path. Yang Feng, it's him. He has become so strong. The brilliant Great Holy, who was forced to kneel on the ground, looked at Yang Feng standing in front of him with incredulity in his eyes. When the brilliant Great Holy was reborn, Yang Feng was just an infinity warlock. But now, he can already contend against the peerless fierce beast heaven-devouring demonic dragon. 2 rays of light flashed, and Mykelia and Shuryu appeared behind Yang Feng and looked around with pride on their faces. You are Yang Feng? No wonder he was the strongest heaven's favorite of this generation of the human race. The great tribulation of the universe, we should overcome this tribulation together. For the sake of the big picture, offer me everything and let me advance to the Empyrean realm. I will protect the universe in your place. A ferocious gleam flashed in the eyes of the devouring heaven-demonic dragon, and it roared and belched a devour-black ray that can devour everything sweeping towards Yang Feng. Heaven-devouring demonic dragon, please take the big picture into consideration and become a stepping stone for my evolution. A devour black hole suddenly appeared around Yang Feng, blurred, and slammed into the devour black ray. When the 2 devour forces collided, they distorted and shook each other. Incomparably terrifying energy waves were constantly interweaving and annihilating. Virtually in an instant, Yang Feng split apart the devour black light, appeared in front of the devouring heaven demonic dragon, and punched it. When Yang Feng, who looks like a speck of dust compared to the devouring heaven demonic dragon, slammed his fist into the devouring heaven demonic dragon, and the star-like body of the devouring heaven demonic dragon exploded, and terrifying flesh and blood splashed about. Runes shone, and the devouring heaven demonic dragon turned into a black ray of light and flew 10,000 kilometers away, and the wound healed quickly. How terrifying! The heavenly sage has actually become so powerful. Amazing! He has already surpassed ancient experts like the godly great sage. The eternal road is truly worthy of being the road of emperors. Since he had returned from the eternal road, he must be invincible there. From then on, he was invincible, and no one was a match for him. The heaven-devouring devil dragon is a monster known as the strongest under the emperor realm in the eternal era. Even such a monster isn't a match for the heavenly saint. How terrifying! The most terrifying thing is that the heavenly saint is still just a pinnacle great holy. He hasn't crossed the holy boundary and entered the domain of the quasi-empyrean. But he is already able to contend against the heaven-devouring devil dragon. If he advances to a quasi-empyrean in the future, who will be his opponent? It seems that the human race's 9th warlock emperor is about to be born. When the powerhouses hidden in the void saw that the heaven-devouring devil dragon was seriously injured by Yang Feng with a single move, their eyes flashed with shock. Yang Feng, you've successfully angered me. I want you dead. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to eat you. The eyes of the heaven-devouring devil dragon shimmered with a ferocious and frenzied gleam. Countless runes shone, and its star-like body shrank and shrank to a size of 10 meters. Countless sharp bone spurs grew all over its body, and it exuded a ferocious and ruthless aura. The heaven-devouring devil dragon has shrunk to a size of 10 meters, but it caused a dignified gleam to flash in Yang Feng's eyes. He clearly sensed that along with the shrinking of its body, the power of the heaven-devouring devil dragon has increased by a large margin. Go to hell! With a ferocious gleam in its eyes, the heaven-devouring devil dragon flapped its wings, and, surpassing the speed of light, appeared in front of Yang Feng as if it teleported, and slashed its claw at Yang Feng. A devour black hole suddenly appeared and swallowed the heaven-devouring devil dragon. It's no use, I am the embodiment of devour. In terms of essence, you are far too lacking. A ferocious laugh came from the devour black hole. The devour black hole was torn apart by the heaven-devouring devil dragon, and its claw shot towards Yang Feng lightning fast. Suddenly, warping force fields and magic barriers emerged on Yang Feng. Countless mysterious runes flickered on the claw of the heaven-devouring devil dragon, and it pierced through Yang Feng's barrier like cutting tofu, tore apart the Twilight God armor, and opened a huge wound on Yang Feng's body. A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he sent a fist flying. A gold horn appeared and stabbed into the heaven-devouring devil dragon. Boom! A fearsome explosion sounded. Along with 2 fearsome shock waves, 2 rays of light flew out from the center of the explosion. Drops of holy blood and demonic blood sprinkled the sky and dripped on the earth. A large hole was dug in Yang Feng's abdomen, and the gold horn pierced through the heaven-devouring devil dragon's body. Blood dripped from the wound, and it was difficult to heal. Ha ha! Again. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the heaven-devouring devil dragon. Ignoring its injuries, it smiled ferociously, its figure flickered, and it appeared in front of Yang Feng and sent a claw barreling towards him. Yang Feng smiled faintly, shone with runes, and met the attack head-on. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying explosions rang out in the void as terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions. Mountains crumbled, the earth cracked, and the void collapsed. In the wake of the shock wave, everything turned into powder. The saints and great saints who were hiding in the void could no longer hide themselves. One by one, they opened magic barriers to resist the aftermath of the impact of the power. Mophisaraja stared at the heaven-devouring devil dragon with shock in her beautiful eyes. So strong! This is the #1 powerhouse under the Empyrean realm in the Eternal Era. How fierce! With her eyesight, Mophisaraja could tell at a glance that if the heaven-devouring devil dragon used its strongest power to deal with it, unless it fled as soon as it saw the heaven-devouring devil dragon, its chances of leaving alive are less than 30%. An enigmatic look flashed in White Knight's beautiful eyes, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Amazing! Both of them were too terrifying. One is a peerless beast from ancient times, and the other is a peerless human supreme genius of this era. I don't know who's stronger." Mophisaraja uttered, "Naturally, the heaven-devouring devil dragon is stronger. Its resilience is far above that of Yang Feng's. One is a quasi-empyrean, the other is just a pinnacle great holy. The difference in cultivation base is too great. If Yang Feng has already advanced to a quasi-empyrean, then the heaven-devouring devil dragon is definitely not his opponent." In the void, runes shone on the heaven-devouring devil dragon's body, and tremendous power melted the law force inside it. The flesh on its wounds squirmed and healed quickly. The wounds on Yang Feng's body, however, could not heal. At the same time, black gas pervaded the wounds and eroded his flesh inch by inch. The claws and bone spurs of the heaven-devouring devil dragon contain highly toxic toxins. Even a quasi-empyrean rank powerhouse will be eroded by the toxins first, then the flesh, then the bones, and finally the soul. As expected of the #1 powerhouse under the Empyrean realm in the Eternal Era. Unfortunately, you met me, and you are destined to be my stepping stone. Third form. After Yang Feng repelled the heaven-devouring devil dragon with a strike, countless runes shone on the armor of dawn and frantically extracted the power of the Kunmo Dusk stone. A devour black hole suddenly appeared and engulfed the heaven-devouring devil dragon. The essence of devour has no effect on me. I am the embodiment of devour. The heaven-devouring devil dragon smiled ferociously and tore the devour black hole apart with its claws, neutralized Yang Feng's essence of devour, and tore it apart. At the moment when the devour black hole was torn apart, a blurry projection with Yang Feng's face slashed down with the halberd of the god of battle in its hand. In an instant, countless martyrs emerged from the river of time, cast various offensive secret methods, and slashed at the heaven-devouring devil dragon. Open! The heaven-devouring demonic dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. With a roar, the draconic aura around its body rumbled and its blood boiled. It transformed into a human-shaped demonic dragon and grabbed at the halberd of the god of war. With a flash of red light, the claws of the devouring heaven devil dragon were sliced apart by the terrifying halberd light. The red light followed the momentum and sliced the devouring heaven devil dragon into two with a single strike. The projection extended its hand, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared, engulfed the heaven-devouring devil dragon, and frantically devoured his life origin and essence of devour. How is this possible? The heaven-devouring devil dragon was defeated just like that? How is this possible? He is the #1 powerhouse under the Empyrean realm in the Eternal Era. That's the heaven-devouring devil dragon. Yet he was defeated by the heaven holy just like that. Furthermore, he devoured him directly. How can the heaven holy Yang Feng be so powerful? He's just a pinnacle great holy. Seeing this scene, the holy and great holy spectators in the void were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. Not long ago, the heaven-devouring devil dragon had the upper hand. But almost in an instant, the situation has been completely reversed. Before the heaven-devouring devil dragon could escape, he was devoured by Yang Feng. This is simply appalling. Chapter 1267. The Lord was devoured. How is this possible? When the black-horned dragon Great Holy saw this scene, his eyes flashed with shock, and he trembled all over, and a chill welled up inside him. Only he knows how powerful the heaven-devouring demonic dragon is. It is a peerless fierce beast that has even devoured a quasi-empyrean steppe powerhouse. For such a fearsome existence to be devoured by Yang Feng, this is simply appalling. The 100 illusions Great Holy's face flickered, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a golden-winged rock and flew into the distance. Since you're here, don't leave. Mykelia smiled sweetly, then spread the angel wings behind her, flapped slightly, teleported above the golden-winged rock, and slashed down with her sword. A beam of sword light that contained the mysteries of darkness tore through the sky, transforming into a gigantic sword that was over 10,000 miles long. The sword slashed down on the body of the golden-winged rock, cleaving it into 2 pieces. Blood sprayed through the sky. Countless gold runes flickered, and the golden-winged rock turned into the 100 illusions Great Holy. A terrifying injury has appeared on his body. The black-horned dragon Great Holy's eyes flickered for a while, then his figure fluttered, dragon chi surged, and he turned into a stream of black light and fled into the distance. Your opponent is me. There were ripples in the void, and sure you appeared in front of the black-horned dragon Great Holy almost instantaneously, urged the essence of stone, and barreled towards the black-horned dragon Great Holy. That's Mykelia and Shuryu by the Heaven Holy's side. They have become so powerful. Great Holy! In such a short period of time, they have already promoted to Great Holy. How terrifying! They are heaven and earth variant species, but after advancing to Great Holy, they become even more terrifying. Gazes full of apprehension focused on Mykelia and Shuryu. On the battlefield, Mykelia completely suppressed the seriously injured 100 illusions Great Holy. Although Shuryu is suppressed by the black-horned dragon Great Holy, but she is still ferocious and firmly blocked the black-horned dragon Great Holy's attack. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and mechanical tentacles emerged from the armor of dawn and stabbed into the brilliant Great Holy. Countless runes flickered, and the seals inside the brilliant Great Holy collapsed one by one. There was a flash of relief in the brilliant Great Holy's eyes. Yang Feng, after not seeing you for a few years, I didn't expect you to grow to this point. What a surprise! I thought it would take at least 3,000 years for you to grow to this stage. Even the Time King didn't grow as fast as you. Yang Feng said with an apologetic expression. If it weren't for your protection, brilliant Great Holy, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this. Great Sage, I've implicated you because of me. The reason why the heaven-devouring devil dragon had awakened in this era was to fight for the position of emperor and advance to the eternal realm. He should not have provoked a strong enemy. But his and Yang Feng's paths were in conflict. Only one of them could survive. As such, he naturally had to act against Yang Feng. Heavenly Sage, I'm the 9 Phoenix Great Sage. Now that the great tribulation of the universe is imminent and the Gamana universe is invading our universe, we need manpower. After all, the heaven-devouring demon dragon is a powerhouse of our universe. Please give me some face and let him live. The void split open, and a 3-meter-tall handsome man with 9 phoenix tails floating behind him, dressed in a scarlet armor, walked out of the void, looked at Yang Feng from above, and said coldly, "The 9 Phoenix Great Sage, that's the 9th son of the Scarlet Flame Feng Wang Great Emperor. He was an invincible peerless figure in his era. The 9 Phoenix Great Sage, that's a fierce person who devoured the quasi-empyrean rank Kuanping. He has also awakened. Among the onlookers there are many human Holy Spirit warlock. As soon as they heard the name of the 9 Phoenix Great Sage, they guessed his origin. A 10-meter tall powerhouse with green hair, a ferocious and ugly appearance, 4 arms, and a crocodile-like lower body appeared from the void and smiled ferociously, revealing chrysanthemum-like sawteeth. That's right, our universe can no longer withstand turmoil. Heavenly Sage, I'm the 9-headed Great Sage. The heaven-devouring demon dragon is a member of our universe. You shouldn't kill each other. I advise you to take the big picture into consideration and let him go. Otherwise, you'll be our enemy. 9-headed Great Sage. A variant 9-headed true dragon has 9 lives. If you can't kill him 9 times at once, he can be reborn again and again. The 9-headed Great Sage is the strongest quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse of the Dark Ogre Emperor era. He once devoured 3 quasi-martial emperors, and even fought against 2 quasi-martial emperors by himself, and defeated 2 quasi-martial emperors. When the human Holy Spirit warlocks saw the 9-headed Great Sage, they quickly guessed his origin. Without a trace of a smile in his eyes, Yang Feng said with a frigid smile, "Well said. Only by integrating all the forces of our universe can we compete with the Gamana universe. I think the 2 of you should take the big picture into consideration, hand over your souls, and become my lackeys. That's the best plan." The heaven-devouring demon dragon walks the path of devour, which conflicts with Yang Feng's path. The relationship between him and Yang Feng is destined to be irreconcilable sworn enemies. Since the 9-phoenix Great Sage and the 9-headed Great Sage came to save the heaven-devouring demon dragon, they are Yang Feng's sworn enemies. Naturally, he won't give them any face. What big talk! Heaven Holy, let go of the heaven-devouring demon dragon. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. With a cold snort, a black-furred monster with a horn stepped out of the void. The surrounding space distorted slightly, and it stared at Yang Feng with killing intent in its eyes and uttered coldly, "Who is that? What is the origin of this quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse?" Countless gazes fell on the black-furred, ghost-horned monster, and they were filled with curiosity. White Knight smiled slightly. He is a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse of the Black Ogre race. In the Archgod era, the Black Ogre Emperor was invincible for an era. If I'm not mistaken, he is the quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse Babadarok subordinated to the Black Ogre Emperor. Enigmatic light flickered in Mofasarage's eyes. With 3 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses joining forces, the Heaven Holy is in danger. Turns out that there are so many people who don't want to see the Heaven Holy heaven-devouring demon dragon. White Knight uttered with a smile, "Of course. Even in this era, there is only one Empyrean rank powerhouse. Only by becoming an Empyrean will one be qualified to compete for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Realm in the future. No quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse wants the Heaven Holy to devour the heaven-devouring demon dragon." You've all jumped out? Very well, you've all jumped out. Then all of you can go to hell. After devouring you, my strength will definitely advance by a step. Do it. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he ordered coldly. The void cracked, and the star and moon heavenly serpent Great Sage flew out, revealing his body that was as big as a star. Controlling the endless power of stars that could destroy everything, he blasted towards the 9-phoenix Great Sage. Ripples flickered, and the void-eyed tiger Holy appeared. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, he rushed towards the 9-phoenix Holy. Countless green lightning flashed, and the green thunder Holy walked out of the void and attacked Babadarok with a thunder spear in hand. Yu's eyes flickered coldly, countless runes flickered, and 3 starry sky obsidian stone dragons appeared. The 3 obsidian dragon heads tore through the sky lightning fast and bit towards the black-horned dragon Holy. Caught off guard, the black-horned demonic dragon Great Sage was bitten by the 3 obsidian dragon heads and torn apart. Go to hell. An ominous glint flashed in the brilliant Great Saint's eyes. He held the brilliant divine sword in his hand and crossed the void. He appeared behind the Black-Horned Dragon Great Saint and slashed at the Black-Horned Dragon Great Saint's body, leaving a huge wound. The brilliant Great Sage was captured alive by the Black-Horned Demonic Dragon Great Sage and suffered all kinds of humiliation. He hated the Black-Horned Demonic Dragon Great Sage to the extreme, and before his strength had fully recovered, he disregarded his own safety and attacked the Black-Horned Demonic Dragon Great Sage. The Black-Horned Dragon Holy's strength is also terrifying. His remaining body reformed, and he cast a secret method to contend with the 3 Starry Sky Obsidian Stone Dragons and the brilliant Great Holy. 4 Quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. Are they all allies of the Heaven Holy? To be able to recruit 4 Quasi-Empyrean rank allies, how fearsome! In terms of power alone, the Heaven Holy is no less powerful than the 8th Warlock dynasty. When the Holy and Great Holy saw the Void Eyes Tiger Holy and the other 3 Quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses obey Yang Feng's call, they inhaled a breath of cold air. Every Quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse is a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. At the time, the 8th Warlock dynasty only had 4 Quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses to assist the Dawn Lord at most. In terms of power alone, Yang Feng, who has 4 Quasi-Empyrean rank allies, is already comparable to the 8th Warlock dynasty's Dawn Lord. Mofasaraja inhaled a breath of cold air. He can even order Quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, and 4 Quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses to boot. The Heaven Holy is really scary. White Knight sighed faintly. I'm afraid there are more than 4. There are as many experts as there are clouds in the Eternal Road. It is the most elite place in our universe. Who knows how many Quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses are hidden in that place? Since the Heaven Holy was able to subdue the 4 Quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, he can naturally subdue other powerhouses as well. As long as the Empyrean rank powerhouses don't come out, he will be invincible in this era. With his hands behind his back, Yang Feng stood proudly in the void. A huge devour black hole suspended above his head frantically devoured the life force of the heaven-devouring demonic dragon. The 9 Phoenix Great Holy, the 9 Heads Great Holy, and Babatalok are indeed invincible powerhouses of their respective eras. Even though the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Holy, the Void Eyes Tiger Great Holy, and the Green Thunder Great Holy used Empyrean grade secret treasures, but they are still not their opponents. They retreated again and again, their bodies riddled with scars. It seems that only you 3 idiots came to die. The rest are very careful. Yang Feng, who was standing still, suddenly smiled. Light flashed in his hand, and the green sun halberd appeared. He stabbed into the Devour black hole, slashed at the Devour demonic dragon, and cut it in 2. Chapter 1268. As soon as the heaven-devouring demonic dragon was cut in 2, a tremendous amount of life origin poured out. A torrent of time emerged around the Devour black hole and accelerated the flow of time in the area. Within a few breaths of time, the heaven-devouring demonic dragon shriveled, and all its essence was devoured and turned into dust that dissipated with the wind. Dead. The heaven-devouring demonic dragon is dead. He is known as the number 1 powerhouse under the Empyrean realm in the Eternal Era. The Heaven Holy is too scary. When the holy and great holy spectators in the void saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. The heaven-devouring demonic dragon is the number 1 powerhouse under the Empyrean realm in the Eternal Era. Even the quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse, the God I Great Holy, was defeated by him and had to flee in a sorry state. For such a fierce beast to be slain by Yang Feng, the significance of this made the holy and great holy shudder. A river of time emerged and circled around Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a step, teleported behind the black-horned demonic dragon Great Holy, and slashed down with his halberd. In an instant, The power of the 10 suns split the sky, condensed into one, and turned into an indestructible halberd light that slashed at the body of the black-horned dragon great sage, forcibly splitting the black-horned dragon great sage into two. A devour black hole appeared and swallowed the remains of the black-horned demonic dragon great holy. Countless devour runes and time runes flickered and intertwined, and time inside the devour black hole accelerated by 1,000 times. The remains of the black-horned demonic dragon great holy's life origin was sucked dry, and then turned into dust that dissipated with the wind. The black-horned demonic dragon great holy died as well, slaying a holy like slaughtering a dog. When the holy and great holy saw that the black-horned demonic dragon great holy couldn't resist Yang Feng's attack, their eyes flashed with shock. The black-horned demonic dragon great holy was a ruthless character who once captured the brilliant great holy alive. Even the 3 starry sky obsidian stone dragons could only force him into a sorry state, but his life wasn't in danger. For such a fearsome powerhouse to be insta-killed by Yang Feng is simply inconceivable. A river of time emerged and extended behind the 9 Phoenix Great Sage, and a phantom materialized behind the 9 Phoenix Great Sage in a flash and slashed at him with a halberd. The 9 Phoenix Great Holy is fighting the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy. Faced with the sneak attack, his eyes blazed with anger, and he belched an Empyrean grade secret treasure, the 9 Phoenix Pearl, barreling towards Yang Feng. The 9 Phoenixes were a mutated true spirit race of the Phoenixes. Their bodies also flowed with the blood of the true spirit. Every pure-blooded 9 Phoenixes was extremely powerful, not losing to the Phoenixes in the slightest. The 9 Phoenix Pearl was a secret treasure refined by the 4 emperors of the 9 Phoenix clan. It contained the power of the 4 emperors and the entire 9 Phoenix clan, and its might was even more terrifying than some invincible secret treasures, second only to eternal treasures. When Yang Feng's halberd slashed at the 9 Phoenix Pearl, 4 9 Phoenixes burning with Feng Wang flames and looking 90% similar to Phoenixes flew out of the 9 Phoenix Pearl, forcibly shattered the halberd ray, and rushed towards Yang Feng. A devour black hole suddenly appeared and devoured the 4 9 Phoenixes burning with Feng Wang flames. Boom! In just an instant, the 4 9 Phoenixes burning with Feng Wang flames burst the devour black hole, and the 4 9 Phoenixes rushed towards Yang Feng. Amazing, as expected of an overlord of the ancient times. With the 9 Phoenix Pearl, you are slightly stronger than the devouring heaven demonic dragon. 4th form. Yang Feng praised faintly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and the god armor of twilight shone, and a vague phantom emerged and merged with him. When he merged with the blurry phantom, a tremendous amount of power was extracted from the Kunmo stone. Yang Feng brandished the halberd of the god of battle in his hand, and slashed at the 4 9 Phoenixes. Countless braves emerged from the river of time and unleashed all kinds of powerful offensive secret methods barreling towards the 4 9 Phoenixes. The void turned into a battlefield. Countless braves fought the 4 Empyrean experts incarnated from the 9 Phoenixes. Flames, storms, ice cones, and other extraordinary forces tore through the sky. Shuttling through the battlefield like an invincible transcendent, Yang Feng brandished his halberd and urged countless braves to fight the 4 9 Phoenixes. Virtually in an instant, Yang Feng slashed at a 9 Phoenix with his tens of thousands of halberds and chopped it into countless pieces. A devouring black hole appeared and swallowed the 9-headed Phoenix. After the 9 Phoenix was devoured, the 9 Phoenix Pearl dimmed by a fraction. Yang Feng strolled through the endless flames. With every step he took, he killed a 9 Phoenix. After just 4 steps, he chopped and devoured the 4 9 Phoenixes. Become nutrients for my evolution. In an instant, Yang Feng appeared in front of the 9 Phoenix Pearl and grabbed it with his hand. Countless mechanical tentacles emerged from the Dawn God armor, wrapped around the 9 Phoenix Pearl, and cut off the connection between the 9 Phoenix Pearl and the 9 Phoenix Great Holy in an instant. When the Nine Phoenix Great Holy sensed that the connection between him and the Nine Phoenix Pearl was cut off, his complexion changed dramatically, and he roared angrily, "Heaven Holy, you dare to snatch the inheritance secret treasure of my Nine Phoenix race. My Nine Phoenix race will not rest until you are dead." "That's just right. After killing you and then wiping out your Nine Phoenix race, the strength of my human race will increase by a bit." A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and biting killing intent surged. He crossed the void, appeared in front of the Nine Phoenix Great Holy, and slashed down with his halberd. "Very well, Heaven Holy, since you're so aggressive, then let us perish together. Nine Phoenix God Massacre Method." Shocked and angry, the Nine Phoenix Great Holy's eyes shimmered fiercely, countless runes flickered, and he burned his bloodline force and unleashed a desperate secret method passed down from generation to generation of the Nine Phoenix race. Countless flames surged and formed an invincible Nine Phoenix spear. The Nine Phoenix spear, formed from the bloodline force of a Nine Phoenix race powerhouse, is extremely powerful. Even if it stabs an Empyrean, it can injure their life origin, making it difficult for them to recover. This is the most terrifying offensive method of the Nine Phoenix race, which they will only use when going all out. The Nine Phoenix Great Holy has an unyielding personality. Seeing that the situation is unfavorable, he put up a desperate fight. When the Nine Phoenix spear formed, the breath of the advanced quasi-Empyrean rank Nine Phoenix Great Holy weakened and fell to the junior quasi-Empyrean rank. Without the nourishment of a large number of treasures comparable to eternal divine fruits, there is no hope for him to attack the Empyrean realm. In an instant, the Nine Phoenix spear tore through the sky and stabbed towards Yang Feng. A dignified shade in his eyes, Yang Feng waved his hand, and the Wheel of Time suddenly flew out. Countless runes shone from the Wheel of Time, and a river of time emerged and surrounded Yang Feng. The Nine Phoenix spear tore through the sky, appeared in front of Yang Feng, stabbed into his body, and exploded into raging fire that engulfed Yang Feng. "He's dead." That's the Nine Phoenix spear. The Nine Phoenix race's desperate secret method. Both sides suffer? That's the best result. The Holy and Great Holy stared at the raging fire with anticipation in their eyes. White Knight's eyes flashed with derision and he sneered, "A bunch of idiots! That's the Wheel of Time, the Time Lord's defensive secret treasure. The Nine Phoenix Great Holy is in danger." A complicated look in her beautiful eyes, Mofasaraja sighed faintly. The Wheel of Time, this treasure known as the number one secret treasure of the human race, actually fell into the hands of a Heaven Holy. The Nine Phoenix Great Holy is not in danger, but is dead meat. The space in front of the Nine Phoenix Great Holy blurred, and then Yang Feng's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, as if he traveled from the past to the present. A halberd that contained the attacks of countless heroic spirits tore through the sky and slashed at the extremely weak Jiufeng Great Sage, cleaving him in two with a single strike. A black hole suddenly appeared and devoured the Nine Phoenix Great Holy. What spell is that? It can actually block the Nine Phoenix spear? That's the Nine Phoenix race's desperate secret method. At the time, many Empyreans were injured by the Nine Phoenix spear. How could this be? The Heaven Holy slayed the Nine Phoenix Great Holy unscathed. What spell is that? The Wheel of Time, that's the Time Lord's defensive Empyrean secret treasure, the Wheel of Time. That's the Wheel of Time's space-time reversal spell. It can allow people to travel through different space-time and avoid all kinds of attack. At the time, the Time Lord relied on this spell to become invincible. I didn't expect the Heaven Holy to obtain this Empyrean grade secret treasure. When the Holy and Great Holy saw Yang Feng slay and devour the Nine Phoenix Great Holy, their eyes flashed with shock. Even Empyreans would be apprehensive of the Nine Phoenix race's desperate secret method. Yet Yang Feng slayed the Nine Phoenix Great Holy unscathed, which makes people shudder. The Heaven Holy is even more terrifying than before. Who knows how many benefits he obtained in the eternal wall? To be able to easily slay a terrifying existence like the 9 Phoenix Great Holy, he's really strong. The Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Holy took a deep look at Yang Feng. His eyes flashed with excitement and unwillingness, and he sent starlight barreling towards the 9-headed Great Holy. The 9-headed Great Holy was an overlord of ancient times, and he originally firmly suppressed the void-eyed Tiger Great Holy. But when the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Holy joined the battle, he immediately reversed the situation. Fighting 1 against 2, the 9-headed Great Holy didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. However, it is impossible for him to kill the void-eyed Tiger Great Holy. Countless runes flickered, and a pair of Koan Ping wings appeared on the back of the 9-headed Great Holy. With a flap, he turned into a bright ray and fled. It won't be that easy to escape. A torrent of time emerged, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the 9-headed Great Holy as if he teleported and slashed with his halberd. Chapter 1269. The 9-headed Great Holy opened his mouth, and a broken steel exuding eternal breath suddenly flew out. There is an ancient and mysterious character engraved on the broken steel. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the ancient character flew out and turned into a fearsome sword ray slashing towards Yang Feng. I can't avoid it. When Yang Feng saw the fearsome sword ray, a trace of understanding welled up in his heart. The wheel of time cannot avoid this sword ray. Although the power of the character engraved on the broken steel is far inferior to that of the 9 Phoenix Spear, but the grade of the character engraved on it is far above that of the 9 Phoenix Spear. It contains eternal force and can break the Wheel of Time's spell. The dazzling and mysterious blade light tore through the sky. Everywhere it passed, the heroes were slashed into powder, and under the envelopment of strange laws, their traces were completely erased from history. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, light shone on him, and an ogre shield exuding immortal Empyrean might suddenly appeared. An ogre shield containing immortal Empyrean might flew out and bit at the sword ray with its maw. When the sword ray slashed at the ogre shield, the eternal fluctuations that can destroy everything shattered the ogre shield, and then slashed at the ogre shield. The ogre shield cracked, and Yang Feng's left arm was cut off by the sword ray, and blood sprinkled in the sky. His face expressionless, Yang Feng appeared in front of the 9-headed Great Holy with a teleport and slashed down with his halberd. Countless braves appeared again, cast various offensive secret methods, and barreled towards the 9-headed Great Holy. The broken steel containing the breath of eternity emerged and radiated gray light, containing wisps of the breath of eternity. When the countless offensive secret methods slammed into the broken steel, they were blocked by the broken steel. The Star Moon Heavenly Snake wholly controlled countless starlight, formed a star spear, and stabbed at the broken steel. The void-eyed Tiger wholly formed a great void sword that tore through the starry sky and slashed at the broken steel. The gray light emanating from the broken steel forcibly blocked the attacks of Yang Feng and the other 2 powerhouses. But under the protection of the broken steel, the 9-headed Great Holy's breath weakened continuously. The 9-headed Great Holy roared, "Heaven Holy! You've won this time. Let me go. There's no benefit in fighting with me until both of us are heavily injured. You should know that there are countless people here who want you dead. If you fight with me until both of us are injured, only death awaits you. You don't have the qualifications to fight me to the point where both sides suffer." Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and the God Bones Fortress appeared. In the center of the Divine Remains Fortress, which was filled with the skeletons of saints, sat the skeleton of an emperor. That emperor's skeleton gave off a terrifying and peerless emperor aura. After the God Bones Fortress was severely damaged, Yang Feng mobilized the resources of the Eternal Path to repair it. At this time, instead of declining, its might rose. It was one of Yang Feng's trump cards. As soon as the Emperor's skeleton opened its eyes, they shone brightly, and the space trembled and collapsed. It extended its hand and grabbed the broken steel. The broken monument continued to tremble, and the gray light blocked the giant hand of the Emperor's skeleton. Break! Yang Feng slashed down with his halberd, and countless braves suddenly emerged, imbued him with the combat skills they were proficient in, and formed a fearsome war force that slashed at the gray light. The gray light finally collapsed. The Emperor's skeleton grabbed the broken tablet and stuffed it into its mouth, chewing it in big mouthfuls. That broken tablet was the remains of an eternal treasure. Absorbing its power would allow the Divine Remains Fortress to recover a little. No! When the nine-headed Great Holy saw his most precious life-saving secret treasure being eaten by the God Bones Fortress, he issued a heaven-shaking roar. Die! The great void sword appeared behind the nine-headed Great Holy, slashed at him, and split him apart. The spear of stars, which gathered the power of countless stars, pierced through the void, pierced through the nine-headed Great Holy, and ran through him. Boom! At the moment when he was run through by the spear of stars, the nine-headed Great Holy exploded, and the fearsome explosion engulfed everything in the surroundings. 10,000 kilometers away, the nine-headed Great Holy appeared again. Having recovered his full strength, he flapped his Kuan-Ping wings and fled into the distance. In terms of strength alone, the nine-headed Great Holy is slightly inferior to the heaven-devouring demonic dragon. But his survivability is far above that of the heaven-devouring demonic dragon. On the battlefield, as long as the nine-headed Great Holy doesn't kill the nine-headed Great Holy 9 times in a row, he can be reborn again and again. Only an eternal sovereign rank powerhouse or a special Empyrean grade secret treasure may be able to kill the nine-headed Great Holy at once. Heaven Holy, you destroyed my secret treasure. I won't rest until you die. I will definitely kill everyone that you care about. I will kill them one by one and make you suffer for the rest of your life. The nine-headed Great Holy's resentful voice came from the void. You're courting death. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, countless runes flickered, and a net of fate suddenly appeared and silently entered the void. Yang Feng's eyes shone with the light of fate, and a mysterious rune containing fate breath emerged. As soon as the mysterious rune containing fate breath emerged, fate threads appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. Among the countless fate threads, there are 7 extremely thick fate threads that are distorted and blurry at the same time. As if they possess a mystical power, they can break free from the net of fate. 7 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. So there are still 7 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses hiding here. I can only see 2 of them. There are still 5 that are well hidden. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Unfortunately, you won't have any chance. Yang Feng showed a contemptuous smile, then his figure blurred, and he appeared in front of the nine-headed Great Holy with a teleportation and slashed at the nine-headed Great Holy with his halberd. A green halberd ray cut the nine-headed Great Holy in 2 in an instant, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared and swallowed the remains of the nine-headed Great Holy. The remains of the nine-headed Great Holy blurred, and then, under the effect of some law, were reborn 10,000 kilometers away in an instant. A torrent of time surged, and Yang Feng emerged from the torrent of time, appeared in front of the nine-headed Great Holy, and slashed the nine-headed Great Holy in 2 again. Devour black holes appeared and frantically devoured the flesh and blood essence of the nine-headed Great Holy. How did you know where I was reborn? After being reborn, the nine-headed Great Holy saw Yang Feng appear in front of him. A chill ran down his spine, and he roared wildly. This is the power of fate. You are fated to fall here. A halberd ray slashed out and instantly cut the nine-headed Great Holy in 2. Heaven Holy, spare my life, and I will be your most loyal ally. Heaven Holy, don't kill me. We can form an alliance. Once we form an alliance, no one else can compete with you. You will be the only Empyrean of this era. No matter how the nine-headed Great Holy begged, Yang Feng ignored him and killed him again and again. With a flash of a green halberd ray, the nine-headed Great Holy was cut in two for the 9th time, and then a devour black hole suddenly appeared and swallowed the nine-headed Great Holy. Countless runes flickered, and the life origin of the nine-headed Great Holy was extracted and turned into ashes bit by bit. The nine-headed Great Holy died as well. What a fearsome method! The nine-headed Great Holy is proficient in countless escape secret methods and has 9 lives. For such a powerhouse to be slain by Yang Feng, that's really scary. What spell is that? To be able to see where the nine-headed Great Holy was reborn? That is the Net of Fate, one of the 3 Destiny Empyrean grade secret treasures. With the power of fate, no one can escape from the Net of Fate. The eyes of the Holy and Great Holy flickered with a dignified shade. The eyes of the 7 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses hidden in the void shimmered with apprehension. Finally, it's your turn. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and his gaze fell on Babadorak, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Under the siege of the Green Thunder Great Saint, the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Great Saint, and the Void-Eyed Tiger Great Saint, Babadorak was already riddled with scars, but he was still ferocious beyond compare. He fought to the death while looking for an opportunity to escape. Seeing Yang Feng slay the nine-headed Great Holy, Babadorak took out a black skull and silently recited an incantation. Black light flickered, and the black skull spewed out black chi. A fearsome being covered in black hair and with a horn on its head emerged. Wisps of immortal Empyrean might spread from the fearsome being and suppressed the surroundings. Black Hair Ogre Emperor. It's him! He actually interfered. That's right. After all, Babadorak is his most loyal subordinate as well as one of his hands that interferes with the world. He naturally doesn't want to be destroyed by the Heaven Holy. When the Holy and Great Holy saw the fearsome being, their countenance changed dramatically. That is an Empyrean, a fearsome being at the pinnacle of the universe. Since the end of the Age of Eternals, it has been the Age of Empyreans. Any Empyrean is a peerless overlord, an invincible existence. Scram! The black-hair ogre emperor glanced at the 3 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, the Green Lightning Great Holy, the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Holy, and the Void Eyes Tiger Great Holy, and then extended a claw. A terrifying claw that was large like a star and covered in black fur appeared out of thin air, and it fiercely smashed down. It completely shattered the attacks of the 3 quasi-emperors, and then it smashed onto the bodies of the 3 quasi-emperors, causing them to be blasted 5,000 kilometers away. Chapter 1270. Sure enough, it's him. Only the black-haired ghost emperor can force back 3 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses with a single blow. Emperors can already descend into this world. Could it be that he has awakened? When the Holy and Great Holy experts saw the 3 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses forced back with a single blow, apprehension flashed in their eyes. In this era, once an emperor awakens, there is no power that can resist him. Heaven Holy, kneel. The eyes of the black-haired ghost emperor shimmered fiercely, countless runes flickered, and he uttered coldly. In an instant, countless voices converged, the sound waves reverberated, and turned into a sharp spear 10,000 kilometers long that stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng brandished his halberd, and the 10 suns split the sky slashed at the sharp spear 10,000 kilometers long. Boom! A fearsome shock wave spread in all directions, and the magic barriers around Yang Feng collapsed. He was blasted away 10,000 kilometers away, and blood sprinkled in the air. The God Bones fortress spun, turned into a mysterious rune, and flew into Yang Feng. After all, the Divine Remains fortress was merely a broken eternal treasure. Every time it was used, it would need a period of time to recover before it could regain its full combat power. If the fight continues, it will damage its origin force. So strong. So this is an emperor. So this is the power of an emperor. In front of an emperor, a trifling great holy can't withstand a single blow. The holy and great holy experts stared at the black-haired ghost emperor with apprehension in their eyes. The eyes of the black-haired ghost emperor shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered frigidly, "Heaven holy, you dare to attack my subordinates? I'll give you a chance to commit suicide. As long as you commit suicide, I'll let your friends and family go. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your friends and family will also die, and even the entire human race will be exterminated because of you." In an instant, chilly winds blew in an area 10,000 kilometers in radius, and countless ferocious ghosts with black hair walked out of the void and stared at Yang Feng with hair-raising light in their eyes. "Black-haired ghost emperor, you didn't stay in your coffin, but came out to die. That's great. If I devour a living emperor, I'll definitely be able to improve once more." Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly, and he revealed a smile. Countless runes flickered, and wisps of the breath of fate pervaded the air. The blue mirror of fate appeared and shone at the black-haired ghost emperor. Countless runes shone, and the blue mirror of fate distorted slightly. Then, a blurry coffin and a distorted, blurry image appeared. "Sky Saint, you're courting death." Black-haired ghost emperor's expression changed drastically, and he roared. Countless runes flashed, and waves of terrifying power spread out from the strange and blurry coffin. The light in the blue mirror of fate twisted slightly and collapsed. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the ghost emperor. As if by teleportation, he appeared in front of Yang Feng and stabbed with his claw. A copious amount of black gas descended and pierced towards Yang Feng's heart. Countless martyrs emerged behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng absorbed their power and slashed with his halberd, and slashed the claw of the black-haired ghost emperor to death. Fearsome black demonic chi rolled out, and a berserk force forcibly sent Yang Feng flying. Like maggots, the black demonic chi turned into a dense crowd of runes and eroded Yang Feng's body. The armor of dawn flashed, and countless devour runes shone and devoured the black demonic chi. As if an invincible ogre, the black-haired ghost emperor unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. Devour black holes appeared and then collapsed. Yang Feng was pushed back again, and blood sprayed in the air. An enigmatic ray flashed in White Knight's beautiful eyes, and she uttered with a smile, "How terrifying!" As expected of an emperor, the Heaven Holy can't withstand a single blow from him. Mofasarage's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified shade, and she uttered, "No, it's the Heaven Holy who is truly terrifying. He is just a great holy, yet he was able to last so long against the black-haired ghost emperor. If he advances to an emperor in the future, he will definitely be an invincible overlord. Heaven Holy, why don't you let your subordinates take action? If they take action, you may have a way out." The black-haired ghost emperor tore a huge wound on Yang Feng's body with a claw, then glanced at the star moon Heavenly Snake Great Holy and the other two powerhouses and uttered with a cold smile, "Black-haired ghost emperor, you don't need my subordinates to take action. You woke up ahead of time, and it's just a mere avatar. You don't have the ability to kill me." Yang Feng coughed up a large mouthful of black blood. When the black blood was spewed out, it twisted and turned into tiny corpse snakes that shot towards Yang Feng. If it wasn't for Yang Feng being strong enough, the attacks of the Black Fur Ghost Emperor contained twisted law force. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's tyrannical strength, countless corpse snakes would emerge from the body of an ordinary great holy and devour them from the inside. A black light of devour swept out, and the tiny corpse snakes collapsed and were devoured. The black-haired ghost emperor uttered coldly, "One avatar is enough to kill you. How long can you maintain your current state?" As long as you withdraw from this state, I will only need a claw to kill you. Yang Feng uttered with a proud smile. Unfortunately, I am the knife and you are the meat on the chopping block. The one who is going to die is you. Waves of uneasiness welled up inside the black-haired ghost emperor. The Dark Canyon is one of the famous danger zones of the Zhangji Plain. It is shrouded in endless darkness all year round, and even holy step saints will die if they enter. Once, 3 great holy step powerhouses entered the Dark Canyon. 2 of them died, and the last one went crazy after escaping from the Dark Canyon. In his later years, black hair grew on his head, and he turned into a black-haired freak before disappearing without a trace. In the Great Cloud Dynasty era, the Dark Canyon was a forbidden area among forbidden areas. No one dared to come here to look for opportunities. Even if the entire universe recovered and countless holy and great holy awakened, no one would come here to look for opportunities. In the void 1,000 kilometers away from the Dark Canyon, ripples shone, and a huge fleet emerged. The main artillery of the huge fleet flashed, and beams from the Holy Slaughter artillery slammed into the strange canyon. Boom! Amidst a series of earth-shattering explosions, everything in the canyon was directly vaporized. Countless black ghosts and incomparably strange phenomena appeared in the Dark Canyon. Under the bombardment of the Saint's slaughtering cannon's beam of light, the malicious spirits and strange phenomena were all vaporized and disappeared. The coffins at the bottom of the Dark Canyon were also turned into ashes by the beam of light from the Saint's slaughtering cannon. Heaven holy, you bastard! How dare you attack my homeland? You're dead. Even if you have that one protecting you, I will still kill you. A fierce flash in his eyes, the black-haired ghost emperor thrust his claws towards Yang Feng lightning fast like a mad ghost. The energy in an area with a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers was extracted by the black-haired ghost emperor and formed an invisible barrier that crushed towards Yang Feng. Devour black holes appeared and blocked in front of Yang Feng. With a claw, the black-haired ghost emperor tore the devour black holes apart and gouged out a huge chunk of flesh from Yang Feng. No matter how the black-haired ghost emperor attacks, Yang Feng firmly guards his vital parts and stares at him as if he is looking at a dead man with ridicule in his eyes. After a round of shelling in the Dark Canyon, coffins flew out of the canyon, and black-haired ogre powerhouses crawled out of the coffins. Engines roared in the sky as countless sixth-class battle robots descended from the sky, forming a terrifying torrent of steel that attacked the black-haired ghost race powerhouses. The black-haired ghost powerhouses are comparable to Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, but they have just awakened from the seal, and their strength is at its lowest. As a result, they were torn to pieces by Yang Feng's mechanical legion like weeds. An incomparably resplendent beam of light descended from the sky and blasted into the center of the Dark Canyon. You shall all die. A bronze coffin flew out of the Dark Canyon and issued a hair-raising sound. The lid of the coffin opened, and a withered claw extended and grabbed at the sky. In an instant, a 1,000-kilometer-long claw extended and squeezed towards a warship in the sky. The 1,000-kilometer-long warship was crushed, and fearsome demonic chi twisted everything on the warship into countless pieces. Along with flashes of light, a swarm of ruler battle robots rushed towards the bronze coffin. Countless rays of light shone, and countless mysterious runes emerged from the bronze coffin and formed a green barrier that blocked the attack of the ruler battle robots. As soon as the bronze coffin appeared, the strength of the black-haired ghost emperor avatar attacking Yang Feng dropped by a large margin. I've been waiting for this opportunity. You can die now, black-haired ghost emperor. Yang Feng suddenly showed a grim smile, teleported in front of the black-haired ghost emperor, and slashed down with his halberd. Torrents of time, spatial portals, power stars, devour black holes, twisted and blurry threads of fate, and other phenomena suddenly appeared. A ray of green light descended from the sky and slashed at the black-furred ghost emperor, splitting his incarnation in two. Countless runes flickered in Yang Feng's eyes, and he cast a spell of the law of karma. He saw karma threads linking the black-haired ghost emperor avatar, and then followed the karma threads and slashed down with his halberd. Yang Feng, damn you! A miserable scream came from the bronze coffin that is who knows how many tens of thousands of kilometers away, and a copious amount of blood gushed out of it. Chapter 1271. What's going on? How could the Black Fur Ogre Emperor be slain by the Heaven Holy? Even if it's just a clone, the Black Fur Ogre Emperor is far stronger than a quasi-Empyrean powerhouse. How could he be slain by the Heaven Holy? That's an Empyrean, yet the Heaven Holy mercilessly slayed his clone. Is he going to shed all pretense of cordiality with that Empyrean? When the spectating holy rank experts saw the Black Fur Ogre Emperor's clone get slain, they inhaled a breath of cold air. The 7 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses hiding in the void also inhaled a breath of cold air, not daring to act rashly. Yang Feng took a step, spatial ripples flickered, and he disappeared. Inside a warship above the dark canyon, a warp gate opened, and Yang Feng walked out of the warp gate and looked into the distance. One after another, Ruler Series battle robots frantically besieged the bronze coffin. But no matter how they attacked, they couldn't break the green barrier. In the ancient bronze coffin, strange runes flickered, and a large hand covered in black hair casually grasped, and terrifying black chi directly tore through the air, crushing everything in its path into powder. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Black Fur Ogre Emperor, since your true body is here. Today is the anniversary of your death. Ripples flickered in the void, and a mechanical sphere with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers flew out of the void. 100 Ruler Series battle robots flew out from the mechanical sphere. Each Ruler Series battle robot exudes traces of holy rank fluctuations of power. The 1,000 battle robots exuding holy step fluctuations of power fluttered, and then attacked the bronze coffin. The 100 holy step dazzling rulers resonated, and a resplendent beam of light slammed into the bronze coffin. Struck by this attack, the green barrier around the bronze coffin trembled, blurred, and collapsed. The 100 sacred blade sovereigns appeared in front of the ancient bronze coffin as if they had teleported. They slashed at the black-haired hand with their sabers, leaving many wounds on the black-haired hand. Drops of monarch blood dripped down. 1,000 Saint-class mechanical puppets. How is this possible? How could there be so many Saint-tier mechanical puppets? Even the Golem Lord didn't have that many Saint-tier puppets? An enraged voice came from the bronze coffin, and the hand covered in black hair extended, and a huge demonic claw 10,000 kilometers long appeared and slapped towards the holy rank battle robots. 100 Vajra rulers suddenly appeared, resonating with each other. Countless runes flickered, and a huge protective barrier that could support the entire world suddenly appeared. When the huge demonic claw slammed into the barrier, it set off ripples that caused the barrier to remain in a stalemate. The Devour ruler pounced on the bronze coffin and devoured its materials one mouthful at a time. Inch by inch, the ancient bronze coffin was devoured by the Devour sovereign. The 100 holy grade seal rulers flew to the top of the ancient bronze coffin and resonated with each other, and a new type of sealing light deduced by the Shizu, the Shido, and the world of warlocks descended from the sky and shone on the ancient bronze coffin. Strange seals and runes kept eroding the black-haired hand, melting and sealing its power inch by inch. Ants like you aren't qualified to kill me! With a roar, the lid of the ancient bronze coffin opened, and a black-haired ghost emperor covered in black hair, with an ogre horn on the head, a ferocious expression, and 4 arms appeared. As soon as the black-haired ghost emperor appeared, immortal Empyrean might spread from him, and the sealing light twisted and shattered as soon as it approached him. countless black hairs fluttered and shot out like black spears, stabbing the blade rulers, piercing through them and sending them flying thousands of kilometers away. The 100 dazzling rulers resonated, and a beam that can destroy a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse barreled towards the black-haired ghost emperor. Distortion! The eyes of the black-haired ghost emperor shimmered coldly, and he flicked his finger, and a distorted beam tore through the sky and formed a distorted light in the void. The beam of light that could destroy a half-step emperor-rank powerhouse was swept up by the distorted light and directly twisted. It brushed past the black-haired ghost emperor's body and slammed into the ground on the other side, blasting open a bottomless hole. Yang Feng's eyes flashed gravely. Amazing! That's an Empyrean for you. Even Yang Feng would have to struggle to block the 100 dazzling rulers' resonating main artillery. Yet the black-haired ghost emperor can easily distort the void and block the attack. His use of power is simply terrifying. Heaven holy, kneel. As long as you swear allegiance to me, I will spare your worthless life. Inside the bronze coffin, the eyes of the black-haired ghost emperor flickered fiercely, and his black hair fluttered. His eyes saw through the fog, passed through the alloy wall of the warship, and locked on Yang Feng's true body inside the flagship. A hair-raising premonition of danger welled up inside Yang Feng, as if he will be torn to pieces by the black-haired ghost emperor in the next moment. Black-haired ghost emperor, if you were at your peak, you might be able to kill me. But now, what makes you think you can kill me? Yang Feng smiled contemptuously and waved his hand, and the 100 blade rulers that have been pierced through pulled out their black hair and turned into streams of light shooting towards the black-haired ghost emperor. Stubborn fool! Go to hell! Inside the bronze coffin, the eyes of the black-haired ghost emperor flickered fiercely, countless runes shone on him, immortal Empyrean might soared into the sky, and he tore with his hands. In an instant, a fearsome cosmic storm suddenly emerged and swept in all directions. The 100 holy rank blade overlords were also blown away by the terrifying cosmic storm for 100 li. The 100 holy grade Vajra rulers flew to the front of the flagship and activated a defensive barrier to protect Yang Feng. The Vajra rulers are battle robots specially developed for defense. When 100 of them join forces, they can even resist an attack from an Empyrean. With a flash of cyan light, the ancient bronze coffin turned into a stream of light and fled into a spatial hole. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with contempt, and he uttered coldly, "Sure enough, black-haired ghost emperor. Now is not the time for you Empyreans to awaken. Forcibly awakening will cause you great damage, right?" An incomparably terrifying spatial fluctuation surged, and on the other side of the spatial tear, the silhouettes of Saint-grade space rulers appeared. The spatial hole that was torn closed at once. The blade rulers teleported, appeared in front of the bronze coffin, and slashed at the black-haired ghost emperor with their blades. Heaven holy, don't go too far. The black-haired ghost emperor's eyes shone with a ferocious light. With a roar, he waved his claw and stabbed it into the body of a blade ruler. A violent black aura swept out, and the blade ruler exploded into dust, unable to reform itself. After he insta-killed a blade ruler, a wrinkle appeared on the face of the black-haired ghost emperor, and an aura of aging and decay emerged on him. The blade rulers and dazzling rulers rushed towards the black-haired ghost emperor one after another. The black-haired ghost emperor shone fiercely, and with each claw, he smashed a blade ruler or dazzling ruler into pieces. A layer of black magic light formed an incomparably distorted magic barrier, firmly protecting his body. In just a dozen breaths of time, only 50+ holy grade blade rulers and dazzling rulers of the 200 holy grade blade rulers and dazzling rulers were killed by the black-haired ghost emperor. Amazing! Despite being surrounded by 1,000 saint-ranked paragons, he'd still managed to kill 150 of them. That's the black-haired ghost emperor for you. Inside the flagship, Yang Feng looked at the seemingly invincible black-haired ghost emperor with a dignified look in his eyes. Even with his strength, if he was besieged by 1,000 holy grade rulers, he would have no choice but to escape. Heaven holy, since you want me dead, then let's die together. The eyes of the black-haired ghost emperor shimmered fiercely, and he stepped out of the bronze coffin. Tyrannical empyrean might spread from him, and swept in all directions. As soon as the black-haired ghost emperor stepped out of the bronze coffin, he exuded the aura of a decaying soul. He took a step, braved the siege of the rulers, appeared in front of the flagship, and sent a claw barreling towards the flagship. The 100 Vajra rulers shone brightly, and a huge shield emerged and blocked in front of the flagship. Boom! The fearsome claw pierced through the huge shield, pierced into the flagship, and tore apart the flagship's armor as well as its armor. You don't have the ability to kill me. Yang Feng's eyes shone fiercely, and he entered the fourth form, brandished the halberd of the god of battle, and slashed at the fearsome claw. Demonic light shone, minced the countless martyrs, and slammed into Yang Feng. In an instant, Yang Feng was blasted away for 10,000 kilometers, and the right half of his body was smashed. A copious amount of demonic qi, as if it has a life of its own, turned into countless runes and eroded Yang Feng's body. What a pity, just a little bit more. The eyes of the black-haired ghost emperor shimmered with unwillingness, and he sighed faintly and fell from the void towards the ground. His lifespan has run out and he died. A black hole appeared, enveloped the black-haired ghost emperor and devoured him, and a steady stream of empyrean origin entered Yang Feng's body. Chapter 1272. As soon as the ghost emperor died, a soul imprint containing the essence of ghosts collapsed and turned into nothingness. Like a meteor shower, stars fell from the sky and landed on the Tsangji plain. Countless blood-colored dark clouds gathered, and a rain of blood fell from the sky and scattered on the earth. An emperor has died. Who is it? In a strange river of time, the primal chaos spider mother opened her eyes, and countless runes flickered, and she looked towards the void. An emperor has died. Who is it? Who died? The old monsters that were slumbering in different spacetimes and perilous lands opened their eyes one after another, sensing everything around them. The ghost emperor has died. The heaven holy Yang Feng actually killed an empyrean. What a ruthless fellow. He didn't even do anything, yet he killed an emperor. How terrifying. That idiot ghost emperor. Now is not the time to wake up yet. To interfere with the world. He's really courting death. The emperors obtained the information through various secret methods and the contingency plans they set up in the world. With a thought, they hid themselves even more secretively. It's no longer safe here. The figure of the primal chaos spider mother blurred, and countless threads sprayed out and formed a huge cocoon. The cocoon trembled slightly and blurred, then disappeared from where it stood. Stars are falling, blood is raining. An emperor has died. The laws of heaven and earth have changed. An emperor of our universe has died. This phenomenon means that an emperor has died. Which emperor has died? In the Tsangji plain, the faces of the Holy Spirit rank powerhouses and above changed dramatically when they saw the various phenomena in the sky. Stars fell and a rain of blood covered the sky. This was a phenomenon that would only appear when an emperor fell. An emperor has died. Could it be the ghost emperor? All emperors are sleeping in different places. Only the ghost emperor has reappeared in the world. Could it be that the ghost emperor has died? Did the heaven holy really slay the ghost emperor? When the holy and great holy rank powerhouses around the god-murdering mountain saw the phenomena of stars falling and blood rain, a chill welled up in their hearts. The black-haired ghost emperor has fallen. A path has been cleared, but it doesn't have much meaning. As long as he's around, no one will be able to compete with him for the position of emperor. The 7 quasi-martial emperors hidden in the void watched as the stars fell and blood rained down from the sky. A grave look flashed in their eyes. Those quasi-emperors could sense the collapse of a soul imprint in one of the paths in the universe, and the others could use that path to become emperors once more. Under the joint attacks of Star and Moon, Heavenly Snake Great Saint, Void Eyes Tiger Great Saint, and Blue Thunder Great Saint, Babadarok, who was riddled with wounds, actually spurted out a mouthful of blood. With a ferocious expression, he roared at the top of his lungs, "How is this possible? My lord, how could my lord have fallen? Even if it's an emperor, only death awaits him if he goes against Big Brother." With a crisp sound, 3 dragon heads emerged from the void, bit Babadarok, and tore him to pieces. 3 rays of light shone, swept away Babadarok's torn body, and sealed it in a jade box. The Void Eyes Tiger Great Saint and the Blue Thunder Great Saint looked at the jade boxes in their hands with satisfaction in their eyes. The remains of a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse were absolutely treasures of heaven and earth, treasures among treasures. Whether it was used to refine secret treasures or to refine top-notch elixirs, it was a top-notch treasure, enough for quasi-emperor rank powerhouses to act. Quasi-emperor rank powerhouses such as the Void Eyes Tiger Great Saint and the Blue Thunder Great Saint could naturally sever their arms and squeeze out their blood essence to refine secret treasures and elixirs. However, doing so would consume a lot of their energy, and the losses outweighed the gains. It's over. From now on, it's the era of the Heaven Sage. Rays of light flickered, and then all the saints and great saints who were gathered here transformed into rays of light and vanished into thin air. White Knight sighed faintly. From today on, no one in the universe can compete with the Heaven Sage, the human race's 9th Warlock Emperor. Without saying anything, Mofasaraja turned into a stream of green light and disappeared. The Tsangji Plains Magic Network. The Heaven Sage has returned, devoured the heaven-devouring demonic dragon, defeated the ancient 3 quasi-emperors, and killed the archaic Emperor Black Fur Ghost Emperor. An explosive piece of news spread on the Tsangji Plains Magic Network. How is that possible? The heaven-devouring demonic dragon is the strongest person under the Emperor rank in the Eternal Era. How could he be defeated? The Heaven Sage has returned? Did he come out of the Eternal Path? Even if he did, he may not be the opponent of the ancient 3 quasi-emperors. This piece of news is definitely false. The ancient emperors are equivalent to the warlock emperors of the 8 warlock dynasties. Each one of them is extremely powerful and invincible. How could they be killed by Yang Feng? However, the Heaven Sage's return should be true. The voices of discussion spread in the magic network. Almost no one believes that the Heaven Sage can defeat the heaven-devouring demonic dragon, the ancient 3 quasi-emperors, and the archaic Emperor Black Fur Ghost Emperor in one go. Did the heaven-devouring demonic dragon, the ancient 3 quasi-emperors, and the Black Fur Ghost Emperor really die at Yang Feng's hands? That's right. I saw the heaven-devouring demonic dragon and the ancient 3 quasi-emperors die at Yang Feng's hands with my own eyes. He also killed the Black Fur Ghost Emperor's clone. Shortly after, a star fell and a rain of blood filled the sky. The Black Fur Ghost Emperor died. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Yang Feng's doing. How is that possible? The Heaven Sage is just a great holy. No matter how tyrannical he is, how could he kill an emperor? It's impossible for the Heaven Sage to kill an emperor at his peak. However, that emperor's soul is close to decaying. The Heaven Sage should have found the hiding place of his true body. In the end, he was forced to act and his soul decayed and died. Even if he was forced to act, an emperor should be able to escape from the Heaven Sage. That can only mean that the Heaven Sage's means are far beyond our expectations. In a holy forum that only saints can participate in, a group of saints are communicating in secret. Many saints who didn't go to the God-murdering mountain for various reasons are listening to what happened there. Chills ran down the backs of those saints and great saints. Yang Feng's terror is far beyond their imagination. To have 3 quasi-emperors following him, he must be invincible on the eternal path. Who has information on the eternal path? You guessed correctly. Practically half of the Eternal Emperor clans on the Eternal Road have already formed an alliance with the Heavenly Saint. They have become their allies. Are you sure they're just allies and not subordinates? With the strength of the Heaven Sage, what's the difference between allies and subordinates? It's just in name. Maybe allies are even worse than subordinate. The Eternal Path has appeared in the world of warlocks and has become another center second only to the Tsangji Plain. Many experts returned from the Eternal Road, bringing with them a lot of information regarding the Eternal Road. Since the Eternal Wall was shattered, more than half of the Eternal Emperor race on the Eternal Path have submitted to Yang Feng and become his subordinates and allies. The Void-Eye Tiger wholly decisively submitted to Yang Feng and became his subordinate. The Green Thunder wholly chose to become Yang Feng's ally. Yang Feng hasn't appeared in advance because he has absorbed the support of countless powerhouses on the Eternal Path. The Heaven Sage is invincible. In this era, no one is his opponent anymore. Not necessarily. As long as he hasn't advanced to the Empyrean realm, there's a chance that someone will surpass him. That's right. At the time, the Star Lord was also suppressed by others. In the end, he relied on an opportunity to ascend to the Empyrean realm and suppress all his enemies. The saints and great holy have discussed spiritedly on the Holy Forum. Outside the branch floating continent where the Tsangji Plains Battle Demon sect is located, countless robots are flying. One celestial body after another is captured by the Battle Demon sect's powerhouses, and then transformed by the engineering robots. In an interstellar port built outside the branch floating continent, there are countless ships anchored. The ships are grotesquely shaped, full of the style of different planes. The door of a battleship opened, and a man with a vertical eye between his eyebrows and an extraordinary temperament slowly walked out of the battleship. Greetings, God Eyes Holy. The beautiful Sure you came to the front of the warship, a fragrance wafting from her, and smiled sweetly at the man. Behind Sure you were a dozen or so beautiful angel warriors. The God Eyes Holy asked with a smile, Sure you Holy, where is the Heaven Sage? Sure you replied with a smile, the Heaven Sage is still in closed-door cultivation. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to see him. However, he told me to take you to see him if you come. The God Eyes Holy's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered slowly, in closed-door cultivation, is he going to break through and advance to a quasi-Empyrean? Or is he going to step into the Empyrean realm and become the 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race? In theory, Pinnacle Great Holy can already advance to the Empyrean realm. In fact, all quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses are Pinnacle Great Holy powerhouses who have taken a half-step into the Empyrean realm. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, the Star Lord is a peerless genius who directly stepped into the Empyrean realm from the Pinnacle Great Holy realm and advanced to the Warlock Emperor realm. Sure you smiled sweetly and avoided the topic. Only my big brother knows what he's thinking. This is really a scene of myriad races coming to pay their respects. When the God Eyes Holy strolled in the starport, he saw at a glance that the powerhouses of countless races gathered in the starport, making it extremely prosperous. Chapter 1273. In the starport, powerhouses of countless races gathered. Ever since the news of Yang Feng devouring the heaven-devouring demonic dragon, defeating 3 archaic quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, and slaying the Black Fur Ogre Emperor spread, the branch floating continent where the Battle Demon sect is located has become the center of the universe. Countless races brought all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth to trade here. At the same time, many races are eager to meet Yang Feng, either to seek refuge or to form an alliance. Sure, you said with a sweet smile. The stronger Big Brother is, the stronger the human Supreme Council will be. After all, Big Brother is a member of the human race. A scorching shade flashed in the eyes of the god I Great Holy. That's right. In the future, when the Heaven Holy promotes to the 9th Warlock Emperor, the human race will be able to become the overlord of the universe again. Under the lead of Shiryu, the god I Great Holy came to the Gold Lake in the center of the branch floating continent. In front of the Gold Lake, a copious amount of gold water churned and surged towards the center of the lake. In the center of the lake, Yang Feng closed his eyes, countless mysterious runes appeared all over his body, and transparent rune threads revolved around him and formed a rune cocoon. Wisps of fearsome aura permeated Yang Feng, as if a peerless beast is sleeping, transforming, and evolving. What a fearsome aura! He's just a great holy! When the god I Great Holy saw Yang Feng in the center of the Gold Lake, there was a flash of jealousy in his eyes. Even the god I's Great Holy felt tremendous pressure from the wisps of might exuding from Yang Feng. Greetings, Heavenly Saint! When the god I Great Holy arrived in front of the Gold Lake, he saluted Yang Feng. Yang Feng opened his eyes, sat cross-legged in the center of the Gold Lake, and said slowly, "God I Great Holy, what brings you here?" The eyes of the god I Great Holy shimmered with a complicated shade, and he uttered slowly, "I want to know why the Wheel of Time is in your hands." The Wheel of Time is a protective Empyrean-grade secret treasure of the first Warlock Emperor, the Time Lord. It is an invincible secret treasure and the symbol of the Time Dynasty. At the time when the Time Lord disappeared, the Wheel of Time, which represents the orthodoxy, also disappeared. Many powerhouses of the Time Dynasty fought over the throne of the First Warlock Dynasty, which eventually led to the collapse of the First Warlock Dynasty. The Wheel of Time was the symbol of the legitimate successor of the First Warlock Dynasty. This Wheel of Time was naturally left to me by the Time King. Yang Feng told the god I Great Holy about how he obtained the Wheel of Time. The divine I Great Sage remained silent for a while before slowly saying, "Heavenly Saint, the Wheel of Time is the symbol of the legitimate successor of the Time Dynasty. Since you've been waiting for the Wheel of Time, you've obtained the recognition of the Lord of Time. Our Time Dynasty will follow your lead from now on." Yang Feng said, "I won't treat you unfairly." The god I Great Holy flicked a finger, and a blue crystal flew into Yang Feng's hand. "This is the inventory of the Time Dynasty's treasury. I'll take my leave first. If you have any instructions, don't hesitate to contact me." "Alright." The god I's Great Holy saluted Yang Feng, turned around, and strode away. "Big Brother, the Time King is truly amazing. Just a final order was enough to make the entire Time Empire submit to you." Mykelia walked out from the side, picked up the Wheel of Time, and played with it while letting out bell-like laughter. Yang Feng said with a smile, "The Time King is indeed amazing. However, it's not just a final order that can make the Time Dynasty submit to me. It's because I'm already strong enough to make the Time Dynasty submit to me that the god I Great Holy is willing to serve me. Yang Feng, who killed the Black Fur Ghost Emperor, has boundless potential. He is already recognized as the future 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race. Once he ascends to the throne, the human Supreme Council will fall under his control. The god I Great Holy only took the initiative to submit to Yang Feng, using the Wheel of Time as a pretext. Now that the Time Dynasty has taken the initiative to submit to Yang Feng must reciprocate in the future. The central starfield of the origin world. Suddenly, the Tier 4 hive attached to the Tier 5 hive shone, countless runes flickered, and a tremendous force entered the Tier 5 hive. Boom! After absorbing a tremendous amount of force, the Tier 5 hive trembled slightly, and then suddenly collapsed and burst apart. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying energy storm tore through the sky, destroying and tearing apart everything in its path. Shit. There's a change in the central starfield. Those guys from the Gamana universe are going to launch an attack. To blow up a Tier 5 hive, how extravagant. The Gamana universe's powerhouses are definitely extravagant. The eyes of the human warlocks monitoring the central starfield shimmered with shock, and they quickly sent back information. There's a change in the central starfield. The Gamana universe blew up a Tier 5 hive. One by one, the news spread to all the major races, and all the major races attached great importance to this matter. One by one, the experts cast their spells and flew toward the central starfield. Once the Gamana universe's powerhouses occupy the universe of the world of warlocks, they are bound to carry out a purge. They will kill the vast majority of this universe's powerhouses and use them as sacrifices to fuse the two universes and enhance the universe's energy level. In the center of the Tier 5 hive's explosion, a distorted hole collapsed. Countless fat, 100-meter-long worms gnawed at the distorted hole, gnawed away at the universe barrier between the two universes inch by inch, and formed a passage. An expert of the giant god race walked through the distorted space, his upper body naked and his lower body draped in beast skin. His entire body was covered in countless mysterious runes, and he had a sinister appearance. He wielded a giant bone club. Every time the giant god powerhouse took a step, a fearsome backlash force came from the void. The countless huge worms would explode and turn into a sticky liquid that spilled onto the ground. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the giant god powerhouse reached the edge of the universe barrier and took a step with great difficulty. In an instant, countless fat insects exploded. The body of the giant god powerhouse also split open. Suffering a tremendous backlash, a copious amount of blood sprayed out from all over his body, and his soul became very weak. On the other side of the Gamana universe, a huge eye full of mystery and abstruse opened and fell on the giant god powerhouse. The bloodline of the giant god powerhouse was stimulated, and he roared, took a step, crossed the universe barrier, and descended into the world of warlocks. At the moment when the giant god powerhouse crossed the universe barrier and descended into the world of warlocks, his body split open. 7 rays of light flew out of the giant god powerhouse and descended into the world of warlocks. A Flamewell powerhouse covered in flames glanced at the quasi-empyrean rank giant god powerhouse, who no longer has soul fluctuations, and frowned. Sure enough, the laws of the universe have loosened enough to allow quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses to descend. However, in order to send us over, they sacrificed a quasi-empyrean rank giant god powerhouse. They're really ruthless. A ghost blade quasi-empyrean rank powerhouse covered in sharp blades uttered in a harsh voice. This is a great tribulation, a battle concerning the survival of 2 universes. Except for Eternals, all of us are chess pieces. Wasn't the Bo Yen Lord also sacrificed? A peerlessly handsome expert of the star god race, whose entire body was wreathed in dazzling starlight, frowned slightly and said, "Even Master Bo Yen has been sacrificed. This universe is far more dangerous than we think. If an Empyrean were to take action, none of us would survive." A red rhombus race powerhouse uttered coldly, "Impossible! The Empyreans of this universe are sleeping. Unless our universe's Empyrean comes, they won't come out. If their Empyrean had taken the initiative to take action, the Bo Yen Lord would have been killed by them." A green rhombus race powerhouse uttered, "Our mission is to defend this cave for 7 days. As long as we can defend it for 7 days, the barrier worms will be able to open a path for quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses to pass. With our universe's underlying strength, as long as we can send a steady stream of quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses into this universe, we can inflict heavy damage on this universe." A dark sea race powerhouse shrouded in endless dark light uttered with a smile, we have the Shadow Claw. No matter how many powerhouses of this universe come, only death awaits them." The rest of the powerhouses nodded, and their gazes fell on the last Shadowclaw powerhouse, who is shrouded in a layer of distorted shadows. The Shadowclaw is one of the top 6 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe. He is one of the strongest supreme geniuses of the Gamana universe, as well as one of the most promising powerhouses of the Gamana universe to promote to the Empyrean rank in this era. The Shadowclaw said coldly, "If we passively defend this place, we will only fail. We should attack and kill every single person in the central starfield. Let's confuse them about our purpose. By attacking instead of defending, we can better complete our mission. Let's go kill. Don't leave a single person alive in the central starfield." "Okay. That's right. Kill everyone in the central starfield. Haha, let the lowly life forms of this universe experience our terror." The 7 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses showed ferocious and excited smiles, turned into streams of light, and disappeared. Central Starfield. Above a celestial body occupied by humans. Ants of the human race turned to ash. Ripples flickered, and the Scarlet Flamewell powerhouse appeared. With a ferocious smile, he turned into a scarlet sun and fell on the celestial body. Boom! With a loud noise, the celestial body was engulfed by endless flames. Chapter 1274. In an instant, the celestial body with the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse stationed there was engulfed by endless flames, and the 20,000 Moonlight Warlocks and above stationed here were burned to ashes. A bunch of ants. The figure of the Flamewell quasi-Empyrean powerhouse fluttered, and he flew out of the starry sky and disappeared. In the starry sky outside a celestial body, light shone, and a Ghostblade quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse flew towards a fleet. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The fleet issued alarms, and countless battle robots flew out and rushed towards the Ghostblade powerhouse. Since the outbreak of the war between the two universes, the major forces have ordered a large number of arms from the Battle Demon sect. Many powerful forces already have their own fleet. Along with flashes of light, a dense rain of light drowned the Ghostblade powerhouse. In an instant, the huge fleet disintegrated and turned into countless fragments comparable to dust that scattered in the sky. The Ghostblade powerhouse passed through the huge fleet and slammed into the celestial body. Boom! Twisted blade rays slashed at the celestial body, and the celestial body disintegrated in an instant. From the celestial body, countless human warlocks turned into a rain of light and flew in all directions. It was as if an invisible hand had swiped across the void. A quarter of the light rain directly exploded, turning into countless fragments. Fresh blood splattered across the sky. The number 324 celestial body was destroyed. The other party is suspected to be a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. The number 876 celestial body was destroyed. The other party is suspected to be a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. In the headquarters of the Human Supreme Council, information came back one after another. With unsightly expressions on their faces, the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council looked at each other helplessly. Wu Meiying sighed faintly, and her eyes shimmered with determination. Sure enough, strength is everything. Even the chairman of the Human Supreme Council can't order a holy, let alone a great holy. Wu Meiying's talent is extremely outstanding, not inferior to Regina's. But she is passionate about power, and so she chose to become a chairman of the Human Supreme Council. After becoming the chairman of the Human Supreme Council, the progress of her strength had become slower, and the gap between her and Regina had widened. A half-emperor-level powerhouse was far beyond the limits of what the Human Supreme Council could deal with. Mount Void Saint was a virtual forum in the deepest part of the magic net built by the human race. Only half-step emperors could enter this forum. In the middle of Mount Suxing there were 14 seats. With a flash of light, God I Great Sage's projection appeared on one of the seats. A streak of light flashed, and a peerlessly handsome projection with the lofty aura of a god appeared in the air. The peerlessly handsome projection with the arrogance of a god said slowly, "Divine I Great Sage, I heard that you went to see the heavenly saint." The divine I Great Sage said lightly, "That's right. Great Sage Wind God." The handsome projection is the Wind God Great Holy, a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse of the Third Warlock dynasty, the Transcendent dynasty. He was also one of the 8 great divine generals under the command of the Lord of Demonic Gods. Wind God Great Sage said, "Divine I Great Sage, my master will soon awaken from his slumber. Isn't it too hasty for you to make a choice now?" The divine I Great Sage said flatly, "The person who possesses the Wheel of Time is the legitimate successor of the Time dynasty. I have no reason to violate my master's last will." An enigmatic ray flashed in the eyes of the Wind God Great Sage, and he uttered, "Last will, it seems that the Time Lord has really died. Since he has died, then my master will be the only one who will step into eternity in the future. For the sake of the future of the Time dynasty, I hope you can think it over." The divine I Great Sage fell silent. Along with flashes of light, a projection that seems to be shrouded in endless starlight appeared on Mount Su-Sheng. This projection constructed from starlight is the quasi-emperor rank powerhouse of the Star dynasty, the Myriad Star Great Sage. The Myriad Star Great Sage glanced at the other empty seats and said with a faint smile, "This time, it seems that there are only the 3 of us." The divine I Great Sage frowned slightly and sighed slowly. Those guys want to see the Gumana universe weaken the strength of the human race. At this time, they still want to scheme and preserve their strength. What a bunch of short-sighted guys. The Wind God Great Sage said, "Divine I Great Sage, can the Heaven Holy take action? If he takes action, those guys are just clowns, they won't be able to withstand a single blow." The Myriad Star Great Sage nodded, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Previously, Yang Feng killed 4 archaic quasi-emperor rank powerhouses, and even killed the Ghost Emperor, an Empyrean rank powerhouse. He is now recognized as the #1 expert in the world of Warlock. The divine I Great Sage uttered lightly, "He's transforming. He's ready to take that step." The Wind God Great Sage's face flickered. "He's about to take that step?" The Myriad Star Great Sage sighed faintly. "As expected of a Heaven Holy. What should we do now? Those are 7 quasi-emperor rank powerhouses. Even I am not a match for one of them." A dignified look in his eyes, the Wind God Great Sage asked, "Even you are not his opponent? Is that person really that strong? Who is he?" The Star Imperial Court's powerhouses are proficient in prophecy. They are the strongest of the 8 Warlock dynasties. Even though they haven't fought, the Myriad Star Holy can still predict the strength of the enemy through prophecy. The Myriad Star Great Sage answered, "The Gumana universe's Shadowclaw powerhouses." The divine I Great Sage uttered decisively, "In that case, let's shrink our defensive line and withdraw all our forces. Let's defend our foundation and abandon the defensive line in the central starfield." The Wind God Great Sage uttered with a smile, "Okay. Since they are unwilling to contribute, then we don't have to care about them." The Myriad Star Great Sage frowned, glanced at the empty seats, and remained silent. In the world of Warlocks, there are more than 14 quasi-emperor rank powerhouses who have awakened. However, only 3 human quasi-emperor rank powerhouses have appeared on Mount Illusionary Holy. Clearly, the other powerhouses don't want to stand out. They want the human forces and the Gumana universe's forces to exhaust each other. In the central starfield, a rain of light flickered as the human warlock fleets withdrew and returned to the human Supreme Council's strongholds. "The humans have retreated. Curses, those human bastards. Human warlocks, those damn beasts. They retreated." When the other races in the world of warlocks saw the humans retreat, they were stunned, and a chill welled up in their hearts. The Gamana universe's powerhouses, who have been suppressed by the human warlocks in the central starfield, poured out and swarmed towards different parts of the world of warlocks like locusts. One battle after another broke out in different parts of the universe. The humans have really retreated. The other races of this universe are not willing to cooperate with the humans and want to preserve their strength. Naturally, the humans won't fight to the death on the front line. Sure enough, offense is the best defense. Shadowclaw Void, do you want to gather our forces and attack the Human Supreme Council? They only have 3 quasi-emperor rank powerhouses guarding them. No, the underlying strength of the 6 human warlock imperial courts is too strong. They are comparable to our holy races. With our strength, we can only take down 1 dynasty at most. Everyone will die. If we want to attack, there is only one place that we have to attack at all costs. What place? The Battle Demon Sect. The Sky Saint wanted to ascend to the heavens in a single step and become a perfect ranker. We can't let him succeed. Once he advances to the Empyrean realm, who knows how many hundreds of millions of life forms of the Gamana universe will die at his hands. We must kill him. That's right, the Heaven Holy. We must eradicate him. In the void, 7 fearsome thoughts reached a consensus and converged from all directions. In the central starfield, one Tier 4 hive after another flew out, gathered countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe, and disappeared without a trace. The Battle Demon Sect's headquarters, on the branch floating continent. A fearsome aura suddenly soared into the sky and tore through the sky. Within millions of light-years in radius, a tremendous amount of cosmic energy converged here. What happened? Someone is attacking the Empyrean realm. The Heaven Holy is attacking the Empyrean realm. The Heaven Holy is attacking the Empyrean realm. He wants to advance to the Empyrean realm in 1 step. That's the Heaven Holy. He wants to attack the Empyrean realm. That's terrifying. He has been cultivating for less than 5,000 years, yet he has already reached this step? Empyrean realm. He wants to attack the Empyrean realm. Is the human race going to give birth to a 9th warlock emperor? Within millions of light-years in radius, all powerhouses above the Holy Spirit warlock realm sensed the change in heaven and earth, and their countenance changed dramatically, and they looked in this direction. Along with flashes of light, countless Holy Spirit warlocks and great holy rank powerhouses rushed over. The promotion to an Empyrean realm is a rare occurrence even in 100,000 years. The brilliant great holy's eyes shimmered with a complicated shade, and he sighed faintly. So fast. I didn't expect him to advance to a warlock emperor. Empyrean realm. He's going to advance to a warlock emperor. Haha, I, Huang Iha, have taught a warlock emperor. Haha. I'm so lucky. Ha ha ha. When Huang Iha sensed the fearsome aura, his eyes flashed with the shade of ecstasy, and he danced with joy. His sage-like temperament is nowhere to be seen. Empyrean realm. Warlock emperor. Is our Battle Demon Sect going to give birth to a warlock emperor? Eugene Gang and the other former great elders of the Battle Demon Sect looked in that direction with a dazed expression and incredulity in their eyes. Chapter 1275. Yuan Yi sensed the fluctuations of breath running through the sky in the distance, and his eyes flickered with enigmatic light. So fast, he's going to advance to the Empyrean realm. At the time, when Yuan Yi was a glorious sun warlock, Yang Feng was just a great warlock. Now, with the help of the Battle Demon Sect's massive resources, he has only advanced to the Infinity Warlock realm. However, Yang Feng has already begun to attack the Empyrean realm, which naturally filled Yuan Yi with complicated feelings. With a flash of fearsome light, a figure flew out of the Battle Demon Sect, soared into the sky, and revealed itself. It was Yang Feng. The energy gathered from millions of light years in radius combined with the laws of the universe formed a gate engraved with countless runes and exuding mysterious aura in the void. Countless mysterious runes emerged on the black stone gate. The Emperor Gate. As long as you blast open the Emperor Gate and engrave your soul and essence in it, you can advance to the Empyrean realm. That's the legendary Emperor Gate. It's an aggregation of the laws of the universe. The Heaven Holy, you really reach this step. As long as you take this last step, the Heaven Holy will be able to advance to the Empyrean realm and become the 9th Warlock Emperor. From all directions, people looked at the Emperor Gate that emerged out of thin air with enigmatic glints in their eyes. The Divine I Great Holy flew over with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. The 9th Warlock Emperor. So fast. Divine I Great Holy, please wait. A beam of light flashed, and a terrifyingly handsome expert with a blood-red curse mark tattooed on his forehead and countless hairs on his head that seemed to have a life of their own, as well as chrysanthemum-like sharp teeth, walked out of the void and stood in front of Godly I Great Sage. The Divine I Great Holy said coldly, "Blood Hair Snake Great Holy, I'm going to protect the Heaven Holy. Are you going to block my way?" The Blood Hair Snake Great Holy said coldly, "That's right. It's not just me, everyone in the universe doesn't want to see a Heaven Holy advance to the Empyrean realm. You humans have dominated the universe for too long. This opportunity to advance to the Empyrean realm won't be given to you humans. This is the consensus of all life forms in the universe." The Divine I Great Sage said indifferently, "You are no match for me." The Divine I Great Sage was, after all, a quasi-emperor expert from the time Imperial Dynasty. His battle prowess was ferocious and peerless. However, the heaven-swallowing demon dragon was the #1 person below the Emperor realm and could easily defeat the God I Great Sage. The Divine I Great Sage was not afraid of the other half-martial emperors. "I'm indeed no match for you, Divine I Great Sage. But my mission is only to stall you." Blood-hair demonic serpent sage's body blurred, countless blood chi surged, thousands of blood hair flew out of his head, turned into blood-colored demonic serpents, and directly pounced towards Divine I Sage. A cold light flashed in God I Great Sage's eyes. Runes flashed in his vertical eye, and dense beams of light blasted toward the blood-colored demonic snake. In a starry region, a dark bright tortoise, whose body was over 10,000 miles long and entirely made out of dark bright magic rock, was standing in front of Star and Moon Heavenly Serpent. The black tortoise said, "Star Moon Sky Snake Great Saint, this time Heaven Saint is charging for Emperor Realm. Why are you still helping him? As long as he dies, you and the Starry Moon Heavenly Snake Clan will be freed." Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Sage said coldly, "Black Radiant Black Tortoise Great Sage, since I have already acknowledged Heavenly Saint as my master, I must serve him." "You don't have to say any more. Get out of my way. Otherwise we can only fight." "Then let's fight. My mission today is to stop you." Radiant Black Tortoise Great Sage's eyes flickered with ferocity. Countless runes surged as he pounced towards Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Great Sage. The Star and Moon Heavenly Serpent Great Sage had also revealed his true form. He had turned into a terrifying beast as big as a star. Two fierce beasts that were as large as stars fought in this star field, causing terrifying shockwaves to spread in all directions. In a star field, a peerless beauty with a head of red hair and a pair of crane wings on her back stood in the void, quietly looking at the great void-eyed tiger sage on the other side. The great void-eyed tiger sage sighed faintly and said, "Flying crane sage, are you really going to block my way? Do you know that if a heaven saint can take that step and become an emperor, your flying crane god race will be in danger of extinction?" Flying crane sage advised, "Great void-eyed tiger sage, the heaven saint has a blood feud with your great void-eyed tiger race. Now is the best opportunity. As long as you attack with us, we can take advantage of this great opportunity to kill the Heaven Saint. In this universe, besides the human race, no one is willing to see the Heaven Saint step into the Emperor realm. The great void-eyed tiger sage sighed faintly and said, "It's too late. Back when the Heaven Saint had just risen, if you had joined forces with us, there would have been a 70 to 80% chance of defeating him. But now, he has already matured. No one is a match for him anymore. The Heaven Saint is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Listen to my advice, stop." A strange glint flashed in Flying Crane Sage's beautiful eyes as she said, "Great void-eyed tiger sage, from your tone, you are also not willing to serve the Heaven Saint. As far as I know, you have not been restricted by the Heaven Saint. This is the best time and the only time." "That's right, I am not willing to serve the Heaven Saint. Unfortunately, he is too powerful. So powerful that I fear him. Flying Crane Sage, since you are blocking my path, then we can only fight. Otherwise, when the Heaven Saint seeks the Tao in the future, it will be hard for me to refuse. And as a friend, I do not want you to go there and die." The great void-eyed tiger sage's body flashed with countless runes as he took a step forward and attacked the Flying Crane Sage. The Flying Crane Sage frowned slightly as a feather flew into her hand and turned into a white crane blade. She took a step forward and faced the great void-eyed tiger sage. In a star field, countless green lightning interweaved with a sea of light, and a terrifying impact spread out in all directions. "Green Thunder Sage, why are you helping the Heaven Saint? He is the only existence that can advance to the eternal realm. Our universe needs him. Light Ocean Great Sage, please stop. The Heaven Saint's advancement is the will of this universe. If you stop me, once he succeeds, your light sea race will also be in danger of being exterminated. No. The Heaven Saint is taking the risk to barge into the Emperor's door. His accumulation is not deep enough, and he is destined to fail. This is our best chance. And our only chance. In the void, countless powerhouses are fighting fiercely. Yang Feng's reinforcements are being blocked by different forces. Once Yang Feng advances to the Empyrean realm, no one else in this era will have any hope of advancing to the Empyrean realm. The human race will welcome the 9th Warlock Emperor and suppress countless powerhouses in the universe. Moreover, Yang Feng's soul has reached the Great Circle, and his battle prowess is heaven-defying. Once he advances to the Empyrean realm, he will be infinitely close to invincible overlords like the 7 Warlock Emperors. Most of the Empyreans sleeping in the River of Time have decayed souls. They don't want an invincible overlord rank Empyrean to appear in this era and compete with them for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Realm. In the starry sky outside the Battle Demon sect, everyone's eyes are focused on Yang Feng. "Come." Yang Feng barked and pointed down. A copious amount of gold lake water gushed into the sky from the gold lake and entered Yang Feng's body. Along with fluctuations of the law of karma, the gold lake on the other branch floating continents churned, and a tremendous amount of gold lake water surged towards Yang Feng in accordance with the laws of the underworld. The Azure Dragon clan and the other powerhouses didn't interfere with the flow of the gold lake. Open. After absorbing the power of the gold lake water, Yang Feng's eyes flickered fiercely and he bellowed. Countless runes flashed on his fists, and he sent a punch containing the essence of power barreling towards the Emperor Gate. He dares to attack the Emperor Gate. What gall! Isn't the correct way to open the Emperor Gate to use all your strength, manifest your path, and communicate with the Emperor Gate? This is the textbook method passed down by the human 8 Warlock Emperors. That's the Emperor Gate formed from the laws of the universe. Is he crazy? Seeing this scene, the many holy and great holy experts in the surroundings were dumbfounded. Boom! The Empyrean Gate formed from the laws of the universe radiated resplendent silver light and shot towards Yang Feng. In an instant, countless wounds appeared on Yang Feng's body, the Dawn God armor cracked, and a copious amount of blood gushed out of his body and sprinkled into the sky. Interesting. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile of excitement. Countless runes flickered, and the wounds on his body healed quickly. Then, he flew towards the Emperor Gate again. Boom! 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 Yang Feng frantically bombarded the Emperor Gate formed from the laws of the universe. Every strike shook heaven and earth, and a fearsome backlash force cracked his body, and blood sprinkled into the sky. Is he crazy? Is the heaven holy crazy? The holy and great holy experts looked at Yang Feng with incredulity on their faces. Fourth form, open. Yang Feng's power suddenly climbed to the limit, merged with the projection, and slammed a fist into the Emperor Gate. Torrents of time, spatial portals, power stars, devour black holes, and nets of fate suddenly appeared. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, a hole was blasted open in the Emperor Gate. From the cave, countless laws of the universe as well as all kinds of power essence of the universe poured down, sprinkled on Yang Feng, strengthened his body and soul, and sublimated his body and soul. Virtually at the same time, a fearsome backlash force enveloped Yang Feng and blasted his right shoulder and right leg to pieces. The holy bones containing wisps of immortal holy force and comparable to holy-grade secret treasures, as hard as holy-grade secret treasures, crumbled and scattered with the wind. Chapter 1276. Ripples flickered, and a green figure boosted by the essence of speed surpassing the speed of light appeared in front of Yang Feng from the clouds 10,000 kilometers away in an instant and stabbed at him with a dagger in hand. Great Sage Azure Paragon! That was a half-emperor-ranked powerhouse who was reputed to be the fastest during the Black Emperor era. His grasp of timing is really ingenious. This is the moment when the heavenly saint is at his weakest. A trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the saints and great saints who were watching from the side. The eyes of the seemingly seriously injured Yang Feng flickered brightly, and he waved his left hand, and the torrent of time, the spatial portal, and the power star appeared, distorted space-time, and slammed into the green Jew Holy's dagger. An incomparably terrifying power burst forth, and the dagger directly shattered into pieces. No! Great Saint Qing Ju had a horrified expression on his face as he let out a shrill scream. His body crumbled inch by inch into countless pieces that flew in all directions. Yang Feng's body split open again in an instant, and a large amount of blood spilled into the starry sky. A devouring black hole appeared and swept towards the remains of the green absolute great sage. Sky Saint, stop! An enraged voice came from afar, and a streak of azure light flashed as a gorgeous woman with an extraordinary temperament flew over from afar and descended into this part of the starry sky. The Devour Black Hole released a fearsome devour force that devoured the green Jew great sage and devoured all his life origin. Another half-step emperor has fallen! So scary! A heavenly saint was actually able to instantly kill a quasi-emperor expert. How terrifying! Although he also paid the price. But his strength is too terrifying. As expected of a monster that can break through the emperor's door. The holy and great holy experts inhaled a breath of cold air and stared at Yang Feng with apprehension in their eyes. Tianxing, you killed my husband. I, the great green plum sage, swear that in this lifetime, I will use everything I have to kill you. No matter who it was, as long as they could kill a heavenly saint. I, the great sage of Green Plum, am willing to be his slave and serve him. A look of despair flashed in the eyes of the Green Plum great sage as she made a vow filled with resentment. An incomparably beautiful great sage was willing to be his slave and do whatever he wanted. It was very attractive, even to a quasi-emperor. With a flash of green light, A figure surpassing the speed of light appeared behind the green plum great sage and slashed out with a sword so fast that it beheaded the green plum great sage. Green afterimages flashed, and the green plum great sage was sliced into countless pieces. His soul was also shattered. Now you have become a corpse. Even if you wanted to be a slave, no one would want you. Along with bell-like laughter, Mycelia's figure appeared, a blue box appeared in her hand, and a fearsome attractive force emerged and sucked in the remains of the green plum sage. The flesh and soul of any great sage were extremely precious treasures. A drop of the blood of a great sage can change the fate of an ordinary person. A steady stream of mystical power and laws of the universe gushed out of the Emperor Gate, strengthening Yang Feng's fleshly body and soul, allowing him to transform and evolve at a terrifying speed. With every breath of time, he would become more powerful. Awed by Yang Feng's ferocious might when he killed the green plum sage with a single punch, the enemies hiding in the dark fell silent and waited to see what would happen, giving Yang Feng a short period of time to recover. Do it! A loud roar came from the void. Ripples flickered, and a fire star shrouded in flames appeared and barreled towards Yang Feng. The handsome star god Quasi-Emperor appeared, chanted an incantation, and shone with starlight. 13,600 stars flew out from the body of the star god clan's half-step emperor, forming an incomparably profound barrier that locked down the void. The starlight in an area of millions of kilometers in radius was forcibly extracted, gathered in the 13,600 stars, and formed a barrier that can seal a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. It is easy to defeat a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse, but it is very difficult to kill one. The quasi-emperor of the Star God clan sealed this space. What followed next was an endless battle to the death. The Red Rhombus race quasi-emperor, dressed in a red-gold armor and holding a red-gold dragon spear, appeared and stabbed at Yang Feng. The Green Rhombus race quasi-emperor, dressed in a green armor and holding a green dragon spear, stabbed at Yang Feng. Shrouded in a sea of negative energy, the Dark Sea race quasi-emperor pointed at Yang Feng with a scepter in his hand, and curses barreled towards Yang Feng. The Ghostblade powerhouse moved at a high speed. Leaving afterimages in the void, he approached Yang Feng, looking for an opportunity to kill him in one blow. 6 quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses, they are assassins of the Gamana universe. They are assassins sent by the Gamana universe. Did the Gamana universe send them to assassinate the Heaven Holy? When the holy and great holy rank powerhouses saw the 6 quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses, their eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, but no one took action. Facing the quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses, unless the holy and great holy rank powerhouses go all out, they may not be able to resist their attack. Mycelia glanced at the 6 quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses, and her eyes shimmered with derision. Only the few of you came to die? With a flash of derision in his eyes, Yang Feng's aura trembled, countless runes shone, and quasi-Empyrean step fluctuations of power slowly diffused from him. In the sky, the Emperor's door also began to collapse inch by inch. Quasi-Empyrean. It turns out that he didn't choose to attack the Empyrean realm, but to advance to the quasi-Empyrean realm. So that's how it is. If he advanced to the Empyrean realm, he would have been weak for a period of time. But now, he is even stronger than before. But he gave up the opportunity to advance to the Empyrean realm in a single bound. The next time he wants to advance to the Empyrean realm, it will be much more difficult. The holy and great holy rank powerhouses commented and looked at Yang Feng with apprehension. Go to hell. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and the green sun halberd appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the fire star with the halberd. In an instant 100 green suns suddenly appeared, combined into one, and, exuding indestructible immortal Empyrean might, slashed at the fire star. Boom! The fire star was slashed into countless pieces by the green sun, and the Flamewell Quasi-Empyrean was also slashed to pieces. A black hole appeared and engulfed the Flamewell Quasi-Empyrean, green rhombus Quasi-Empyrean, red rhombus Quasi-Empyrean, dark sea Quasi-Empyrean, star god Quasi-Empyrean, and Ghostblade Quasi-Empyrean, and fearsome Devour Light frantically extracted the life origin of the 6 Quasi-Empyreans. In a breath of time, the Flamewell Quasi-Empyrean was turned into ashes, and his life origin was sucked dry. The other 5 Quasi-Empyreans cast spells and joined forces to attack the black hole. The combined attack of the 5 Quasi-Empyrean smashed the Devour black hole. A green halberd ray slammed into the dark sea Quasi-Empyrean and sliced him into pieces, which were instantly swallowed by the black hole. Virtually silently, a person jumped out from the shadow behind Yang Feng, and as if he doesn't exist, a claw stabbed towards Yang Feng's heart. Shadowclaw Powerhouse, you're really amazing. If I didn't know of your existence, I might have been seriously injured by you. Unfortunately, since I already know of your existence, you're doomed to die. A torrent of time surged around Yang Feng, and his speed increased by 300 times. The green sun halberd in his hand turned into a green arc and slashed backwards. When the halberd slashed at the Shadowclaw Powerhouse, one of the Gumana universe's 6 heroes was split in 2. Crack! Along with a crisp sound, a shadow life bead shattered, and the Shadowclaw Powerhouse disappeared. Shadow life beads are life-saving secret treasures of the Shadowclaw race. Each shadow life bead can die in place of a person once. Quasi-Empyrean step shadow life beads are extremely precious. After a Quasi-Empyrean dies, only one will be born. There are less than 10 shadow life beads in the entire Shadowclaw race. Escaped? Unfortunately, you must die. If a top assassin like you doesn't die, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Yang Feng frowned slightly, a fierce ray flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand, and a net of fate appeared and entered the void. Threads of fate spread all over this starfield. Found you! How pitiful to be sealed in this starfield. The star god race's myriad star saint sealing barrier is truly amazing. Yang Feng glanced at a certain place in the void, showed a frigid smile, and blurred into motion and flew towards that area. Red Caltrop Soulbreaker Spear. The red rhombus race Quasi-Empyrean burned his blood essence, and the rhombus crystal on his forehead shone and turned into a crimson soul spear stabbing towards Yang Feng. Red Caltrop Soulbreaker Spear is a desperate secret method of the red rhombus race. This secret method requires the red rhombus race powerhouse to burn their bloodline and soul in order to display it. It can attack the enemy's fleshly body and soul. You're courting death. Yang Feng frowned and slashed out with his halberd. The 100 suns split the sky combined into one and formed a green halberd ray that slashed towards the red Caltrop Soulbreaker Spear. Boom! Green light and red light intertwined, cancelled each other out, and annihilated each other. Before the red radiance was completely extinguished, a blood-red radiance flew out from the radiance and entered Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. Chapter 1277. In Yang Feng's Sea of Knowledge, a bloody spear appeared, tore through the sky, and stabbed towards the corpse with devastating force. Break! In Yang Feng's Sea of Knowledge, Yang Feng's figure suddenly appeared, tore through the sky, and slammed a fist into the bloody spear. A frightening soul force surged, and the bloody spear was smashed by Yang Feng's strike. At the moment when the bloody spear was smashed, Yang Feng's true body shook slightly, and blood flowed out of his mouth. A devour black hole appeared and swallowed the remains of the red rhombus race Quasi-Emperor. With a flash of an afterimage, the ogre blade Quasi-Emperor appeared behind Yang Feng and slashed at him with his sword. Layers of barriers suddenly appeared on Yang Feng's body. When the ogre blade Quasi-Emperor's sword strike landed on the overlapping barriers, It directly smashed the barriers, and then slashed at Yang Feng and cut open the Dawn God armor. The sword strike cut into Yang Feng's body and cut open a long wound. A large amount of blood sprinkled in the sky. Die! His face unchanged, Yang Feng brandished his halberd, and countless martyrs emerged and slashed at the ogre blade Quasi-Emperor, cutting him in two. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the ogre blade Quasi-Emperor. The wheel of time flew out, and a torrent of time enveloped Yang Feng. Enveloped by the essence of time, a copious amount of blood flew back and entered Yang Feng's body. The wound inflicted by the ogre blade Quasi-Emperor disappeared in the flow of time. Time reversal, the most fearsome spell of the Time Lord. With the power of time reversal, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed to its original state. This is a heaven-defying spell that only the Time Lord can master. The Heaven Holy actually mastered this spell. How despairing! When the powerhouses hidden in the void saw this scene, a chill welled up inside them. Green Rhombus Soulbreaker Spear. The eyes of the Green Rhombus race Quasi-Emperor shimmered fiercely, and he burned his flesh, blood, and soul, and the rhombus crystal on his forehead released countless mysterious runes. Red rhombus, green rhombus, white rhombus, and purple rhombus, these four sacred races of the Gamana universe are, in fact, four branches of the same race. They have the same ancestor and are proficient in the same secret method. Do you think I will be hit by the same spell a second time? The activation speed of this spell is too slow. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng, who accelerated by 300 times, appeared behind the red rhombus race Quasi-Emperor as if teleporting, and showed a mocking smile. With a flash of a green halberd ray, the red rhombus race Quasi-Emperor's body was torn apart and devoured by a devour black hole. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the star god race's Quasi-Emperor, and he said with a glib tongue, "Tian Xing, this time, when you break through to the Emperor's domain, you won't be able to escape. It's not of our universe's powerhouses, but your universe's powerhouses. Your reinforcements and allies were all stopped by the people of your universe, giving us this opportunity. Give up on this universe and rely on our universe. As long as you pledge your allegiance to our universe, the three eternal sovereigns will definitely help you become an emperor." Once Yang Feng joins the Gamana universe, the situation of the universe will change dramatically. Once Yang Feng joins the Gamana universe, the situation of the universe will change dramatically. Before the Empyreans wake up, no one will be able to stop Yang Feng's army. It's impossible for me to join your universe, because your universe's three Eternals will never let me advance to the Eternal Realm. With a faint smile, Yang Feng treaded on a river of time, appeared in front of the star god race Quasi-Emperor, and slashed with his halberd. Carrying destructive power, the halberd crushed all starry sky barriers and cut the star god race Quasi-Emperor in two. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the star god race Quasi-Emperor. "You're the only one left." Yang Feng looked into the void. In an empty void, an afterimage flickered, and the blurry shadow claw void appeared in that area. "Heaven Holy, you are very strong. Unfortunately, the universe you were born in is wrong. You are destined to die in this era." Killing intent streaked past the eyes of the shadow claw void. His figure fluttered, countless runes flickered, and his body twisted and divided into three. The three shadow claw void exudes quasi-empyrean rank breath. Their figures fluttered, and in an instant, countless afterimages appeared in the void, exuding the same breath, and approached Yang Feng. Afterimages that confuse the real. What an amazing spell! Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the spell is, it can't escape the net of fate. Eyes flashing with mysterious and unfathomable light, Yang Feng, like an invincible transcendent, brandished his halberd and slashed out. Countless martyrs emerged and unleashed a fearsome battle skill that crossed the river of time. The halberd ray that tore through the sky slashed the shadow claw void in the void and blasted him into pieces. Suddenly, a devour black hole appeared and devoured him. Scarred all over, blood dripped from Yang Feng's body. His eyes shimmered coldly, and he scanned the void and said with a frigid smile, "I'm right here. If anyone else wants to take my life, then come." In the void, the 5 quasi-empyrean step powerhouses kept silent and left. With a cold smile, Yang Feng opened his mouth and inhaled. Within an area tens of thousands of light-years in radius, a fearsome energy storm set off, and a copious amount of energy converged from all directions and poured into Yang Feng. 1,000 springs of immortality suddenly appeared and nourished Yang Feng. The holy and great holy rank powerhouses looked at the 1,000 springs of immortality with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Countless mysterious forces and laws interwove inside Yang Feng, and he is transforming and becoming stronger at every moment. Although the quasi-empyrean step powerhouses are essentially pinnacle great holy rank powerhouses, but they have already touched upon the Empyrean domain. When Yang Feng blasted open the Emperor Gate, he absorbed countless forces and laws that only Empyrean powerhouses can absorb, and obtained tremendous benefits, which allowed him to easily kill the Gamana universe's 7 quasi-Empyreans. In the void, countless blood-colored demonic snakes covered the sky, entangling with beams of dazzling divine light. The blood-colored demonic snakes exploded one after another, but they managed to block the beams of dazzling divine light. What? The Heaven Holy actually blasted open the Emperor Gate and advanced to a quasi-Empyrean. The blood-hair demonic snake great sage's terrified and despairing voice came from the void. Sure enough, since the Heaven Holy is so cautious, how could you have found a flaw? The calm voice of the divine I Great Sage rang out from within the boundless divine light. God I Great Holy, give me face. As for what happened today, please promise me that you will treat it as if nothing happened. Help me cover it up. Our Blood Fiend Sky Serpent clan will definitely remember your kindness for generations to come. Furthermore, our Blood Fiend Sky Serpent clan is willing to give you 1,000 springs of immortality. Please, you must help me, you must help me. The countless bloody snakes turned into strands of hair that flew into the head of the blood-hair snake Great Holy. His face pale, his eyes flashed with despair, and he pleaded bitterly. The God I Great Holy looked at the begging blood-hair snake Great Holy and said with a cold smile, "Do you think the Heaven Holy will listen to your excuses? Get out of the way." With a look of despair on his face, the blood-hair snake Great Holy stepped aside. In the starry sky, a radiant black tortoise that was as large as a star was fighting with a celestial moon serpent that was also as large as a great sun star. The incomparably terrifying battle caused stars to be blasted into smithereens. The Taishu I Tiger rode on an incomparably terrifying spear that pierced through everything, stabbing towards the black radiant tortoise. The rock layer covering the dark tortoise's body was blasted apart, and then quickly healed. The strongest spear and the strongest shield fought each other, with neither side able to do anything to the other. The dark tortoise suddenly sighed faintly, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the depths of the starry sky. A Heaven Holy broke through the Emperor's Gate, advanced to a quasi-emperor, and killed 7 quasi-emperors of the Gamana universe. Amazing! This time we lost. The eyes of the star moon heavenly snake Great Holy shimmered with a complicated gleam, and he sighed faintly. I knew he wouldn't lose. To kill 7 quasi-emperors of the Gamana universe, how terrifying! He hasn't promoted to an emperor yet. In the starry sky, the flying crane Great Holy's face suddenly turned pale, and she stopped attacking. Standing quietly, her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear and despair. With a flash of sympathy in his eyes, the void I Tiger Great Holy sighed faintly, turned into a stream of light and disappeared, broke through the Emperor's Gate and advanced to a quasi-emperor. This is what it means to be a Heaven Holy, one step at a time. flawless, despair-inducing. However, it is beyond my expectations that 7 quasi-emperors of the Gamana universe died at his hands. He has become stronger. Flying Crane Great Holy, I have already advised you. You're on your own. In the starry sky. With a pale face, the Light Sea Great Holy said with a bitter smile. Broke through the Emperor's gate, advanced to a quasi-emperor, and killed 7 quasi-emperors of the Gamana universe. That's amazing! The Heaven Holy really has no flaws. Admirable. Green Thunder Great Holy, can you put in a good word for me in front of the Heaven Holy and spare my light merfolk this time? The Green Thunder Great Holy took a look at his old friend, the Light Sea Great Holy, and said with a bitter smile, Do you think the Heaven Holy will listen to my advice? The Light Sea Great Holy was silent for a while, and then sighed faintly. I don't think so. The Heaven Holy broke through the Emperor's gate, advanced to a quasi-emperor, and killed 7 quasi-emperors of the Gamana universe. He is already invincible. A piece of news spread rapidly in the weave of the world of Warlock. When the powerhouses who are intercepting Yang Feng's reinforcements saw the news, their countenance changed dramatically and revealed looks of despair. Chapter 1278. The earth of an abandoned celestial body suddenly cracked open, and a huge fleet flew out of the celestial body. Countless runes flickered, and the huge fleet disappeared from where it was. After a few jumps, the huge fleet appeared in the outer space of a desolate, dead, and spacious star. With flashes of light, beams of light from the holy slaughtering cannons bombarded the spacious star, shattering it with a single strike. Stop! From the empty celestial body, a 10,000-kilometer-long stone wolf exuding fierce breath flew out. Behind the huge stone wolf, there are 36 other stone wolves, each of which exudes Warlock Monarch rank breath. There is also a Holy Spirit Warlock rank stone wolf. Rock Wolf Holy, you finally showed up. How dare you try to kill my people? I just happened to be in need of a wolf dog to guard the door. If you swear to be my guard dog, open your soul, and let me set up a restriction, then I'll spare your life. There was a flash of ripples in the void, and Yang Feng walked out of the void, glanced at the Rock Wolf Holy, and uttered coldly. The eyes of the Rock Wolf Holy shimmered with apprehension, and he uttered unhurriedly, Heaven Holy, the people who came to kill you are part of the forces of the universe. Do you want to be enemies with them all? Are you going to make all of them your enemy? Do you want to be an enemy of the Gamana universe? I can be your ally and fight with you against the Gamana universe's powerhouses. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng sent a fist barreling towards the Rock Wolf Holy. Countless runes shone, and a star containing the essence of power barreled towards the Rock Wolf Holy. Countless runes flickered, and a terrifying star containing the profound meaning of power fell from the sky and blasted towards the Rock Wolf Great Sage. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the Rock Wolf Holy, countless runes shone, and a giant claw containing the essence of power barreled towards the star. Boom! A fearsome energy shock wave spread in all directions, and the Rock Wolf Great Holy was engulfed by the star's strike, and its fleshly body exploded. A black hole suddenly appeared and directly swallowed the remains of the Rock Wolf Great Sage. My lord! Damn human! How dare you kill my lord? I'll kill you! The eyes of the stone wolves flickered fiercely, and they pounced at Yang Feng. A devouring black hole appeared and swallowed the Saint-grade stone wolf. A huge mechanical torrent devoured the remaining stone wolves. One after another, the stone wolves were slain by the Ruler Series battle robots and turned into evolution resources. The Rock Wolf Great Sage has fallen. The entire Rock Wolf Holy was wiped out. The Sky Saint is going to sweep away all enemies in the world. The Saint intents in the void that were spying on them felt a chill run down their spines. The races that participated in intercepting Yang Feng were filled with fear, fearing that they would become his next target. Next, I'll choose the Blood Devil Sky Snake clan. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he willed, and the blue mirror of fate appeared, shone with countless runes, and wisps of fate breath diffused from the blue mirror of fate. A world shrouded in a sea of blood shrouded the celestial body appeared in the blue mirror of fate. Yang Feng looked at the strange world of blood, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing frigid killing intent. Do you think that by escaping into astral boundary, you can escape my pursuit? Too naive. Originally, a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse wanted to escape. As long as they escaped into astral boundary and the edge of the universe, even a warlock emperor would find it difficult to find them. But Yang Feng has the blue mirror of fate. Unless the target is proficient in the essence of fate, it will be difficult to escape the pursuit of the blue mirror of fate. As soon as the 3 quasi-emperor step powerhouses attacked, they blocked the 11 hive monsters. Strolling among the hive monsters, Yang Feng slashed with his halberd, and a beam of light sliced the hive monsters into pieces. Countless engineering robots appeared in the void and collected the remains of the hive monsters. The Gumana Universe's hives are the crystallization of the Gumana Universe's technology. These divine nest monsters were all treasures refined from all kinds of rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, so they were extremely valuable. Any piece of the divine nest's wreckage could be made into a treasure comparable to a level 9 artifact after being processed. What's that? What's that? After the hive monsters were blasted apart by Yang Feng, the huge hole formed by the hive's explosion appeared in front of everyone. When the sages and great sages who were watching everything through various spells saw the countless barrier worms in the cave, they immediately felt a sense of danger that made their blood run cold. Stop! A furious roar that shook the heavens and earth came from the terrifying cave. A jade bottle engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared on the other side of the hole, and a stream of frost flew out from the jade bottle and crossed the universe barrier. In the wake of the stream of frost, all the barrier worms were frozen into ice sculptures. Almost in an instant, the frosty chi flew out and blasted the body of the great void-eyed tiger sage. A copious amount of ice force pervaded the air, and the void-eyed tiger wholly was frozen into an ice sculpture and fell into the void. It's the eternal frost. The Gumana Universe's eternal frost has taken action. What a terrible monster! That crossed the universe barrier. Sure enough, only an eternal can fight an eternal. Seeing this scene, the holy and great holy felt a chill in their hearts. Even among quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses, the void-eyed tiger holy is an above-average existence. For such a powerhouse to be frozen by the eternal frost that crossed the universe barrier is simply appalling. Yang Feng frowned and waved his hand, and countless Devour rulers flew to the ice sculpture. Countless runes shone as the Devour rulers devoured the frost force. The Devour rulers can devour virtually any kind of energy. But after devouring a tremendous amount of frost force, they were frozen into ice cubes and fell from the void. After the 10,000 Devour sovereigns were frozen into ice, the 100 Saint-grade Devour sovereigns forcibly digested the ice power, completely devouring and absorbing the massive ice power. Crack! Following a burst of brittle sounds, the great void-eyed tiger sage broke free from the ice and flew out. He was enveloped in a layer of frigid chi, and his aura became extremely weak. Chapter 1279. Heaven Holy, thank you for your help. The great void-eyed tiger wholly flew to Yang Feng's side, his face pale, and he belched out a stream of frigid air that condensed into ice cubes in the void. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's help, the great void-eyed tiger wholly would have been frozen for 100 years by the frigid air. You've injured your vitality, go back. Yang Feng waved his halberd and a spatial gate appeared. Thank you, Heaven Holy! The great void-eyed tiger sage didn't bother with pleasantries. With a sway of his body, he flew into the space door and disappeared. That frost energy contained the undying power of eternity. Although the amount was not large, the energy level of the universe was extremely high. If the great void-eyed tiger wholly wants to completely dispel the frigid air, it will take him a lot of resources and energy. Heaven Holy, you're pretty good. I am the eternal frost. I will give you a chance to submit to me. As long as you submit to me, I can help you promote to an Empyrean in the future and become a member of our universe's sacred race. In the future, you can also become the master of the human race. You will be the master of the human race. I won't interfere. A dignified voice came from the other side of the universe passage. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Sorry, but I have no interest in joining the Gumana universe." The Eternal Frost's cold and cruel voice came from the other side of the universe passage. "In that case, you will be destroyed along with your universe." A handsome Empyrean rank powerhouse of the Red Rhombus race, the Red Rhombus Lord, wearing a crimson gold armor, holding a crimson gold dragon spear in hand, with a crimson rhombus crystal embedded on his forehead, appeared in the universe passage and walked over. Empyrean! Another Empyrean is about to cross the universe. What do we do? Our universe's Empyreans are asleep. Will the Ice Lord come to save us this time? Impossible. When the Ice Lord woke up from the River of Time and killed the Wave Rock Lord, he suffered a space-time backlash. If he wakes up again, only death will await him. It is impossible for the Ice Lord to wake up. Who can save us this time? When the saints and great sages saw the red Caltrop Lord exuding Empyrean might, they felt a chill in their hearts. They finally understood why the Gumana universe blew up a Tier 5 hive. The Gumana universe detonated the Tier 5 hive not to send 7 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, but to send a Warlock Emperor rank Red Caltrop Lord to the world of Warlocks. Once the Red Caltrop Lord comes to this world, unless the Emperors of the world of Warlocks wake up and fight her to the death. Otherwise, no one in the entire universe would be a match for him. Many Emperors had survived since the primordial era, and the longer they lived, the more they were unable to act. For a terrifying existence like the primal Chaos Mother Spider, once it came out of its hiding place, its soul would be corroded by time, and it would directly fall. Because Shi Shui had a reincarnated body, she could barely resist the power of the backlash of time. Even so, he was forced to hide in the River of Time and never wake up. Fortunately, we discovered it early. If we were a little later, he would have descended directly, and there would have been nothing we could do. Yang Feng looked at the Red Caltrop Lord, who exudes an invincible aura, and his eyes flashed with joy. "I'll do it!" When the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Holy arrived in front of the huge cave, he cast a secret method, and 10,000 stars flew out, absorbed the light of countless stars, gathered the starlight of millions of light years, and formed a starlight barrier sealing the huge cave. Break! Inside the cave, the eyes of the Red Caltrop Lord shimmered fiercely, and the red caltrop crystal on her forehead radiated brilliant light and turned into a scarlet beam that slammed into the starlight seal barrier. Boom! Under the attack of the scarlet beam, the starlight seal barrier formed from 10,000 stars collapsed inch by inch. A terrifying ray of light tore through the sky and pierced Star Heavenly Serpent Sage. It exploded and blasted a huge bloody hole on Star Heavenly Serpent Sage. A large amount of blood filled with starlight dripped down from the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy, and the wound with a diameter of 10 kilometers shone with red light, unable to heal. Inside the cave, after the Red Caltrop Lord's attack, there were cracks on his handsome face, and a large amount of blood gushed out of his handsome face and sprinkled on the ground. Universe backlash. Fortunately, he isn't an Eternal after all. No, even if he is an Eternal, he has to pay a huge price to attack across the universe. Otherwise, he would have killed all of us already. When the spectating Holy and Great Holy saw this scene, they breathed a sigh of relief, and their eyes shimmered with joy. Yang Feng glanced at the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy and said lightly, "Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy, step back." "Thank you, my lord." The Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy Heavenly Snake heaved a sigh of relief, stepped back, and began to heal himself by absorbing starlight. He was afraid that Yang Feng would use him as a consumable to consume the power of the Red Caltrop Lord. Ripples flickered in the void, and two figures walked out. One of them is the Divine I Holy. The Divine I Holy introduced, "Heaven Holy, this is the Myriad Star Holy." The Myriad Star Holy saluted Yang Feng and uttered, "Greetings, Heaven Holy." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Hello." The Divine I Holy said, "The Human Supreme Council has 3 quasi-emperors who have awakened, and one is called the Wind God Holy. He is currently guarding the Human Supreme Council. The 2 of us have come here to lend you a hand. If there's anything you need, please let us know." Yang Feng replied, "Okay." The Divine I Holy said, "I saw everything that happened just now. I also have a sealing secret method that can seal this passage and consume the power of the Red Caltrop Lord. Even if it is an Empyrean, they will have to pay a huge price to launch an attack in this universe passage." "Not at the moment." Yang Feng shook his head and waved his hand, and 100 Holy Step Seal Rulers appeared. The 100 Holy Step Seal Rulers flickered with rune light, which turned into seal light that shone on the huge cave. The terrifying cave that was blasted open by the Tier 5 Hive's explosion began to heal inch by inch. Break. In the universe passage, the Red Caltrop Lord roared, and the Red Caltrop on her forehead released brilliant red light that slammed into the cave's seal barrier. Boom. The bodies of the 100 saint-rank sealing sovereigns trembled slightly, and a crack appeared on each of their bodies. In the universe passage, the right shoulder of the Red Caltrop Lord burst open, and a large amount of blood spilled into the passage. One seal ruler can't resist the desperate blow of the Red Caltrop Lord. But with 100 seal rulers equally sharing the destructive force, even the Red Caltrop Lord is helpless. Amazing! So this is the Heaven Holy's Golem Legion. How terrifying! 100 saint-level mechanical puppets. That's a terrifying existence comparable to human Holy Spirit warlocks. The Heaven Holy's alchemy is simply incredible. To think that he can even make Holy Step golems. His golem alchemy has already surpassed the Golem Lords. When the saints and great sages saw the 100 saint-rank sovereigns, their hearts shook slightly. They were both relieved and fearful at the same time. In the universe passage, the Red Caltrop crystal on the forehead of the Red Caltrop Lord shone brightly, and bright red light shot out and blasted into the entrance of the cave. The 100 sealed hegemons shuddered non-stop, and one crack after another appeared on their bodies. But the Red Caltrop Lord, who is in the universe passage, is also riddled with wounds. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. It seems that the Red Caltrop Lord has been blocked. Fortunately, the Heaven Holy discovered it in time. Otherwise, we would be in trouble this time. The Holy and Great Holy who are watching everything through various spells breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. If it was elsewhere, the 100 seal rulers would not be the opponent of the Red Caltrop Lord at all. Only in this situation can they contend against the Red Caltrop Lord. You want to stop me with this? You're too naive. In the universe passage, the Red Caltrop Lord smiled coldly and waved her hand, and an ancient silver chest exuding wisps of eternal breath flew out and slammed into the barrier formed by the 100 seal rulers like a meteor. Retreat! When Yang Feng saw the silver chest, he felt alarmed. He barked, a defensive barrier appeared around him, and he retreated. Without hesitation, the God I Great Holy and the other powerhouses followed Yang Feng and disappeared from where they stood. Boom! The moment the silver chest hit the barrier, it exploded, as if a universe had collapsed. The fearsome explosion set off a storm of energy that spread in all directions. The 100 saint-rank sealed rulers were vaporized by the terrifying explosion and turned into dust, disappearing without a trace. Even the core microchip was unable to be preserved. The terrifying explosion distorted everything, causing the huge cave to become even larger than before. In the universe passage, the left side of the red caltrop lord's body exploded, and a large amount of blood sprayed into the sky. Even with the fearsome resilience of her warlock emperor rank perfect immortal body, she still can't heal herself. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng and others appeared in the void. The God Eye Great Holy, the Green Lightning Great Holy, and the Star Great Holy have a dozen plus wounds on them, and blood dripped into the sky. Only Yang Feng, who is covered in the God Armor of Dawn, is unscathed. Chapter 1280. The God Eyes Great Holy looked at the red caltrop lord in the universe passage with a dignified shade in his eyes. The red caltrop lord, how ruthless! The silver chest is clearly a broken eternal treasure. In order to pass through the universe passage, the red caltrop lord detonated the broken eternal treasure. He had also suffered an extremely terrifying backlash, and his origin had been severely damaged. It is extremely difficult for Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses to be injured. With the power of their perfect immortal bodies, ordinary injuries can be easily healed. However, the origin injuries suffered in the universe passage cannot be healed even by Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. At the time, the invincible Time Lord suppressed the world. But because the origin injuries were too severe, he eventually died early, becoming one of the earliest emperors to die. In the universe passage, the blood-soaked red caltrop lord glanced this way with an unruly expression, smiled contemptuously, and continued to stride forward. But in the next moment, the smile on the red caltrop lord's face stiffened. In the void, traces of spatial ripples appeared, and a dense cluster of seal sovereigns and space sovereigns appeared. The hegemons of the seals resonated with each other, and beams of sealing light descended, illuminating the cave. Under the envelopment of the sealing light, the cave began to be sealed inch by inch. Break! The red rhombus crystal on the red caltrop lord's forehead flashed, and a crimson ray slammed into the seal barrier. Boom! The sealing barrier was shattered with a single strike, and the 1,000 sealing dominators immediately exploded and turned into dust. Although there are 500,000 seal rulers gathered in this starry sky. However, their sealing power and the endurance of their bodies were far inferior to the 100 Saint-Tier seal dominators that had been destroyed. However, the number of the 500,000 seal rulers seems to be endless. Even after 1,000 were destroyed, the number didn't decrease in the slightest. Countless seal light entered the cave and sealed the entrance inch by inch. In the universe passage, the red caltrop lord's eyes flashed fiercely, and red light shot out from the crystal on her forehead and blasted into the entrance of the barrier. Boom! 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 Massive explosions rang out incessantly. Each time, 1,000 sealed-off sovereigns would explode and turn into dust. Every time Master Red Caltrop launched an attack, a wound would explode open on her body. She was dripping with blood, and was in an incomparably miserable state. How savage! This is the universe-devouring battle. Even emperors were forced to fight with their lives on the line. Between our two universes, only the living beings of one universe can survive. When the saints and great sages saw Lord Hong Chestnut's pitiful state, a chill surged in their hearts. In the world of warlocks, a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse is a universe overlord who can sweep through an era. Even in the Gamana universe, he is an important minister that the Eternal Sovereigns cannot afford to look down on. He is a top powerhouse in the universe. Even so, in this great calamity of the universe, they had to fight with their lives on the line, for themselves and for the race behind them. In this cosmic war, some saints might be able to protect their own race and hide in a corner of the universe. However, the weakening of the race was also a foregone conclusion. If they were targeted by an eternal sovereign, then even hiding in a corner of the universe would be an extravagant hope. The sealed-off sovereigns are virtually endless. No matter how Master Red Caltrip attacks, she can't destroy them completely. Standing in the void, Yang Feng watched the 500,000 sealed-off sovereigns being destroyed with an indifferent expression on his face. As long as he can slay Master Red Caltrip, even if all the sealed-off sovereigns are destroyed, it's an acceptable outcome. In the universe passage, Master Red Caltrip sighed. How troublesome! That's the universe great calamity for you. Sure enough, it won't be that easy to break through. This time, in order to send Master Red Caltrip, the Gamana universe took advantage of the changes in the world of Warlock's universe laws to detonate a Tier 5 hive. Then, it sent 7 quasi-emperor rank powerhouses and used the newly developed barrier worms. After paying an extremely painful price, Master Red Caltrip almost stepped into the world of Warlocks perfectly. If it wasn't for the warning of the Blue Mirror of Fate, Yang Feng wouldn't have guessed that the Gamana universe would send another Empyrean at this time. However, in the face of absolute strength, the resistance of you ants is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A cold ray flashed in Master Red Caltrip's eyes. Her long hair fluttered, countless runes surged, and her bloodline burned. As if an invincible transcendent, she sprinted through the universe rift. Boom! Boom! Bursts of tremors came from the passage. Lord Red Chestnut's body continued to explode as she charged forward at high speed. Wielding the spear in her hand, the Master Red Caltrip pierced through all the barriers blocking her way with tremendous force. Originally, only when Empyreans of the world of Warlocks awaken can the barrier between the two universes allow Empyreans to pass through. If the Gamana universe's Empyreans want to break through the universe barrier by force, they have to pay a huge price. At the time, the Wave Rock Lord paid a huge price and even injured his origin in order to come to the world of Warlocks. The barrier passage opened by the barrier worms was unstable to begin with. Now that Master Red Caltrip forcibly sprinted forward, she triggered a backlash from the laws of the universe and was seriously injured. Red Caltrip Godlight slammed into the entrance of the cave and shattered the barrier that the Seal rulers just set up. The Sealing Sovereigns were enveloped by the incomparably terrifying backlash, and they began to explode one after another. How scary! He has gone crazy. Who else can stop a crazy Empyrean? The saints and great saints felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this. The myriad star holy's eyes shimmered with determination, and he uttered with a smile, "In this world, it isn't just the Gamana universe that has hot-blooded men. Heaven holy, I'm willing to seal this passage. As long as I stake my life, I can seal this passage for another 500 years." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "No need. Listen to my instructions." Yes. Seeing Yang Feng so calm, the myriad star holy's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he smiled and said no more. Seeing this scene, the divine eye great holy nodded and mused. As expected of the future master of the human race, he has the demeanor of a master. You're finally here, little bugs? Are you ready to die? Standing in front of the universe barrier, the Master Red Caltrip Lord is covered in wounds, her left eye exploded, and her Empyrean blood is flowing out of her body. Yet, she is still domineering. Staring coldly at Yang Feng and the other holy beings in the central starfield, she revealed a ferocious smile. "Idiot!" Yang Feng showed a smile of ridicule and waved his hand. Ripples flickered in the void, and 1,000 Holy Spirit battlestars emerged from the void. Countless rays flashed, and beams of Saint Slaughter artillery barreled towards the Master Red Caltrip Lord like raindrops. Seeing this scene, the Master Red Caltrop Lord's face fell. In the outside world, she has 10,000 secret methods to avoid the beams of the Saint's slaughter artillery. But since she is in a universe rift, she cannot avoid them. The Master Red Caltrop Lord silently recited an incantation and burned her bloodline, and the red caltrop crystal on her forehead flew out, released resplendent light, and formed a semicircular red caltrop shield. When the beams of the Saint's slaughter artillery slammed into the semicircular red caltrop shield, they were distorted, and then blasted into the universe passage. A rain of light exploded in the universe passage, each of which can seriously injure a great holy and destroy a celestial body. After the rain of light disappeared, an intact red caltrop shield appeared in front of everyone. How scary! What a terrifying defense! No quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse can block the bombardment of the Heaven Holy Fleet. The Master Red Caltrop Lord is really terrifying. As expected of an Empyrean, the holy and great holy beings inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. No quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse, even the devouring heaven demonic dragon, the strongest powerhouse under the Empyrean realm, can withstand the bombardment of thousands of Saint Slaughter artillery. Heaven Holy, is that all you've got? The red caltrop shield flew into the Master Red Caltrop Lord's hand. Her eyes shimmered fiercely, and she stabbed forward with the spear and pierced through a membrane. The red caltrop spear pierced through the universe barrier, and wisps of Empyrean might reverberated in the area. Red light shone, and the universe barrier was pierced through by the red caltrop spear. A vast and boundless, invincible Emperor's pressure spread out from the red caltrop master's body as she coldly looked in all directions. Amazing! Master Red Caltrop Lord! Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand. Ripples flickered, and the semi-finished Level 7 stronghold flew out and extended a 10-kilometer-long destruction artillery. Destruction artillery is the most powerful and fearsome artillery developed by the Shizu. Even if it is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, they may die if hit by the destruction cannon. Countless runes flickered, and in an instant, a beam full of destruction power barreled towards the Master Red Caltrop Lord. The Master Red Caltrop Lord's face flickered, and the red caltrop shield appeared again and blocked in front of her. When the beam of destruction slammed into the red caltrop shield, it shattered the shield, and then swallowed the Master Red Caltrop Lord. So scary! What weapon is that? What weapon is that? How can it be so terrifying? Apart from Empyrean powerhouses, who can resist a blow from this weapon? When the holy and great holy beings saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with incredulity, and a chill spread from their soul. The power of the destruction artillery can seriously injure a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse with a single blow. Unless an Empyrean awakens, no one can resist this fearsome beam. Chapter 1281. Is she dead? Is the Red Caltrop Lord dead? Is the Red Caltrop Lord dead? Everyone's gazes were filled with anticipation as they looked in the direction of the cosmic rift. Ripples appeared in the void, and 18 Level 6 strongholds appeared in the void, resonated with each other, and frantically extracted the starfield's energy. A semi-finished Level 7 stronghold and 18 Level 6 strongholds are what Yang Feng has accumulated over the years. A scorched black bone claw stretched out of the cosmic rift and tore the cosmic barrier apart with force. A scorched skeleton squeezed out of the huge hole. Countless runes flickered, and a large amount of flesh and blood poured out of the scorched skeleton and formed the Red Caltrop Lord's body. The reborn Red Caltrop Lord is blind in one eye, her body is tattered, and there are wounds all over her body. She looks miserable. The injury to one's origin wouldn't heal before one's origin was healed. She's here. The Red Caltrop Lord, she's here. Damn it! When the holy and great holy experts watching from afar saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air. An Empyrean, even a seriously injured Empyrean, is still a wounded tiger. Who knows what price you will have to pay to kill her? The red caltrop lord uttered indifferently. Has the energy in this starfield been extracted? It seems that you are well prepared. However, you are risking your life for some people who want you dead. Is it worth it, Heaven Holy? As far as I know, when you advanced to the Empyrean realm, many people in this universe intervened and destroyed your advancement ceremony. Is it worth it for you to fight to the death here for them? Sure enough, since you crossed the universe barrier and received such a big blow, it is impossible for you to come out unscathed. You are stalling for time. Unfortunately, I won't give you time to recover. Red Caltrop Lord, you are destined to die here. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, the Dawn God armor shone brightly, and he appeared in front of the Red Caltrop Lord in an instant. He brandished the halberd, and 100 green suns emerged and turned into a green ray that tore through the sky and slashed towards the Red Caltrop Lord. Stupid guy! Even though I am seriously injured, I am not an existence you can contend with. Since you are so stubborn, then go to hell. With a fierce flash in her eyes, the Red Caltrop Lord brandished the red spear and stabbed at the tip of the green Caltrop Lord. The endless red Caltrop God light erupted and completely extinguished the green sun flames. Under the impact of the fearsome red Caltrop divine light, Yang Feng was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away. A long wound opened on his body, and a copious amount of blood spilled into the sky. So strong. Even the heavenly saint was defeated by him in one move. Caltrop Lord, Caltrop Lord. Even if he's heavily injured, he's still an emperor, invincible in the world. Holy! The spectating saints and great saints sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. The surrounding holy Caltrop Yang Caltrop Holy was Caltrop Lord caused the holy. The Caltrop Yang. The holy. The Caltrop Holy. Caltrop Yang Caltrop. Yang Caltrop his. Yang Caltrop Yang. The Caltrop Lord Yang. His face of Yang Caltrop Yang's scalp. After the red Caltrop Lord seriously injured Yang Feng, her face flickered, and more blood flowed out of the wounds on her body. Countless lightning flashed, and the green Thunder Holy stepped on air and stabbed towards the red Caltrop Lord with the thunder spear in hand. The vertical eye on the forehead of the god Eye Holy shone brightly, and waves of heaven eyes god light shot out. Myriad Star Great Sage held a star scepter in his hand. Behind him, phantoms of stars appeared and shot towards Lord Hong Chestnut like meteors. A cold ray flashed in the red Caltrop Lord's eyes, and she spread the fingers of a hand, and a red Caltrop shield appeared and blocked in front of her. When the thunder spear, heaven eyes godlight, and star projections slammed into the red Caltrop shield, they set off ripples. Stop, you three! Let me experience the power of the red Caltrop Lord. With a flash of light, Yang Feng stepped out from the rear. A pair of mechanical wings unfolded behind him, and looked coldly at the red Caltrop Lord. When the god Eye Holy and the other two quasi-emperor powerhouses saw this scene, they flew to the rear. Interesting. Heaven Holy, you want to challenge me? You're really reckless. The red Caltrop Lord laughed out of anger, then suddenly stabbed at Yang Feng with the spear in her hand. When the spear stabbed towards Yang Feng, the space distorted and collapsed, and the spear stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he stabbed with the halberd. Suddenly, a river of time, a spatial portal, a power star, and a devour black hole appeared and stabbed towards the red Caltrop Lord. The scarlet spear shone brightly, and the river of time collapsed, the spatial portal collapsed, the power star shattered, and the devour black hole pierced into Yang Feng's left shoulder at an incredible angle. A tyrannical power erupted from the red spear, attempting to tear Yang Feng to shreds. Mysterious runes appeared on the Dawn God armor, and Yang Feng strangely appeared 10,000 kilometers away. A large hole appeared in his left shoulder, and a copious amount of blood sprayed into the air. Tiny devour black holes appeared and devoured the law force in Yang Feng's left shoulder, healing his injuries. Amazing, as expected of an Empyrean, even though he is seriously injured and his origin is damaged, making it difficult for him to absorb universe energy, but he is still so powerful. Amazing. Fourth form. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, countless runes shone on the Dawn God armor, and a blurry phantom emerged and merged with him. An endless stream of power poured into Yang Feng from the Kunmo Dusk Stone, making his breath infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. A red afterimage flickered, and the red caltrop lord crossed the void, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and stabbed the spear in her hand towards Yang Feng like a meteor. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and a halberd appeared. He brandished the halberd, and countless martyrs appeared and slashed at the red caltrop spear. Boom! The void collapsed and twisted, and the red caltrop lord was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away. A copious amount of blood sprayed from the numerous wounds on her body. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and a torrent of time surrounded him. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of the red caltrop lord and slashed at her with the halberd. Boom! 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 In the void, incomparably terrifying explosions rang out incessantly, and incomparably violent shock waves spread out in all directions. The starry sky where Yang Feng and the red caltrop lord fought is filled with collapsed and distorted holes, and stars exploded and turned into powder. So strong! The Heaven Holy is actually this strong. That's an Empyrean. To be able to fight an Empyrean to a draw. The red caltrop lord is an Empyrean. Even though he is seriously injured, he is still an invincible figure. To be able to fight an Empyrean to a draw. How can he be so strong? That's an Empyrean. The Heaven Holy, who is just a quasi-Empyrean, can already fight an Empyrean to a draw. How is this possible? How can this be? Seeing this scene, the eyes of the holy and great holy experts shimmered with incredulity. The gap between quasi-Empyrean and Empyrean is like a chasm, almost insurmountable. At the time, the Star Lord was suppressed by a powerful enemy in the great holy realm. But as soon as he advanced to the Empyrean realm, he suppressed that great enemy. The God Eyes Great Holy exclaimed, "Amazing! That's amazing!" As expected of the Heaven Holy, the future Lord of the human race, the 9th Warlock Emperor. Once he ascends to the Empyrean realm in the future, he will be an invincible overlord like the Time Lord. The myriad Star Holy said with a smile, "No, in this era, you can even fight for the eternal throne." The God Eyes Great Holy's eyes shimmered brightly, and he uttered slowly, "The eternal throne." The promotion to the eternal throne is the ultimate goal that countless human warlocks strive for. There has never been a human powerhouse who has set foot in the eternal realm. The human 8 warlock emperors are all peerless geniuses with the potential to attack the eternal throne. Unfortunately, the laws of the universe have changed and do not allow the birth of Eternals. And this era is the only era that can give birth to Eternals. At that time, many sleeping Empyreans will wake up and fight endlessly for the only opportunity to become Eternals. Heaven Holy, if I wasn't seriously injured, you wouldn't be my opponent. In the void, bathed in blood, the red caltrop lord retreated again, and she uttered frigidly, "That's right. If you hadn't been injured repeatedly and injured your origin, I wouldn't be your opponent. However, you're doomed to die here today. Die at my hands." With the green sun halberd in hand, Yang Feng frantically attacked the red caltrop lord like an invincible god of war. "I lost today, but you want to kill me? That's impossible." The red caltrop lord smiled coldly. Countless runes shone on her, and she turned into a scarlet ray and flew away at a speed faster than the speed of light. As an Empyrean, the red caltrop lord is naturally proficient in countless life-saving secret method. As soon as she saw that she isn't Yang Feng's opponent, she chose to escape. As long as the Red Caltrop Lord is given some time, she will be able to recover from her injuries, suppress the injury to her origin, and become invincible in the world of warlocks. Countless space rulers emerged, and then a transparent spatial barrier appeared in the void amid the countless runes. Yang Feng has already made arrangements in this starfield, and the countless space lords have already sealed this starfield. Break! The Red Caltrop Lord roared, brandished the Red Caltrop spear, and stabbed at the seal barrier. Boom! The seal barrier jointly set up by more than 1 million space lords collapsed, and 10,000 space lords were blasted into pieces by the backlash force. Chapter 1282. Yang Feng appeared behind the Red Caltrop Lord and slashed the Green Sun halberd at the Red Caltrop Lord. Countless rhombus crystals appeared and formed a defensive barrier. Yang Feng slashed the rhombus crystals open a long wound on the Red Caltrop Lord, and a copious amount of Empyrean blood gushed out and sprinkled the sky. The Red Caltrop Lord cast a secret method, and countless rhombus runes appeared, absorbed part of Yang Feng's power, and rushed forward. The Red Caltrop Lord was seriously injured many times in a row while crossing the universe barrier. Finally, she was hit by the destruction cannon. Seriously injured, she cannot continue to fight. Runes flickered, and 100 holy step spatial rulers appeared, resonated wildly, and opened a powerful spatial barrier blocking in front of the Red Caltrop Lord. Open! A fierce ray flashed in the Red Caltrop Lord's eyes, and she roared and stabbed the Red Caltrop spear at the spatial barrier. Boundless Red Caltrop divine light erupted with fearsome Empyrean might in an attempt to penetrate the spatial barrier. Ripples began to appear on the surface of the spatial barrier. Cracks also began to appear on the bodies of the 100 saint-ranked space rulers. At the moment when the spatial barrier was about to collapse, a torrent of time emerged, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the Red Caltrop Lord with a teleport and slashed with his halberd, and a green halberd ray slashed the Red Caltrop Lord's right hand and cut it off. Transparent threads emerged from the void and stabbed into the 100 holy step spatial rulers. Countless runes shone from the semi-finished level 7 stronghold, and a steady stream of energy entered the 100 holy step spatial rulers. The cracks on the 100 holy step spatial rulers healed, and they became stronger. The spatial barrier that was on the verge of collapse reformed once more. The 1 million holy step spatial rulers shone brightly and set up another spatial barrier in the rear, sealing off the Red Caltrop Lord's escape route. It seems that I'm doomed to die here today. I really don't want to. If I hadn't been seriously injured in the universe barrier, how could you be my opponent? Sent flying by Yang Feng's halberd strike, the Red Caltrop Lord's eyes shimmered with unwillingness. Her voice shook the sky, and a copious amount of Empyrean blood dripped from her wounds. That's right, Master Hong Chestnut, if you were at your peak, then even if I used all of my strength, I still wouldn't be your match. Yang Feng admitted it calmly, but left behind countless afterimages. He frantically attacked the Red Caltrop Lord without stopping. Countless braves appeared behind Yang Feng, and green halberd rays emerged from the river of time and slashed towards the Red Caltrop Lord. The Red Caltrop Lord's combat skills have reached the pinnacle, and her control of power is far superior to Yang Feng's. But every time he blocks a blow from Yang Feng, a copious amount of Empyrean blood flows out of the wounds on his body, and his breath drops continuously. As an Empyrean emperor, Red Caltrop Lord can extract universe energy from millions of light-years in radius to repair herself and fight Yang Feng. However, all the power in this starfield was extracted by Yang Feng's mechanical fortified stronghold. Whether it is Yang Feng or the Red Caltrop Lord, they can only use their own strength to fight. Fine. Let me kill you. I'll get rid of a great enemy for our universe. After the Red Caltrop Lord was sent flying by Yang Feng's blow again, She spewed out a mouthful of blood, and her eyes became bright and spirited. Bright light shone, her bloodline burned, wisps of Empyrean might erupted, and she stabbed her spear towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's face flickered, his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and he slashed out with his halberd. The four essences of Torrent of Time, Spatial Portal, Force Star, and Devour Black Hole erupted with world-destroying might. Boom! Endless red caltrop light cut through time and space, crushed everything, and crushed all of Yang Feng's attack. Then, in an instant, it stabbed into Yang Feng's right shoulder and blasted it apart. When the fearsome beam slammed into the barrier formed by 100 holy step space rulers, a large hole was blasted open in the barrier, and 5 space rulers collapsed and shattered. So strong! This is Empyrean might. This is real Empyrean might. Invincible! Empyrean might is invincible. The red caltrop lord burned the last of her life origin. As expected of an Empyrean. So decisive. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the holy and great holy flashed with apprehension, excitement, schadenfreude, and other complicated emotions. The red caltrop lord erupted with full battle prowess at once. Clearly, she used a secret method to burn her remaining life origin. She is destined to recover her strength in a short period of time, and then her origin will be exhausted, and she will die. After the red caltrop lord severely injured Yang Feng, her face twisted, and she coughed loudly. A large amount of blood flowed out of her mouth, and the numerous wounds all over her body. Yang Feng retreated briskly 10,000 kilometers away, and waved his hand. Ripples shone in the void, and 1,000,000 blade rulers appeared, turned into a steel torrent capable of shredding holy step experts, and rushed towards the red caltrop lord. Since the red caltrop lord has burned her life origin, she is destined to not last long. Naturally, Yang Feng won't be stupid enough to fight her to the death at this time. You want to consume my life origin? It's not that simple. Bleeding from her facial orifices, the red caltrop lord showed a grim smile, countless runes shone, and the red caltrop crystal on her forehead flew out. Countless mysterious runes shone, and a crimson spear appeared. The red caltrop lord collapsed inch by inch, turned into a pool of blood, and entered the crimson spear. The crimson spear turned into a ray of light and stabbed towards Yang Feng at a speed faster than the speed of light. In an instant, the blade rulers blocking in front of Yang Feng collapsed and shattered. 100,000 Vajra rulers appeared, resonated with each other, and opened a transparent barrier. When the crimson spear stabbed the transparent barrier, it easily pierced through the barrier like tofu and stabbed towards Yang Feng. 100 holy Vajra rulers appeared, resonated with each other, and opened a giant shield-like barrier. When the crimson spear stabbed the giant shield-like barrier, resplendent red caltrop light shone. The giant shield-like barrier collapsed in an instant. 10 holy Vajra rulers collapsed and shattered. The scarlet spear's momentum didn't diminish as it stabbed straight at Yang Feng, pierced into his body, and exploded. What a pity! You're a step too slow. At the moment when Yang Feng's body collapsed, he showed a mocking smile, and then collapsed and shattered. A ray of light emerged from the semi-finished level, 7 stronghold, and Yang Feng's true body emerged from the ray of light. He spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole emerged and swept towards the direction of the explosion. The devour black hole frantically devoured the crimson spear that hasn't dissipated yet. What a pity! I'm a step too slow. If I had attacked you as soon as I came out, I would have definitely perished together with you. What a pity! I'm a step too slow. The projection of the red caltrop lord appeared in the crimson spear, and her eyes shimmered with bitterness, and she sighed faintly. When the red caltrop lord emerged from the universe rift, she suffered terrifying origin injuries. When he fought with Yang Feng, his injuries became more severe. When the red caltrop lord burned her life origin, she could no longer lock onto Yang Feng's whereabouts. Her desperate attack could only destroy a false substitute created by Yang Feng. The projection of the red caltrop lord flickered and collapsed, and a tremendous amount of Empyrean life origin poured into Yang Feng's body, causing his body and soul to transform and evolve. Every Empyrean is a huge treasury. The red caltrop lord is an Empyrean in the prime of her race. Even though she has been severely injured several times and burned her life origin, but there is still a tremendous amount of Empyrean origin inside her, which nourishes Yang Feng's body and soul. She died. The Heaven Holy actually slayed the red caltrop lord. How terrifying! An Empyrean died at his hands just like that. The red caltrop lord was an Empyrean in his prime. Yet she died at the hands of the Heaven Holy. How terrifying! That was an Empyrean. Yet the Heaven Holy killed her. That's incredible. The Heaven Holy is probably the strongest person under the Empyrean realm. When the spectating powerhouses saw Yang Feng devour the red caltrop lord, a chill welled up in their hearts. Even though the red caltrop lord suffered an origin injury after crossing the universe barrier, but she is still not an existence that a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse can contend against. Only Yang Feng can defeat him, or even kill him, leaving him no chance to escape. The green thunder great holy's eyes shimmered with a complicated ray, and he sighed faintly. Amazing! As expected of the Heaven Holy. The divine eyes great holy's eyes shimmered with gratification, as expected of the future lord of the human race. That's really powerful. Even the Time Lord wasn't as powerful as him at the time. The myriad star great holy looked at Yang Feng with a scorching shade in his eyes. Eternal! If it's him, then he may be able to compete for the eternal throne. Our human race may be able to give birth to an eternal sovereign. The world of warlocks, the weave. The Gamana universe's Empyrean lord crossed the universe and was slain by the Heaven Holy. A piece of news appeared on the weave and immediately set off an uproar. Empyrean! An Empyrean was slain by the Heaven Holy. How is that possible? That's an Empyrean. For the Heaven Holy to be able to slay an Empyrean, has he already advanced to a warlock emperor? The entire Weave Forum discussed spiritedly, and the eyes of virtually all human warlocks flickered with incredulity. Chapter 1283. Impossible, that's definitely a rumor. That's an Empyrean. How could the Firmament Holy kill him? The Firmament Holy clearly failed to advance to the Empyrean realm. That's right. It's a well-known fact that the Firmament Holy failed to advance to the quasi-Empyrean realm. How could he kill an Empyrean? This is definitely a rumor. The gap between an Empyrean and a quasi-Empyrean is like a chasm. After all, quasi-Empyreans are only pinnacle great holy. They have glimpsed a drop of the mysteries of the Empyrean domain. After all, they are still great holy, essentially holy. How can they be the opponent of an Empyrean? That's definitely a rumor. On the Weave Forum, countless enemies of Yang Feng commented and refuted the news. Many people also became dubious at once. Whether it is a great holy or a quasi-Empyrean, in fact, they are essentially holy. There is indeed a terrifying gap between an Empyrean and a quasi-Empyrean. After all, the red caltrop lord was an Empyrean. Yang Feng defeating him is already unimaginable. Now that he died at Yang Feng's hands, it is more like a fantasy story. Boom. Boom. On the Tsangji plane, the 36 primary material planes, and all the planes of the world of warlocks above grade 3, dark clouds suddenly surged and golden rain fell. Golden rain sky. This is the phenomenon of an enemy Empyrean falling. This is the phenomenon of golden rain sky, the phenomenon of an Empyrean falling. According to legend, This phenomenon only appears when Empyreans who are loathed by the will of the universe die. When the sixth warlock emperor of the human race, the Golem Lord, died, there seems to have been a phenomenon of golden rain sky. It seems that the red caltrop Lord really died. The Gamana universe's Empyreans are absolutely loathed by the will of the universe. The powerhouses from all over the universe looked at the endless golden rain with a dignified look in their eyes. It turns out to be true. Golden rain sky. This golden rain can change a person's physique. It can transform ordinary people and make their aptitude stronger. This is a gift from our universe. Golden rain sky. This is really a golden age. With the nourishment of this golden rain, our universe can give birth to more powerhouses and geniuses. On the Weave, everyone understood that Yang Feng really killed an Empyrean, which is why the phenomenon of golden rain sky appeared. Heavenly saints are eternal. Heavenly sage eternity. The mortals and human warlocks of the Tsangji Plains east and west world came out of their homes, bathed in the golden rain, and issued cheerful cries. In the golden rain, even a piece of trash with an inferior grade 1 aptitude would be directly changed to an inferior grade 3 aptitude. The warlock with level 4 soul aptitude directly became a genius with level 5 soul aptitude. The whole Tsangji plain was seething with joy. Another path. In our universe, there is one more path to becoming an emperor. The saints and great sages could clearly feel that another path to becoming an emperor had appeared in the universe. Whenever an emperor from another universe fell, if his path did not appear in this universe, a new path to become an emperor would appear in this universe. The heavenly saint actually killed a martial emperor. How unbelievable! Too strong. That's an emperor, equivalent to the 8 warlock emperors of our human race. For such an invincible overlord to be killed by a heavenly saint is truly inconceivable. Such a person can be called a hero. I heard that the heavenly saint is a figure from the same era as us. Tsangji Plains Bright Moon School's headquarters, a dozen beautiful warlocks of the Bright Moon School gathered together and watched the weave. Qiaoji, I heard that you once traveled with the heavenly saint. Is that true? A tall, beautiful warlock with a head of wavy, gorgeous red hair, seductive and extraordinary temperament asked a stunning beauty with a ponytail, exuding a cold, elegant and noble temperament. In an instant, all eyes in the room were focused on Zhang Qiaoji. Zhang Qiaoji's beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated shade, and she sighed faintly. Yes, I once traveled with the heavenly saint. When they were in the demonic realm, Yang Feng's cultivation base was far inferior to Zhang Qiaoji's. But now he can already kill emperors. Zhang Qiaoji, however, barely advanced to a glorious sun warlock. If it was before the universe's recovery, a glorious sun warlock would have been a great figure in the Tsangji plain. But in the Great Tribulation, glorious sun warlocks are only at the level of elite soldiers. Warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank aren't even qualified to serve as cannon fodder in a universe war. When they heard Zhang Qiaoji's words, the eyes of many beautiful women lit up. The sexy and beautiful mixed blood said with a sweet smile, Qiaoji, can you introduce the heavenly saint to us sisters? The Bright Moon School and the Battle Demon sect have been allies for generations. The alliance between us must become even closer. Sisters, don't you agree? Yes. Big Sister Yi Mei said too much. That's right. Qiaoji, help us sisters. The beautiful women of the Bright Moon School jeered. Zhang Qiaoji was silent for a while and then said slowly, I'll do my best. In a secret realm, Kong Fangao looked at the information on the weave with a complicated shade in his eyes, and he sighed faintly. He can even kill emperors. At the time, it was Kong Fangao who brought Yang Feng to the Eastern world's Great Cloud dynasty. When they first met, Yang Feng was just an unremarkable level 2 warlock. But now, even a powerful emperor has fallen at Yang Feng's hands, which made him feel that the world is impermanent. In a secret realm. Although Jiang Lang is covered in wounds, but his eyes are surprisingly bright. He stared at the weave with a smile. He even killed an emperor! As expected of Yang Feng, the speed of his progress is really despairing. However, I will eventually catch up to you step by step. In a bloody secret realm. The blood-haired demonic snake Great Holy stared at the weave with a pale face and trembling body, and fear flashed in his eyes. An emperor has fallen. The red caltrop lord has fallen. How could this be? That was a martial emperor. That was an emperor realm expert. Why didn't you kill the heavenly saint before dying? In a safe star composed of obsidian. The black brilliant black tortoise Great Holy, who looks like an ordinary middle-aged man, left the human weave and said to a crystal coffin with a wry smile, "The red caltrop lord has fallen. The heavenly saint is really scary. Sir, if you don't take action, I can only kneel down and surrender to the heavenly saint." A sphere flew out of the crystal coffin and entered the black brilliant black tortoise Great Holy's hand. I see. After the black brilliant black tortoise Great Holy caught the sphere, his eyes flickered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. On a green and lush planet, there are all kinds of red-crowned cranes, each of which exudes extraordinary power. It looks like a paradise on Earth. In the center of the star there are exquisite and luxurious palaces. Among the palaces, there is a floating city supported by countless clouds. The beautiful flying crane Great Holy sighed faintly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a complicated look. An emperor has fallen. The heavenly saint actually killed the red caltrop lord. He's really strong, how despairing. A delicate and lovely-looking crane girl said, "God Lord, the heavenly saint is very powerful. Can't we just hide? As long as we hide at the edge of the universe, the heavenly saint's anger will subside in 10 to 20,000 years. We'll sneak back." The flying crane Great Holy sighed faintly and said, "How can it be that simple? The heavenly saint controls the blue mirror of fate. If there are no emperors, he can only find a powerhouse proficient in the essence of fate to interfere with fate, or get the third fate emperor treasure." The beautiful crane girl's eyes flashed with despair and fear. "Then what should we do?" The flying crane Great Holy smiled bitterly and said, "Don't worry. I already have a solution." In a star shrouded in endless light, the light sea Great Holy's eyes flashed with a complicated look, and he sighed faintly. The heavenly saint. Even an emperor had fallen. This was already the second emperor that had fallen at his hands. It's really despairing. The battle demon sex branch floating continent. A blood-colored light appeared, and wisps of quasi-emperorian rank might spread from the light, and the blood-haired devil snake Great Holy slowly walked out of the light. That's the blood-haired devil snake Great Holy. He is the blood-haired devil snake Great Holy who stopped the divine eye Great Holy. Is he going to fight the heavenly saint to the death? It's over. When two quasi-emperorian rank powerhouses fight, we will all die without a burial place. When the powerhouses in the starport saw the blood-haired devil snake Great Holy, their countenance changed greatly, and their eyes flashed with despair. A battle between quasi-emperorian rank powerhouses is earth-shaking and terrifying enough to destroy stars. Even if it is an infinity warlock rank powerhouse, they will be turned into powder if hit by the aftermath. Most of the powerhouses in the starport are below the infinity warlock rank. Once they are hit by the aftermath of a battle between quasi-emperorian rank powerhouses, they will die. Blood-haired devil snake Great Holy. Are you looking for death by coming here? Ripples flickered, and Mykelia, wearing the angel armor, appeared from the void and stared coldly at the blood-haired devil snake Great Holy, and said coldly, "Greetings, Lady Mykelia. I was blinded by greed and was incited to stop the divine eye Great Holy. It's all my fault. I came here today to apologize to Lord Heavenly Saint. Please spare my dog, Lord Heavenly Saint. I am willing to do anything for Lord Heavenly Saint in exchange for your forgiveness. The blood-haired devil-snake great sage knelt in front of Mycelia and begged bitterly, his knees giving way. Chapter 1284. That's the blood-haired snake great holy. Are my eyes deceiving me? It's indeed the blood-haired snake great holy. This is incredible. That's a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. He doesn't even care about his face. He's a quasi-Empyrean. In the spaceport, the experts from the various clans were dumbfounded when they saw this. They couldn't believe their eyes. The blood-haired snake great holy is a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse, yet he knelt in front of Mycelia in public. That's throwing his face to the ground and letting Yang Feng trample on it. Looking at the blood-haired snake great holy kneeling in front of her, Mycelia was speechless, but at the same time excited. Come in. Yang Feng's voice sounded in the void, and a golden passage emerged from the battle demon sect's floating continent and landed in front of the blood-haired snake great holy. After all, the blood-haired snake great holy is a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. Since he has taken the initiative to throw away his face, Yang Feng naturally has to show him some respect. Thank you, Sir Heaven Holy, the blood-haired snake great holy said respectfully, and then set foot on the golden passage. With a flash of golden light, the golden passageway disappeared. To make a quasi-Empyrean kneel, the Heaven Holy is comparable to the human 8 warlock emperors in terms of power. The Heaven Holy is invincible at this time. Unless an Empyrean step into the world, who can stop him? Even an Empyrean died at the hands of the Heaven Holy. What does a mere quasi-Empyrean count for? In the spaceport, the powerhouses from different planets were all excited, discussing spiritedly. For these powerhouses from different celestial bodies, a holy is already a bigwig among bigwigs, an existence they need to look up to. For them, seeing a quasi-Empyrean kneel is a great event that they can show off in their lives. The battle demon sect's branch floating continent, in a luxurious palace. Gold light emerged, and the blood-haired snake great holy appeared in the center of the hall. The person sitting on the throne in the center of the hall is Yang Feng. A deep and frightening aura is accumulating inside him. He looks like a peerless beast quietly entrenched in his lair overlooking the surroundings. So terrifying! This is a heavenly saint. Truly unfathomable. As expected of a terrifying figure who can kill emperors. When the blood-haired snake great holy looked at Yang Feng, he felt the terrifying breath coming from Yang Feng, and his heart trembled at once. Sinner greets Lord Sky Saint. When he saw Yang Feng, the blood-haired snake great holy knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Yang Feng glanced at the blood-haired snake great holy and said with a cold smile, "Blood-haired snake great holy, you're smart. You know that my next target is you. Release your soul." If the blood-haired snake great holy had come a step later, Yang Feng would have gone to the blood-haired snake great holy, killed him, and devoured his life force as nourishment for his evolution. Yes, Master. The blood-haired demonic snake great sage was very respectful. His body emitted traces of soul fluctuations, and a huge blood snake shrouded in boundless bloody light appeared, exuding an extremely fierce aura. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and mechanical tentacles extended from his hand, stabbed into the huge blood snake, and took control of it. The glorious black tortoise holy requests an audience with the heavenly saint. A black ray emerged from the void, and the glorious black tortoise holy appeared in the space outside the battle demon sect's branch floating continent. Who is the glorious black tortoise holy? You don't even know this? He is a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse on the eternal path. There are records of him being a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. As expected of the heavenly saint, so many quasi-Empyreans have come to see him. That's only natural. Even an Empyrean like the Red Caltrop Lord died at the hands of the heavenly saint. What's so strange about quasi-Empyreans coming to see him? In the starport, the powerhouses of the major races looked at the glorious black tortoise wholly in the void and discussed in low voices. A golden ray of light swept up black tortoise great sage He Yao. Inside the palace, there was a flash of light, and the glorious black tortoise wholly appeared in the center of the hall. The bloody hair snake wholly. When the glorious black tortoise wholly saw the bloody hair snake wholly standing respectfully beside Yang Feng like a servant, his eyes flickered with enigmatic light. The blood-haired demonic serpent great sage was also a notorious and lawless demon. He was a half-step sovereign. Now, as if a servant, he stood respectfully beside Yang Feng. Obviously, he had already sold himself to Yang Feng, becoming another fierce lackey under Yang Feng. The glorious black tortoise wholly bowed to Yang Feng and uttered respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Heaven Holy." Yang Feng said coldly, "Glorious black tortoise wholly, are you here to declare war on me?" The glorious black tortoise wholly replied, "I wouldn't dare. Heaven Holy, everything that happened before was my fault. I was possessed and offended you. Please forgive me. I am willing to compensate you with 2,000 springs of immortality. It generally takes a Holy Spirit warlock about 1,000 years to refine a spring of immortality. For the glorious black tortoise holy, 2,000 springs of immortality is a large number. He has taken out almost all of his stock." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid light, and he uttered coldly, 2,000 springs of immortality? Glorious black tortoise holy, since you came to my palace, then I won't kill you today. Go back and wait for your death. Cold sweat trickled down the back of the bloody hair snake holy, and he rejoiced. Sure enough! Fortunately, I surrendered quickly. Yang Feng is only a step away from the Empyrean realm. Only by devouring the life force of holy step powerhouses and above can he progress a little. For Yang Feng, who is proficient in the essence of devour, quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses are a great tonic. Every time he devours one, his foundation will become more solid. The blood-hair snake great holy guessed that Yang Feng won't let these enemies go, which is why he took the initiative to sell himself and let Yang Feng trample on his face at will. The glorious black tortoise holy uttered, "Sir Heaven Holy, the Lord I serve is called the Obsidian Emperor. For the sake of my Lord, please give me a chance, how about it? With the great tribulation at hand, we should join forces to deal with the Gamana universe's powerhouses. If we form an alliance, there will be no force in the world that will be our opponent." Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile, "It turns out that the Obsidian Emperor is behind you. After I kill you, I will naturally seek justice from the Obsidian Emperor." The bloody hair snake holy was slightly startled, as expected of a heaven holy, to look down on an Empyrean. Of course, since he has already killed 2 Empyreans, he naturally won't fear the Obsidian Emperor. Any Empyrean is a bigwig at the pinnacle of the universe. They can slay an infinity warlock with a glance. Only someone as daring as Yang Feng would dare to ignore the Obsidian Stone Emperor and kill a trusted subordinate of the latter. Sure enough, the glorious black tortoise holy smiled bitterly, took out a sphere from his bosom, and handed it to Yang Feng respectfully. "I heard that you are looking for this, Sir Heaven Holy. I specially found it and offered it to you, sir. Please forgive me for my previous offense, sir." Yang Feng smiled coldly, swept the sphere with his gaze, and then narrowed slightly, and the abyss of his eyes shimmered with ecstasy. The sphere is the rare treasure of heaven and earth's secret origin stone that Yang Feng hasn't been able to find even after using all his strength. Yang Feng grabbed the secret origin stone in his hand. Countless runes flashed in his eyes, and tremendous soul force enveloped the secret origin stone and analyzed its composition. It's indeed a secret origin stone. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with ecstasy. This secret origin stone is the last material that Yang Feng lacks to build the level 7 stronghold. Once it's complete, the level 7 stronghold can be built successfully. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Okay. I like this treasure very much. In that case, let's forget about the past. The glorious black tortoise wholly uttered, "Thank you, Heaven Holy! My lord hopes to form an alliance with you, Sir Heaven Holy, to resist the great tribulation together." Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then responded decisively, "Alliance? Okay. I agree. In the Gamana universe, powerhouses are as common as clouds. There are 3 eternal sovereigns and 18 sacred races. Even though 2 Empyrean sovereigns have died, and the 18 sacred races have become 16 sacred races, they still have a profound underlying strength. The 3 eternal sovereigns are old monsters who have lived for more than 100 million years. Who knows how many trump cards they have hidden? If Yang Feng can cooperate with the Empyrean sovereigns of the world of warlocks, he naturally won't miss it. With a faint flash of light, a peerless, devastatingly beautiful woman with an extraordinary temperament appeared outside the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent. The beautiful woman parted her cherry lips, and a pleasant voice reverberated in the area. "The Flying Crane Great Holy requests an audience with the Heaven Holy." That's the Flying Crane Great Holy. Another quasi-Empyrean. This is the 3rd quasi-Empyrean. The powerhouses of the various races in the Starport sect discussed spiritedly. Every quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse is a bigwig among bigwigs. For the powerhouses of the various races in the Starport sect to see 3 quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses at once is an extremely precious experience. A golden ray of light emerged and swept towards the Flying Crane Great Sage, pulling her in. The palace blurred, and the Flying Crane Great Holy appeared in the center of the palace. They came as well. The Flying Crane Great Holy looked around and saw the glorious black tortoise Holy standing quietly aside, as well as the blood-hair demonic snake Holy standing next to Yang Feng like a respectful old servant. Chapter 1285. The Crane Great Holy saluted Yang Feng and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Greetings, Heaven Holy!" At the time, I mistakenly believed the words of a despicable person and offended the Heaven Holy. Please forgive me, Heaven Holy! Yang Feng uttered coldly, "If that's all you want to say, then go back and wait for your death." At the time, the Crane Great Holy stopped the Void-Eye Tiger Holy in order to let the many quasi-Empyrean powerhouses hidden in the void kill Yang Feng. Only then will he have a glimmer of hope of advancing to the Empyrean realm. How can such a great enmity be resolved with a light apology? Seeing this scene, the black radiant black tortoise Holy smiled bitterly. If he hadn't taken out the secret origin stone as a tribute to Yang Feng, he might have ended up like this. Tears welled up in the beautiful eyes of the Crane Great Holy, and he pleaded pitifully, "It's all my fault. Lord Heavenly Saint, I'm willing to give you 2,000 springs of immortality and all the treasures in my possession. Please spare my life and spare my people." Yang Feng uttered frigidly with a cold look in his eyes, "Go back and wait for your death." The Crane Great Holy's pretty face turned pale. He didn't expect Yang Feng to be so decisive. The 2,000 springs of immortality and his hidden treasuries are of astonishing value. Even Empyrean powerhouses will be tempted. Yang Feng, however, is unmoved. He wants to wipe out his people and let them experience his terror. "Sir Heaven Holy, I am willing to serve you as a slave. Please spare the lives of our clan." The Crane Great Holy looked at the black radiant black tortoise Holy standing respectfully beside Yang Feng, gritted his teeth, knelt on the ground, and pleaded with tears in his eyes. As a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse, the Crane Great Holy has his pride. However, Yang Feng has already wiped out the true ruin's divine country. The heads of the True Ruins Divine Country's holy rank are hanging at the entrance to the True Ruins Divine Country. He is well aware of Yang Feng's terror. The Crane Great Holy's race, which is the mother race of the Crane Great Holy, has paid who knows how many resources for him to advance to the quasi-empyrean realm. Countless relatives and friends died for him to advance to the quasi-empyrean realm. No matter how arrogant he was, for the sake of the entire race, he could only lower his noble head. The blood-hair snake Great Holy submitted to Yang Feng for his own safety, while the flying crane Great Holy submitted to Yang Feng for the sake of his race. Yang Feng said coldly, "Open your soul." Wisps of soul fluctuations diffused from the crane Great Sage's body, and a beautiful crane full of sacred aura appeared. Bursts of exotic fragrance pervaded the palace. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the black tortoise Great Sage. Innate seductive body. The flying crane Great Sage really hid it well. I've never heard of her having this kind of physique. When the blood-hair demonic snake Great Sage smelled the fragrance, greed flashed in his eyes, but he suppressed it with great difficulty. He was slightly startled. Innate charming body. It seems that she will occupy an important position in the heavenly saint's harem in the future. I must not offend her. The innate fragrance body was a special physique. There might not even be one in a trillion intelligent life forms. A woman with such a physique was definitely a stunner among stunners. As the fragrance diffused, the pretty face of the flying crane Great Sage flushed red and filled with shame. She has always been a headstrong person, so she sealed the innate charming body with a secret method. Today, she had to expose herself in front of everyone, making her feel ashamed. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and mechanical tentacles pierced into the soul of the flying crane Great Sage and left a brand on her soul. I can definitely turn a big problem into a small one and a small one into nothing. I hope the two brothers can help me get through this calamity. The white jade spirit wolf Great Sage frowned slightly and remained silent. The blood jade spirit tree Great Sage, however, said straightforwardly, "Okay. Light Sea Great Sage, I'll help you." Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It's the Heaven Holy's fleet. The Heaven Holy's fleet is attacking. A loud alarm resounded in the palace, and the complexions of the three powerhouses changed dramatically. With an unsightly expression on his face, the Light Sea Great Sage pointed with a finger, and countless rays shone, and a light screen projection appeared in front of him. A fleet of 12 Holy Spirit-class interstellar warships traversed the Sea of Radiance at a terrifying speed. Countless mysterious runes shone on the Holy Spirit battlestars and absorbed all kinds of energy drifting in the Sea of Light. Light Sea Great Sage, come out and kneel before my lord. A terrifying blood-red light emerged from the fleet and distorted the countless rays of light. The blood-hair demonic snake Great Sage walked out of the blood-red light and roared. 3 rays of light flashed, and the Light Sea Great Sage and the other 2 quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses appeared in the void. The Light Sea Great Sage glanced at the blood-hair demonic snake Great Sage with contempt in his eyes, then shifted his gaze and fell on the top of a battleship. With a dignified look in his eyes, he said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "Well met, Sir Heaven Holy. Sir Heaven Holy, what brings you here?" On the top of the battleship, there is a person sitting, it is Yang Feng. On his left and right stand the flying crane Great Sage and the black radiant black tortoise Great Sage. Do you too want to be buried with the Light Sea Great Sage? Ignoring the Light Sea Great Sage, Yang Feng looked at the 2 quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses beside the Light Sea Great Sage and said coldly, "Heaven Holy, the Light Sea Great Sage and I are just ordinary friends. I have no intention of standing up for him. Heaven Holy, please understand. I'll leave now. Please don't misunderstand." The white jade spirit wolf Great Sage bowed respectfully to Yang Feng, and then flew away and disappeared in a breath of time. The Light Sea Great Sage's face turned extremely unsightly. "Curses!" The Blood Jade Spirit Tree Great Sage frowned slightly and uttered unhurriedly, "Heaven holy, during this great tribulation we should unite. Only then can we compete with the other universe. The Light Sea Great Sage can compensate you for your losses. Please forgive his sins." "Very well. Then you shall be buried with the Light Sea Great Sage." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he stood up from his seat. A pair of mechanical wings unfolded on his back, and he fluttered, appeared in front of the Blood Jade Spirit Tree Great Sage, and sent a fist barreling towards him. A torrent of time, a spatial portal, a power star, and a devour black hole appeared and barreled towards the Blood Jade Spirit Tree Great Sage. Countless rays of scarlet light erupted from the Blood Jade Spirit Tree Great Holy and formed a scarlet barrier. Countless runes flickered on its bark, and its defensive power became comparable to that of dragon skin. When Yang Feng's fist slammed into the bloody defensive barriers, the bloody defensive barriers shattered, and then slammed into the Blood Jade Spirit Tree Great Sage and blasted him to pieces. A devouring black hole emerged and swallowed the Blood Jade Spirit Tree Sage's body, and madly devoured the life essence of the Blood Jade Spirit Tree Sage. When the Blood Hair Snake Great Sage saw this scene, his heart filled with joy and lingering fear. "So ruthless! That's a heaven holy for you! What a murderous nature!" Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have been killed by the Heaven Holy as an example to others. The eyelids of the dark, radiant black tortoise Great Sage twitched, and he rejoiced inside. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. The Flying Crane Great Sage's eyes shimmered with ridicule. What murderous nature! To step forward at this time, that Blood Jade Spirit Tree Great Sage is really stupid. He's really courting death. Chapter 1286. Heaven Holy, you dare to kill the Blood Jade Spirit Tree Great Holy. You dare to kill him. A look of horror in his eyes, the Light Sea Great Holy's figure fluttered, and he hid in the celestial body shrouded in endless divine light. Countless runes shone, and a 10,000-kilometer-tall cloud giant exuding quasi-empire rank breath flew out of the celestial body. The cloud giant extended its hand, and countless rays of light in the sea of light converged in its hand and formed a huge spear, which it hurled at Yang Feng. A devour black hole emerged, swept towards the huge spear, and devoured it in a breath of time. The devour black hole expanded, crossed space, and swallowed the 10,000-kilometer-long cloud giant. Countless runes flickered, and the quasi-empyrean rank cloud giant was devoured and turned into pure energy that replenished Yang Feng's consumption. The celestial body split open, and a 10,000-kilometer-long snake covered in mysterious light flew out, and wisps of immortal empyrean might slowly diffused from it. The Blood Hair Snake Great Holy was startled. Empyrean! An enigmatic ray flashed in the Flying Crane Great Holy's beautiful eyes. No, it's an Empyrean skeleton, and an invincible overlord rank Empyrean skeleton to boot. Heaven Holy, this is the first invincible overlord rank fierce beast born in the Sea of Light, the brilliant snake. After being nourished by the Light Sea Elves for 10,000 years, it can even fight an Empyrean. It's not too late if you leave now. Otherwise, we can only fight until both of us suffer. The Light Sea Great Holy's voice came from the celestial body. Both sides suffer? Do you think you're worthy? Yang Feng smiled coldly. Countless runes shone, and the God Bones fortress flew out. A God Bones fortress full of holy rank bones emerged. The eyes of the Empyrean skeleton sitting on the throne flickered fiercely, and it took a step, appeared in front of the brilliant snake, and extended its hand towards the brilliant snake. The fortress of divine remains was the nemesis of all skeletons. Almost all skeletons were powerless before it. However, the snake of light opened its bloody maw and fired countless dazzling rays of light, making it hard for the god Remain's fortress bones to advance. A ferocious glint flashed in the eyes of the Emperor's skeleton of the divine Remain's fortress. Countless runes shone as it opened its mouth and inhaled. Traces of extremely strange fluctuations shone. A part of the snake of light's body suddenly collapsed and strangely entered the Emperor's skeleton's mouth. Exuding fearsome might, dazzling light twisted its huge snake body and pounced towards the Empyrean realm skeleton. The two extremely terrifying existences were locked in a fierce battle in the void. It was hard to tell who was the victor and who was the loser. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "Does your light sea race only have this much foundation?" Rays of teleportation light flickered, and the swarm of sixth-generation battle robots turned into a terrifying mechanical flood that surged forward. "Since you're so overbearing, heaven holy, then go to hell." The light sea great holy's ferocious voice came from the star. A white jade finger bone flew out. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the white jade finger bone, and wisps of aura surpassing the eternal realm diffused from the white jade finger bone and suppressed the surroundings. As soon as the jade white finger bone appeared, all of the energy within a radius of several million light-years was sucked into the jade white finger bone. The blood hair snake great holy's face flickered. Eternal finger bone. The complexion of the black tortoise great holy flickered. This is the legendary eternal finger bone. A finger bone that surpasses the eternal realm. This is the light sea great holy's final trump card. The heaven holy is in danger. The flying crane great holy's eyes flashed with surprise. I didn't expect it to be this thing. So that's how it is. With this thing, you do have the capital to fight me. Unfortunately, although this thing contains terrifying power, but it isn't yours. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Countless runes flickered, and the wheel of time appeared. A river of time gushed out of the wheel of time and swept towards the jade white finger bone. Wisps of eternal aura emanated from the white jade finger bone and severed the river of time. Yang Feng brandished his halberd and slashed at the white jade finger bone, and a strange devour force erupted and devoured the power that the light sea great holy attached to the white jade finger bone. After the light sea great holy's power was completely devoured, the white jade finger bone regained its calm. Yang Feng also has such a white jade finger bone. After he advanced to the quasi-Empyrean realm, he can activate the power of the white jade finger bone at any time. However, although the power contained in the white jade finger bone can slay an Empyrean, but even quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses can't control it. Charge! Yang Feng brandished his halberd and ordered coldly towards the star shrouded in endless light. Yes, my lord. The blood-hair snake great holy smiled ferociously, and countless bloody hair turned into snakes that shot towards the star. The radiant black tortoise great sage transformed into a radiant black tortoise the size of a star, opened its mouth, and shot meteorites barreling towards the stars down below. The crane great holy silently recited an incantation, and countless feathers turned into a rain of light that barreled towards the star. When the three quasi-Empyrean powerhouses joined forces, they blasted the star where the headquarters of the light sea race is located. Under the apocalyptic attack, one after another, the light merfolk powerhouses turned into ashes. The barriers set up by the light sea race were destroyed by the three quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses one after another. Countless rays of light shone, and the light merfolk powerhouses fled in different directions. The huge and seemingly endless mechanical army flew out and intercepted the light merfolk powerhouses, engaging in a frenzied slaughter in the starry sky. Each of the light merfolk powerhouses is a glorious sun warlock rank powerhouse, but compared to the mechanical legion, which has infinity warlock rank battle prowess at the very least, they are far inferior, and suffered heavy casualties. Light Ocean Sage, I'll use your head as a gift to the Lord. The blood-hair snake Great Holy found the light sea Great Holy at once. A fierce ray flashed in his eyes, and he urged countless bloody snakes to bite at the light sea Great Holy. He is my prey. The beautiful eyes of the crane Great Holy shimmered coldly, and she stabbed at the light sea Great Holy with the gold dragon spear in her hand. In his lair, the light sea Great Holy is fighting 1 against 2 with the help of the Sea of Brilliance. Yet he doesn't fall into a disadvantageous position. He forcibly withstood the siege of 2 quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses. Heaven Holy, I am willing to submit to you and serve you. Spare my life. I am willing to be your slave. While resisting the siege of 2 Great Holy, the light sea Great Holy roared at the top of his lungs. The light sea Great Holy thought that with the help of the Sea of Brilliance, he can resist Yang Feng's offensive. But reality gave him a heavy blow. The white jade spirit wolf Great Holy left. The blood jade spirit tree Great Holy was insta-killed by Yang Feng. The light sea race is now at a critical juncture of life and death. Even though the light sea Great Holy has resisted the siege of 2 Great Holy, he still can't change the situation. It's too late. I gave you a chance long ago. Since you didn't seize it, then go to hell. With a flash of a shadow, the river of time, the space portal, the power star, and the devouring black hole appeared. A punch landed directly on the light sea sage's body, blasting him into pieces with just 1 blow. The devour black hole appeared, swallowed the remains of the light sea Great Holy's body, and devoured his life origin. The blood-hair snake Great Holy felt a chill in his heart, filled with rejoice and lingering fear. The light sea Great Holy died just like that. He didn't even accept my surrender. Fortunately, I saw the opportunity early. The crane Great Holy's heart is filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, I surrendered early. The Heaven Holy is going to attack the Empyrean realm, so he needs more accumulation. He needs to kill more enemies. Use the enemy's life origin as nourishment. Originally, a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse took the initiative to surrender and sell himself as a slave. Even a warlock emperor rank powerhouse wouldn't refuse. Since Yang Feng rejected the Light Sea Great Holy's surrender and killed him, it is clear that he wanted to devour the Light Sea Great Holy's life origin and enhance his potential. If Yang Feng killed a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse for no reason, it would cause an uproar in the universe. However, no one would dare to say anything about killing a quasi-Empyrean rank enemy. After devouring the Light Sea Great Holy, Yang Feng said flatly, "Blood-hair snake Great Holy, I'll leave this to you." The blood-hair snake Great Holy replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord, I will definitely exterminate the Light Sea clan and leave no one alive." Yang Feng's figure fluttered and he disappeared. The Heaven Holy wiped out the Light Sea race. The Light Sea Great Holy and the Blood Rain Spirit Tree Great Holy have died. When this news appeared in the Human Magic Net forum, it set off a storm at once. Heaven Holy, has he finally started to act? 2 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses have died. These fellows are courting death. They actually dare to cause trouble for the Heavenly Saint. They are truly courting death. With 2 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses dead, who else in the universe will dare to look for trouble with the Heaven Holy? The Heaven Holy is already invincible. Without an Empyrean rank powerhouse, who can compete with him? Indeed, without an Empyrean rank powerhouse, who can compete with him? If the Empyrean rank powerhouses don't come out, the universe will become the Heaven Holies. When the powerhouses of countless races saw the news in the Magic Net forum, some were happy, some were frightened. However, no matter who it is already clear that this is the era of the Heaven Holy. Chapter 1287. As soon as the Light Merfolk were raised, Yang Feng immediately took over their sphere of influence, and a huge mechanical legion stationed themselves on the holy celestial beasts occupied by the light merfolk and frantically mined the resources inside. All kinds of precious resources poured into Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng took over the forces subordinated to the Bloodhair Snake Great Holy and the Flying Crane Great Holy, and countless precious resources were developed from their original territories and sent to Yang Feng. After the news that the Bloodhair Snake Great Holy and the Flying Crane Great Holy sold themselves as slaves spread, countless races of the universe came to Yang Feng's side. The Battle Demon Sect's power expanded almost every day, and it became the #1 force in the universe. The Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent headquarters. Inside a huge munitions factory covering an area of 100,000 kilometers, there is a circular mechanical fortress with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. In this mechanical fortress, countless runes flashed and shone with a mysterious light. A mysterious, resplendent, and abstruse rune slowly formed in the center of the mechanical fortress. It's almost done. In front of the circular mechanical fortified fortress, Yang Feng stared at the circular mechanical fortified fortress, his eyes flashing with a scorching glint. This mechanical fortress is an evolved version of the Level 7 stronghold of the Shizu, the world of warlocks, the Blasteel race, and the Shido civilization. Once the Level 7 stronghold is successfully built, Yang Feng will truly have the strength to face an Empyrean rank powerhouse. Originally, this Level 7 stronghold was a sphere with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. But after adding secret origin stones and countless treasures of heaven and earth, it shrunk to 1,000 kilometers in diameter. The mysterious, resplendent, and abstruse rune condensed with great difficulty. All of a sudden, it trembled slightly, and a mighty force enveloped the center and crushed the rune. Crack! In the center of the circular mechanical fortified stronghold, a huge hole appeared. A mechanical egg located in the center was revealed. It failed. How could it fail? Shouldn't my deduction be perfect? What's missing? Yang Feng watched as the center of the mechanical fortress cracked open, and his gaze turned gloomy. Mechanical tentacles extended from all parts of the mechanical fortress and began to repair it. After consuming countless precious resources, the Level 7 stronghold finally started up again, and the cracks healed quickly. Inch by inch, the mysterious runes condensed back into form. Standing quietly in front of the Level 7 stronghold, countless runes flickered in Yang Feng's eyes as he stared at the mysterious rune. The mysterious rune is a crystallization of the 4 universal civilizations deduced by Yang Feng. Yang Feng's Level 7 stronghold surpassed the scope of Shizu technology and possessed infinite evolutionary potential. If he fails, Yang Feng will get a Level 7 Shizu stronghold. However, the Level 7 stronghold can barely suppress an ordinary Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse at most. Its evolution potential isn't great. After all, the energy level of the Shizu's universe was far lower than that of the world of Warlock. The pinnacle and limit of the Shizu's technology was the level that suppressed ordinary emperors. It was naturally not that easy to surpass it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The mysterious rune of the Level 7 fort finally began to condense to the last step. Suddenly, a powerful force appeared and blasted towards the mysterious rune. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole emerged and swept towards the powerful force. In an instant, the devour black hole collapsed, and Yang Feng's body exploded. Countless wounds appeared on his body, and blood dripped on the ground. Soul. He still lacks soul force. He needs the purest soul force. Without a soul and almost advancing to the Emperor realm, he violated the laws of the universe. That's why he suffered the backlash of the universe. A trace of enlightenment welled up in Yang Feng's mind. Countless runes shone on the Twilight God armor, and tremendous soul force poured into the mysterious rune from the Kunmo stone. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, triggering the laws of the universe and tearing the void. The projection of the myriad soul temple appeared, and a tremendous amount of pure soul force poured into the mysterious rune. A soul seed that is as bright as a star and exudes endless mysterious aura condensed, absorbed the mysterious rune power, and then disappeared into the base. In an instant, a fearsome energy storm set off in an area of millions of light-years in radius. Waves of terrifying energy gushed from all directions and converged in the battle demon sect, forming a terrifying energy vortex that continuously entered the battle demon sect's branch floating continent. What happened? Did the Heaven Holy finally take that step and advance to the Emperor Realm? How is that possible? How can he advance to the Emperor Realm so quickly? Didn't he fail to break through to the Emperor Realm? The Heaven Holy has already failed to break through to the Emperor Realm once, so how can he break through to the Emperor Realm again so quickly? The major forces sent powerhouses to monitor the movements of the Battle Demon sect at all times. When the energy in the area of millions of light-years was extracted, it formed all kinds of phenomena, which made the powerhouses of the major races shudder with fear. When Yang Feng was a quasi-Emperorian, he was already tyrannical and invincible in the universe, unless an emperor appeared who could compete with him. When he was a quasi-Emperorian, he suppressed the major forces of the universe to the point that they couldn't breathe. If he advanced to the Emperor Realm directly, then the major forces of the universe could only bow their heads and let Yang Feng do whatever he wanted. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. A copious amount of water from the gold lake in the center of the Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent churned and poured into the Level 7 stronghold. The law of karma fluctuated in the void, and the gold lake's water from the other 8 branch floating continents was extracted and poured into the Level 7 stronghold. The gold lake's water is the essence of the branch floating continent, the foundation of the holy step. If a quasi-holy wants to break through to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, they can get the support of the gold lake's water and increase their chances of breaking through by 10%. It is very difficult for anyone to get a bit of the gold lake's water. But Yang Feng extracted the gold lake's water. No one on the branch floating continent dared to say a word. The 9 branch floating continents have already belonged to the human race, with the Battle Demon sect occupying 2 branch floating continents. The Azure Dragon race, the Feng Wang race, and the other races have moved away from the floating continents they originally occupied. The Level 7 stronghold absorbed all kinds of energy frantically. Yang Feng took out countless magic crystals and source crystals and threw them to the Level 7 stronghold to absorb. Like the center of a whirlpool, the Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent extracted the energy within millions of light-years. 10 years passed in a flash. The energy whirlpool shrouding the Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent suddenly collapsed and disappeared. The advancement failed? There's no anomaly. Is this an advancement failure? In 10 years he achieved nothing. That's great. He finally failed. Heaven Holy, the advancement failed. In the various universes, the powerhouses who were watching this scene heaved a sigh of relief. If Yang Feng had advanced to the Empyrean realm and become the human race's 9th Warlock Emperor before the Empyreans awakened, no one would have survived. The Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent, within the huge munitions factory. The control center of the Level 7 stronghold split open, and a mechanical egg emerged. The mechanical egg engraved with countless runes opened, and a devastatingly beautiful woman with jade-like skin, waist-length black hair, and a mysterious aura opened her eyes. This devastatingly beautiful woman is the crystallization of the Shizu's Level 7 stronghold, a king of sovereigns. As the crystallization of Shizu technology, kings of sovereigns can take various forms. They can be a burly man, a starry sky behemoth, or a tentacle freak with countless tentacles. However, Yang Feng still created a beautiful king of sovereigns according to his own aesthetic standard. The beautiful king of sovereigns leaped out of the level 7 stronghold. The planet-sized level 7 stronghold flickered with light and turned into a mysterious rune that entered the forehead of the king of sovereigns and formed a mysterious rune. "Greetings, my lord." The beautiful king of sovereigns came to in front of Yang Feng, knelt on one knee, lowered her proud head, and said respectfully, "As the creator of the king of sovereigns, Yang Feng has supreme authority and is recognized by the king of sovereigns from the bottom of his soul." Yang Feng looked at the king of sovereigns with a scorching shade in his eyes. "Let me see what you can do." "Yes, my lord." The king of sovereigns smiled sweetly, and mysterious light appeared on her. The 12 rulers with the highest evolution among the 12 rulers appeared. As soon as the 12 rulers appeared, they saluted Yang Feng, and then knelt in front of the king of sovereigns. Even the phantom ruler, who has already advanced to the great holy realm, is no exception. The king of sovereigns flickered with a flick of her wrist, and an exquisite whip appeared in her hand, and she whipped the great holy step phantom ruler. The phantom ruler trembled slightly. Countless runes flickered, and she absorbed the power of the whip and broke through quickly. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Empyrean step power slowly spread from the phantom ruler. Chapter 1288. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyes flashed with excitement. That's quasi-Empyrean rank power! To be able to promote a great holy step ruler to the quasi-Empyrean realm, how fearsome! Each quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse is a pinnacle great holy step powerhouse who has taken that step and set foot in the domain of the Empyrean realm. In theory, 100 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses can contend against an Empyrean if they join forces. But that's just a theory. Among the 8 warlock dynasties, the Transcendent Dynasty has produced the most quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, but it only has 36 quasi-Empyreans. Of the 36 quasi-Empyreans, only 7 are human quasi-Empyreans. The rest are powerhouses of different races who were subdued by the Transcendent Lord. If the Sovereign Monarch can produce 1,000 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, then apart from invincible Overlord rank Empyreans, Yang Feng is confident that he can slay the rest of the Empyrean rank powerhouses. The Sovereign Monarch brandished the ruler's whip and whipped a Vajra ruler. Countless runes shone, and tremendous power entered the Vajra ruler. Countless runes shone on the Vajra ruler's body, and its fluctuations of power rose steadily. It broke through all the way, and a fearsome aura spread, and it advanced to the quasi-Empyrean rank in one fell swoop. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he laughed excitedly. "Great!" After the Phantom Ruler and the Vajra Ruler advanced to the quasi-Empyrean realm, Yang Feng gained 2 more trump cards. They are terrifying existences that can reverse the situation at a critical time. Yang Feng looked at the Sovereign Monarch with a look of expectation, hoping that she can make the other 10 Holy Step Ruler robots evolve into quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. The power I accumulated has been exhausted. To make them evolve, I need the following resources. Maybe after 100 years, one of them can advance to a quasi-Empyrean. The Sovereign Monarch shook her head and waved her lily-white hand, and a speck of light entered Yang Feng's hand. So many resources are needed? However, as long as there are enough resources, I can create a steady stream of quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. It's too cost-effective. Countless streams of data flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He frowned slightly, then relaxed his eyebrows and revealed a smile. Any quasi-emperor powerhouse was a terrifying existence that could shake the universe, and it was difficult to find a match for them. On the Eternal Road, the strongest experts among the Eternal Emperor clans were only peak great saints. A king of sovereigns could allow a saint sovereign to become a half-emperor in just 100 years. This kind of ability was simply heaven-defying. This meant that in 10,000 years, he would be able to create 100 quasi-emperors. The joint forces of 100 quasi-emperors was sufficient to crush an ordinary emperor. Yang Feng looked at the devastatingly beautiful king of sovereigns with a scorching shade in his eyes, and he uttered, "Come, let's fight. Let me see what you're capable of." "Yes, my lord." The sovereign of sovereigns smiled sweetly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge mechanical sphere appeared. Light of teleportation shot out from the mechanical sphere and enveloped her and Yang Feng. In an instant, the sovereign of sovereigns and Yang Feng appeared in a mysterious space as vast as a starfield. "This is a spatial world. It seems that you are very confident that you can withstand my power." Yang Feng looked at the vast starfield with enigmatic light in his eyes. At a glance, he saw that the vast and mysterious space is the space inside the Level 7 stronghold. With Yang Feng's current strength, he can destroy stars and destroy a world with a wave of his hand. A Grade 3 plane can hardly withstand his full power. Since the Sovereign of Sovereigns dared to use the space inside the Level 7 stronghold as the battlefield to fight Yang Feng, he naturally has great confidence. The Sovereign of Sovereigns uttered with a smile, "My lord is about to promote to an Empyrean. This battlefield can no longer bear our fight." With his intelligence, Yang Feng understood what the Sovereign of Sovereigns implied at once. As a quasi-Empyrean, it is impossible for him to cause irreparable damage to the Level 7 stronghold. Interesting. Fourth form. Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. The armor of dawn shone brightly, and a blurry projection emerged and merged with him. A halberd of the god of battle appeared in Yang Feng's hand. With the halberd of the god of battle, Yang Feng slashed out, and countless brave phantoms and battle techniques emerged and barreled towards the Sovereign of Sovereigns. The Sovereign of Sovereigns smiled sweetly and waved his snow-white right hand, and a mountain of white jade descended from the sky and barreled towards the countless brave phantoms. The mountain of white jade slammed into the countless brave phantoms like a meteor, crushed the battle techniques unleashed by the countless brave phantoms, and then slammed into Yang Feng and sent him flying 10,000 kilometers away. "Haha, good. Good. Good." Although Yang Feng cut a sorry figure, but he laughed heartily, his eyes filled with joy. The stronger the Sovereign of Sovereigns is, the stronger Yang Feng is. After testing it, he found that the Sovereign of Sovereigns is unfathomable, far stronger than the seriously injured Red Caltrop Lord. Moreover, the Sovereign of Sovereigns hasn't used his full strength yet. Yang Feng looked at the devastatingly beautiful Sovereign of Sovereigns and showed a satisfied smile, saying, "You don't have a name yet, so I will give you one. From now on, you are called Zero." The Sovereign of Sovereigns responded with a smile, "Thank you, my lord." Ripples appeared in the starry sky outside God Blood Plain, and a fearsome interstellar fleet emerged. With a flash of bloody light, the blood-hair snake Great Holy flew to the front of the fleet, looked down, smiled coldly, and barked, "True blood kindred true ancestors, come out! My lord, the Heaven Holy, wants to see you." Fearsome sound waves reverberated in God Blood Plain. Heaven Holy! The #1 powerhouse of the world of warlocks. The Heaven Holy who is invincible under the Empyrean realm. The Heaven Holy who killed the Empyrean realm expert Red Caltrop Lord. The future 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race. When the true blood kindred in God Blood Plain heard the voice of the blood-hair snake Great Holy, their countenance changed dramatically, and they trembled. 6 kindred powerhouses flew out of the 6 palaces and floated in the void. "Greetings, Heaven Holy!" Each of the 6 kindred true ancestors is a peerlessly handsome person with extraordinary temperament. Each true ancestor is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse who founded a kindred family with tremendous power. In many universes there are their bloodline descendants. Each of them is a bigwig in the universe. But at this time, they can only salute Yang Feng respectfully, not daring to make any unusual movements. Heaven holy, I have offended you before. Please forgive me. I am willing to offer you 20 springs of immortality. I will also give you all the bloodline descendants of the 7th true ancestor. Please forgive me. When the 3rd true ancestor saw Yang Feng sitting on a luxurious litter atop the flagship, his face turned pale and his body trembled slightly. Yang Feng glanced at the 3rd true ancestor with ridicule in his eyes and said with a cold smile, "You want me to forgive you? Fine, I'll give you a way out. Extract every single drop of true blood from your body." When they heard this, a chill ran down the backs of the 6 kindred true ancestors. True blood is the source of power for true blood kindred. The true blood of a kindred true ancestor is counted in drop. If the 3rd true ancestor's true blood is completely extracted, he will become a cripple and won't live for more than 3 years. Heaven holy! Heaven holy! I was wrong. I beg you, please give me a way out? The 3rd true ancestor knelt on the ground and begged, cutting a sorry figure. Yang Feng possesses the blue mirror of fate. Even if the 3rd true ancestor escapes to the ends of the earth, he won't be able to escape his pursuit. Only then did the 3rd true ancestor obediently leave the god blood plane. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless runes flickered and turned into rune chains that stabbed into the 3rd true ancestor. The 3rd true ancestor let out miserable screams, and drops of true blood were extracted from his body. The countenance of the other 5 true ancestors changed dramatically, but they didn't dare to move. On Yang Feng's left and right stand the 2 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, the Flying Crane Great Holy and the Blood Hair Snake Great Holy. If they step in, only death will await them. Heaven holy, give me some face and stop. During the Great Tribulation, we should unite against the outside world instead of fighting each other. Along with a sigh, a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes exuding quasi-Empyrean rank breath stepped out of the void and walked to in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the 2nd true ancestor with frigid, killing intent in his eyes, and he uttered frigidly, "2nd true ancestor, are you trying to make an enemy out of me by standing in my way?" The 2nd true ancestor uttered, "Heaven holy, you are invincible. Without an Empyrean, no one is your opponent in a one-on-one fight. However, no matter how strong you are, you're just one person. When the universe barrier breaks, countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe will pour into this universe, and you'll need helpers. As long as you let the 3rd true ancestor go, we true blood kindred can become your most loyal ally. Unfortunately, he's already dead." Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked his finger, and the 3rd true ancestor turned into ashes that scattered with the wind. Drops of true blood flew into Yang Feng's hand and radiated resplendent light. Every drop of true blood of the 3rd true ancestor is extremely precious. If all of it is used on a human warlock, it will take less than 100 years to cultivate a true blood kindred Holy Spirit warlock rank bloodline. Chapter 1289. The 2nd true ancestor's face turned unsightly, and he uttered coldly, "Heaven holy, you actually killed the 3rd true ancestor. Do you want to be an enemy of us true blood kindred? For the 3rd true ancestor to attack me, he deserved to die. 2nd true ancestor, does your true blood kindred want to be an enemy of me?" Yang Feng's cold gaze swept past the faces of the kindred true ancestors, and an earth-shattering killing intent swept towards them. The 5 true ancestors lowered their heads, not daring to look Yang Feng in the eye. Since Yang Feng quelled the Red Caltrip Lord, few people in the world of warlocks dared to be an enemy of the Battle Demon sect. Wherever the Battle Demon sect passed, powerhouses had no choice but to give way. After the light merfolk were exterminated, even the quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses went into seclusion, not daring to compete with Yangfeng. The void-eyed tiger race, the cyan thunder race, and the obsidian race, which allied with Yangfeng, swaggered around and expanded their forces. The Supreme Council of the human race was also constantly expanding every day. In the universe, countless human warlock forces and powerhouses of major races have taken refuge in the Human Supreme Council, allowing the Human Supreme Council to spread its tentacles throughout the universe. All the powerhouses of the various races were clear about one fact, and that was if nothing unexpected happened. If nothing unexpected happens, Yangfeng will become the 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race and rule the world of warlocks. The second true ancestor uttered coldly, "Heaven holy, you killed the third true ancestor. Our race has a total of 9 true ancestors, and 2 of them died at your hands. Heaven holy, unless you destroy your eyes and kneel down in surrender. Otherwise, there will be no rest until one of us is dead." Surprise flashed in Yangfeng's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "Interesting. If that's the case, then all of you can go to hell. Do it." The eyes of the blood-hare snake Great Holy shimmered fiercely, and countless blood hares flew out and turned into snakes that pounced towards the second true ancestor. The flying crane Great Holy waved her lily-white hand, and countless light feathers swept towards the other 5 true ancestors. Terrifying blood flames erupted from the second true ancestor and the 5 true ancestors and blasted towards the blood-hare fiend snake Great Sage and the flying crane Great Sage. The second true ancestor managed to block the blood-hare devil snake Great Sage and even gained a slight upper hand. However, the 5 great true ancestors were no match for the flying crane sage at all. The 9th true ancestor was pierced by dozens of light feathers in a single move, causing blood to spurt out of his body. Sitting on the litter of the flagship, Yangfeng looked coldly at the second true ancestor and uttered flatly, "If you have any trump cards, feel free to use them. Otherwise, your true blood race will become history. Tianxing, you're too arrogant. This is the God Blood Plane, my territory. At the time, your human race's 8 great warlock emperors didn't dare to speak to me like this." An incomparably terrifying blood-colored curse mark appeared in the center of God Blood Plane. "Great Primogenitor. It's the progenitor. The primogenitor has descended." In God Blood Plane, the eyes of countless kindred powerhouses turned scarlet, and their eyes shimmered with madness as they roared. The 9th true ancestor suddenly screamed and appeared in the center of the blood-colored curse mark, and the true blood inside him flew out and merged with the curse mark. A pool of blood emerged, in which the bones of ancient true dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, devils, fiends, and many other extraordinary life forms floated. Every drop of blood in the pool of blood exudes immortal Empyrean might. A stream of dark red blood gushed out of the pool and entered the blood-colored curse mark. Countless rays of bloody light shone, and a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes and an extraordinary temperament walked out of the void with an aristocratic smile on his face. Wisps of immortal Empyrean might diffused from him. Yangfeng frowned and said unhurriedly, "First true ancestor, have you woken up?" "No, you haven't woken up yet. This is one of your avatars." "That's right, this is one of my avatars. It's not the time for us to wake up yet. However, the current environment is getting closer and closer to the time for us to wake up, and the laws of the universe have loosened. It's enough for me to wake up. Originally, I didn't intend to wake up. Unfortunately, since you came to my God Blood Plane to behave atrociously, then stay." There was a cold flash in the eyes of the first true ancestor, then endless bloody light appeared behind him, and wisps of immortal Empyrean might gushed out and swept in all directions. The countenance of the flying crane Great Holy and the blood-hare snake Great Holy changed dramatically at once. The first true ancestor is an old monster who has lived since ancient times. No one knows how long he has lived. Such an old monster who has lived for countless years must have collected countless resources and hidden many trump cards. True blood kindred have been around for countless years, yet they have only given birth to 9 Holy Spirit Warlock rank true ancestors. Apart from bloodline shackles, most of the resources have fallen into the hands of the first true ancestor. This avatar exuding immortal Empyrean might is one of the trump cards of the first true ancestor, and its battle prowess is likely far above that of the seriously injured Red Caltrop Lord. Yang Feng said, "There should be a limit to your avatar. It can't leave God Blood Plane too far. If this avatar could leave God Blood Plane, then true blood kindred would have already jumped out and expanded their forces. In the world of warlocks, true blood kindred were once extremely powerful. They captured powerhouses of major races and turned them into kindred life forms. That period of time was called the Blood Disaster Era by human warlocks. It was during the Blood Disaster Era that the Taboo Lord appeared, killed countless kindred powerhouses, defeated the first true ancestor, and seized a drop of true blood from him. Yes, my avatar can't leave God Blood Plane too far. However, Heaven Holy, since you're here today, then stay here for me. We don't want you to be alive." A crimson light flashed in the eyes of the first true ancestor, and a vast expanse of crimson light surged forth, transforming into a terrifying world of blood that completely obscured this space. In this terrifying world of blood, only the first true ancestor and Yang Feng's flagship remain. In the strange and viscous world of blood, bloody light surged, and a bloody true dragon exuding wisps of immortal Empyrean might appeared and extended its claw towards Yang Feng. In an instant, the blood-colored light mixed with the fearsome true spirit dragon chi and formed a negative energy capable of destroying everything, and pressed towards Yang Feng. "Break!" Yang Feng brandished his halberd, and 100 green suns appeared. Green sun fire that can burn and purify everything rose into the sky. The dragon claw formed from distorted negative energy, as if an Empyrean-rank true dragon slammed its claw with all its strength. The azure suns were blasted apart by the blood-colored true dragon. Boom! Yang Feng was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away by the bloody true dragon's claw, and blood slowly oozed out of the corners of his mouth. It turns out that there's such a big gap between me and an Empyrean. Invincible under the Empyrean realm, but after all, I'm just a quasi-Empyrean. Fourth form. A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, countless runes shone on the Dawn God armor, and a blurry figure emerged and merged with him. Yang Feng took a step, appeared above the bloody true dragon, and slashed with his halberd. Countless martyrs emerged and barreled towards the bloody true dragon. The bloody true dragon brandished its claw and sent a copious amount of bloody energy and true dragon force barreling towards Yang Feng. Boom! 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 In the bloody space, fearsome explosions resounded continuously, and fluctuations of power spread in all directions. Amazing, Heaven Holy! You're stronger than before. Devouring the Red Caltrop Lord really brought you great benefit. Unfortunately, you must die here today. The first true ancestor's voice full of killing intent came from the bloody world. Countless rays of bloody light shone, and a bloody Feng Wang covered in Feng Wang flames appeared and belched a pillar of bloody flames barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, countless runes flickered, and a defensive barrier suddenly appeared. When the pillar of bloody flames slammed into the barrier, it shattered the barrier Yang Feng hastily formed in an instant, and endless flames engulfed Yang Feng. A series of devouring black holes appeared and devoured the strange flames one by one. The bloody true dragon sent a claw barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng barely managed to block with his halberd, but was immediately blasted away by the bloody true dragon, and a copious amount of blood spilled from his body. Yang Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, His eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said coldly, "With my current strength, it's really too difficult to fight against an Empyrean. Come out." Rays of light flashed, and 12 incredibly beautiful girls with a pair of mechanical wings on their backs appeared in the void. They were clad in a layer of mechanical armor and wielding different weapons. These 12 beautiful girls are the 12 holy apostles, the personal guards of the King of Sovereigns. Each of the 12 holy apostles has the potential to evolve into an Empyrean. They are the crystallization of the 4 universal civilizations technology that Yang Feng spent countless resources to create. The beautiful eyes of the ruler Sankey Yi, who has long black hair and is dressed in black armor, flickered, and she blurred, appeared above the blood-colored true dragon, brandished the black sword in her hand, and slashed at the blood-colored true dragon. A black blade ray flashed, and a piece of the blood-colored true dragon was cut off. The bloody true dragon roared and brandished a giant claw barreling towards Yi. Chapter 1290. A capable-looking Yi with short hair, a voluptuous figure, and a giant black shield in hand flew out and blocked in front of the bloody true dragon's claw. A huge shield projection appeared and blocked in front of the blood-colored true dragon. Boom! When the bloody true dragon's claw slammed down, a tremendous force erupted. An incomparably terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, setting off waves of blood-red ripples. Yi, who is like an ant in front of the bloody true dragon, forcibly blocked the bloody true dragon's attack. Yi's figure fluttered, and he slashed at the bloody true dragon with the battle blade in his hand. Black light shone, and huge holes appeared on the bloody true dragon, as if it was dug out by something. With a flash of a torrent of time, Yang Feng emerged from the torrent of time and slammed a blow into the back of the bloody true dragon, and a devour black hole appeared and devoured the bloody true dragon. Countless devour runes emerged, and a stream of true dragon origin poured into Yang Feng from the bloody true dragon. The bloody true dragon is a fearsome existence that the first true ancestor used a secret method to extract true dragon bone marrow and blood essence from an Empyrean rank true dragon skeleton to form. Possessing a true dragon origin, it is extremely powerful and can fight a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. The bloody Feng Wang opened its maw and fired a pillar of fire barreling towards Yang Feng. Yi blocked in front of Yang Feng with a giant shield. The pillar of flames slammed into the huge shield, and was immediately blocked by it. Yi San, who has shoulder-length hair tied into a single ponytail and a huge dragon spear in his hand, looks valiant and formidable, and his body radiated green light. In an instant, Yi San appeared in front of the bloody Feng Wang and stabbed the huge dragon spear in his hand into the chest of the bloody Feng Wang. A fearsome devour force spread from the dragon's spear and frantically devoured the phoenix force of the bloody Feng Wang. The flames of the bloody Feng Wang gradually weakened. Yi Si, who was dressed in a silver robe with a slit in it, opened a book in his hand. Countless mysterious and resplendent runes surged out of the book and frantically devoured the blood origin power in the blood-colored space. The power of the blood-colored space was rapidly extracted, converted into the purest form of power through the ancient book, and entered the bodies of the 12 divine apostles. The reason King of Sovereigns Zero was only able to produce 2 pseudo-emperors was because he had used most of his power to produce the 12 holy apostles of sovereigns. Each of the 12 holy apostles of rulers possesses frightening battle prowess comparable to that of Yang Feng. This is the terror of King of Sovereigns Zero. Additionally, each of the 12 holy apostles has the potential to advance to the Warlock Emperor realm. Who are they? How could this be? The first true ancestor's shocked voice came from the blood-colored space. The first true ancestor has studied the video of Yang Feng slaying the Red Caltrop Lord countless times. He has deduced the limits of Yang Feng's power and is certain that he can kill Yang Feng in the blood-colored space. But he never expected that Yang Feng would be accompanied by the Holy Apostles. Moreover, the Holy Apostles are 12. First true ancestor. Today is the day of your death. You have lived for so long, you should have lived long enough. Be my stepping stone. Let me climb to the peak and advance to the eternal realm. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes flickered, and he turned into a black hole and frantically devoured the origin force of the blood-colored space. The blood-colored space trembled slightly, and a bloody Qilin, a bloody Kuanping, and a 10,000-meter-tall multi-armed troll with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. Nine of the 12 hegemonic apostles flew out, splitting into groups of 3 and attacking the 3 blood-colored true beasts. Each of the 3 bloody true spirits is evenly matched with a holy apostle. But besieged by the 3 holy apostles, they were soon riddled with scars. Inheriting Yang Feng's devour force, the holy apostles frantically devoured the power of the bloody true spirits while fighting. As the 3 blood-colored true spirits continued to fight, they were constantly being weakened. Yang Feng devoured the origin force of the blood-colored space, and weakened the power of the blood-colored space inch by inch. The blood-colored space is a space formed by the first true ancestor using Empyrean force. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng cannot shatter it with a single blow. However, it can devour the origin force of the blood-colored space, and make it collapse on its own. Heaven holy, go to hell! Ripples flickered, and the first true ancestor appeared in the blood-colored space. With a ferocious gleam in his eyes, he crossed the void, slashed at Yang Feng with a blood flame sword burning with terrifying blood flames in his hand. As soon as the blood flame sword approached Yang Feng, the blood inside him began to boil, almost burning. The first true ancestor wields the essence of blood. In front of him, any being weaker than a holy step will have all their blood directly drained, or have their blood burned. Even a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse will have their blood boil and burn if they are careless in front of the first true ancestor. Countless mysterious runes emerged on the god armor of dawn, and they sliced and devoured the blood origin force. Second Knight blocked in front of Yang Feng with a giant shield. The giant black shield flickered and changed into a giant shield that looks like it can support the sky. The first true ancestor's sword slashed at the terrifying giant shield, causing boundless blood flames to erupt and forcibly split the giant black shield apart. Expressionless, Yi Jiu with a huge wolf tooth club in his hand slammed the huge wolf tooth club containing the essence of power towards the first true ancestor. Scram! A fierce ray flashed in the first true ancestor's eyes, and 2 burning blood god rays slammed into Yi Jiu. Unaffected, Yi Jiu appeared in front of the first true ancestor and slammed the huge wolf tooth club into the first true ancestor, breaking his bones and spilling Empyrean blood. No blood? They are all mechanical creations? How is this possible? They clearly have a human soul. Shock flashed in the first true ancestor's eyes. Yi flickered, appeared behind the first true ancestor, and slashed at him with his sword. A blood-colored, distorted shield flickered and deflected Yi's sword. The fearsome sword slashed at the first true ancestor's left shoulder and forcibly cut off his left arm. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the first true ancestor's left arm. Heaven holy, you're courting death. Both shocked and angry, the first true ancestor's eyes shimmered with determination. The blood-colored space collapsed, and endless blood light converged and entered the first true ancestor's body. When the first true ancestor's body collapsed, he absorbed a copious amount of blood light and formed a huge blood sword. A fearsome Empyrean might slowly diffused from the blood sword. The first true ancestor used the power of the entire blood space, and gave up his clone and a part of his origin force in order to slay Yang Feng. Break! Yi Si pointed at the blood sword formed by the first true ancestor with the mysterious ancient book in his hand and barked coldly. Strange runes emerged on the blood sword and then they exploded. With the exception of Yi Er, who was guarding in front of Yang Feng, the 12 holy apostles attacked the collapsed blood sword together and smashed it with a blow. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the collapsed blood sword. A tremendous amount of life force origin poured into Yang Feng from the blood sword. The blood sword is a treasure the first true ancestor cultivated by extracting countless true spirit remains. Now that Yang Feng devoured it, it is equivalent to Yang Feng devouring a weak Empyrean. He died? The first true ancestor's clone also died? How is that possible? That was a contingency set up by an Empyrean. The blood-hair snake Great Holy was taken aback, and his eyes shimmered with incredulity and ecstasy. When Yang Feng was pulled into the blood space by the first true ancestor's clone, he already despaired. Now that he saw that the first true ancestor's clone was slain by Yang Feng, he was ecstatic. The flying crane Great Holy was taken aback, and her beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. Amazing! The Heaven Holy is really terrifying, as expected of the future 9th Warlock Emperor. The first true ancestor's clone was slain by the Heaven Holy. How is that possible? The first true ancestor is a flawless Empyrean. How can the Heaven Holy crack the means he set up? When the second true ancestor saw this scene, his eyes shimmered with horror. He clenched his teeth, and then his body collapsed and turned into a mist that fled in different directions. An engulfing black hole appeared and swept toward the mist, instantly devouring all of it and forming the body of the second true ancestor. Countless devour runes flickered and frantically devoured the second true ancestor's life force. The devour black hole engulfed the few remaining kindred true ancestors and frantically devoured their life force. The true blood kindred are done for. Unless the first true ancestor's true body comes out, the true blood kindred are done for. God blood plane looks like it's going to fall into the hands of the Heaven Holy. When the powerhouses attracted by the battle saw this scene, a chill welled up in their hearts. With the kindred true ancestor devoured by Yang Feng, the kindred fell from a superior race to an inferior race. God blood plane, one of the 36 primary material planes, will fall into Yang Feng's hands. Chapter 1291. After Yang Feng devoured all the true ancestors of God blood plane, countless runes shone, and the blue mirror of fate flew out and illuminated the void. Countless mysterious runes gushed out of the blue mirror of fate and illuminated God blood plane, searching for the location of the first true ancestor's true body. Since the first true ancestor is asleep, he is at his weakest. Yang Feng naturally won't let go of this great opportunity to eliminate the weeds by the root. Ripples flickered, and a world filled with bloody light appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the world filled with bloody light, there is a black coffin suspended in the air. Wisps of Empyrean chi diffuse from the black coffin. This is the center of God blood plane. Surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he waved his hand. Countless engineering robots flew out of a flagship and headed for the God blood plane. Boom! Boom! Loud rumbles sounded, and the engineering robots with Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess quickly dug a passage leading to God blood plane's center. God blood plane's underground world, 100,000 kilometers long, a world filled with bloody light appeared in front of Yang Feng. A thick smell of blood wafted out from the blood-red world. Once a powerhouse with strength below the Infinity Warlock rank gets close to this bloody world, all their blood will be extracted, and they will turn into a mummy. Yang Feng glanced at the bloody world and sneered. So that's how it is. God blood plane has been declining in order to provide for you, you old fart. God blood plane is one of the 36 primary material planes. True blood kindred are extraordinarily talented beings with lifespans far longer than humans. But after countless years, the entire god blood plane only had 9 true forefathers. In addition to the infighting between the true ancestors, the first true ancestor has extracted the entire god blood plane's origin, which nourishes his true body. Heaven holy, I have integrated with god blood plane's origin. This is my domain. Unless an Empyrean awakens, you will never be able to break my domain. In the sea of blood, a ferocious head formed and roared at Yang Feng full of resentment. What big talk! Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand. Countless runes flickered, and a huge black hole emerged and swept towards the bloody barrier. An immense devouring power emerged from the black hole, frantically devouring the power of the blood-colored barrier. Mysterious runes emerged and locked the power of the bloody barrier. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng can't devour any power. The fourth form, a blurry phantom, emerged from the god armor of dawn and merged with Yang Feng. He waved his halberd and slashed out. Countless heroic spirits appeared and unleashed all sorts of terrifying combat techniques towards the blood-colored barrier. A mysterious rune emerged from the scarlet barrier and absorbed the attacks of the martyrs in an instant. The blood-colored world surged for a moment before returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. Amazing! This was the power of an ancient emperor. No wonder he dared to set up his lair here. The first true ancestor was a primordial emperor. Legend had it that he was an old monster who had survived from the Eternal Era. There were also rumors that he was a failed Eternal Realm cultivator. As the origin of the true blood race and the primogenitor of a race, he was definitely an invincible and tyrannical existence. If the first true ancestor was not asleep, Yang Feng would not dare to provoke him. With a thought from Yang Feng, countless runes flickered, and 100 holy grade Devour rulers appeared and pounced on the bloody barrier. The Devour sovereigns swallowed furiously, creating small holes in the blood-colored barrier. You actually have such a mechanical puppet. Break! The blood-colored world churned, and in an instant, a blood-flame spear appeared, crossed the void, and stabbed the body of the Saint-class Devour ruler. Countless blood flames surged, and the Saint-rank Devour ruler was incinerated by the terrifying blood-flame spears, turning into ashes. Yang Feng frowned and waved his hand, and the Holy Step Devour rulers flew back and disappeared. Although the Saint-tier Devour dominators could devour the blood-colored barrier, they did not manage to devour it completely. They were about to be killed by the first true ancestor inside. Each holy grade Devour ruler requires a large amount of resources to refine. Even Yang Feng finds it difficult to manufacture them in large quantities. Heaven holy, leave half of your blood essence behind. I can pretend that today's events never happened. Otherwise, when I wake up, it will be the day of your death. Even the one behind you won't be able to save you. The first true ancestor's threatening voice full of killing intent came from inside the blood-colored barrier. Yang Feng smiled coldly. With a thought, he issued one order after another. One after another, battle stars emerged from the void and covered the starry sky of God Blood Plain. One after another, mechanical fortresses flew out from the interstellar battleship. Countless machines extended from the mechanical fortresses, resonated with each other, and formed a huge seal barrier that sealed the void where God Blood Plain is located. Numerous Level 6 mobile fortified strongholds appeared and activated their barriers. They frantically extracted the energy of the star field, draining it dry. What's going on? Heaven holy, what are you doing? In the universe, holy rank powerhouses focused their curious gazes on this starfield. Huge interstellar fleets entered God Blood Plain one after another. From the interstellar fleets, teleportation lights swept out and captured all the vampires, extraordinary lifeforms, and other intelligent lifeforms with blood in God Blood Plane. Countless fleets flew in God Blood Plane, and tens of billions of battle robots captured all intelligent life forms. 10 days later, all the creatures in God Blood Plane had been captured. The first true ancestor sneered, "Heaven holy, what you're doing is meaningless. As long as I wake up, a drop of my blood can create 10,000 true blood kindred. And they will continue to multiply and spread. Even if you kill all the true blood kindred, it won't shake my will." Yang Feng smiled coldly and said indifferently, "Kill them? From beginning to end, the only person I want to kill is you, first true ancestor. Come out, Zero." The magnificent king of sovereigns, Zero, walked out from the back, followed by the 12 holy apostles of sovereigns. Every single one of the 12 holy apostles was devastatingly beautiful, but in front of Zero, they were like green leaves that served as a foil to Zero's beauty. The first true ancestor's eyes lit up slightly, and he revealed a look of excitement. "They are the golems you made? How extraordinary! Your alchemy has surpassed that of the former warlock Emperor Golem Lord. Heaven holy, as long as you give me all these golems, I can pretend that nothing happened today. Moreover, after I wake up, I can become your ally and help you promote to the human race's 9th warlock emperor. Besides, after I wake up, I can become your ally and help you promote to the 9th warlock emperor. Even for the first true ancestor, they are a force to be reckoned with. Even for the first true ancestor, they are a force to be reckoned with. First true ancestor, today is the anniversary of your death." Zero sneered and swung the whip of ruler in his hand at the blood-colored barrier. Boom! The entire God Blood Plane shook violently, mountains collapsed, tsunamis rose, gales rose, and islands sank, as if the end of the world has arrived. The bloody barrier collapsed and shattered in an instant. "Empyrean! How is this possible? You're actually an Empyrean. How is this possible? How can anyone promote to an Empyrean in this era? How can a living Empyrean wake up in this era? Did you wake up ahead of time? No. If you wake up ahead of time, your aura will weaken and your soul will be damaged. Your soul is intact, and there is no aura of decay. How can this be? How can this be?" The first true ancestor's voice filled with horror came from the sea of blood. Yang Feng smiled coldly and stepped into the bloody world, where a devour black hole formed and frantically devoured the bloody world's origin force. The bloody world is a product of the combination of God Blood Plane's plane origin force and the first true ancestor's power. Originally, it would be very difficult for Yang Feng to devour a Grade 2 plane's plane origin force. However, since God Blood Plane's plane origin force has materialized, it is a great opportunity for him to devour it. Countless amounts of plane origin force poured into the small world inside Yang Feng, causing the small world to expand, become more vigorous, stronger, and the plane grade to rise. "Go to hell!" The first true ancestor's furious roar came from the bloody space. Blood flame swords appeared and slashed towards Zero with enough power to slay a quasi-Empyrean powerhouse. Zero swung the ruler's whip and casually lashed out. Everything that the ruler's whip touched was shattered into pieces. Waves of terrifying devouring power emanated from the whip of the ruler, madly absorbing all the energy in the surroundings. As a king of sovereigns cultivated by Yang Feng, Zero has mastered all the essences Yang Feng is proficient in. At the same time, he possesses power far beyond Yang Feng's. In the bloody space, countless extraordinary life forms such as Bloody Feng Wang, Bloody Dragon, Bloody Flood Dragon, and Bloody Wolf emerged and attacked Zero. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.